Creemos en un sistema agroalimentario que regenera el suelo y el bienestar de quienes lo trabajan y dependen de él. Uno que pone el cuidado de la vida en el centro como principio económico, ecológico y social. Pero este cambio no solo ocurre en el campo. También son gobiernos que regeneran desde nuevas políticas públicas. Investigadores que conectan la ciencia con los saberes locales. Emprendedores, empresas e inversionistas que apuestan por la regeneración como la mejor inversión. Y consumidores que conocen el origen de sus alimentos. A todos ellos los convocamos a tejer una red activa que marque el camino. Entendimos que regenerar es restaurar la vida en los espacios donde se ha perdido y generar condiciones para que vuelva a florecer, una y otra vez. Desde el microorganismo en el suelo hasta las semillas más diversas, desde el árbol nativo hasta los animales que se refugian en sus ramas, desde las fincas que restauran hasta los territorios que se conectan, desde los empresarios hasta los consumidores. Ese es un paisaje futuro que cuida la vida de punta a punta, donde la agricultura y la ganadería no son antagonistas de la naturaleza, sino aliadas de su conservación. Somos Paisajes Futuros, una red que impulsa la regeneración agrícola en América Latina, a través de alianzas que restauran la vida, el suelo, la economía y los alimentos. Juntos regeneramos el campo de América Latina. Súmate.
Regeneración en Acción es una plataforma que une personas y organizaciones interesadas en la regeneración con el objetivo de escalar y fortalecer su impacto. ¿Qué es la regeneración? Se trata de crear las condiciones para que la vida vuelva a los lugares de los que se fue y restaurar la capacidad de prosperar de manera continua. En la plataforma tendrás cursos en línea, cápsulas de conocimiento, ejemplos inspiradores de cómo vincularte y la posibilidad de conectarte con más personas y organizaciones. No olvides que es completamente gratuita, abierta, en español y lo mejor, siempre estará a un clic de distancia. Regeneración en Acción es el espacio para compartir conocimientos y prácticas que incentiven e inspiren la conciencia regenerativa del planeta. Únete y haz parte en regeneracionenacción.org.
A lo largo del tiempo, los seres humanos se han enfrentado a muchas cuestiones importantes, pero hay una que ha estado con nosotros desde el principio. ¿Qué hay de cenar? La respuesta va más allá de nuestros platos. La comida moldea nuestras culturas, nuestras economías, incluso a nuestro planeta, pero no siempre de forma positiva. Muchos de nuestros métodos actuales de producción, en realidad, están dañando la naturaleza, lo que a su vez perjudica nuestra capacidad para seguir cultivando alimentos en el futuro. Pero no tiene por qué ser así. Podemos producir alimentos de maneras sustentables para el planeta. Ese es el punto detrás de los sistemas alimentarios regenerativos. Producir alimentos de manera que no solo eviten daños, sino que restauren activamente la naturaleza y reviertan parte de nuestro daño al planeta. Ampliemos la lente y miremos las cosas desde una perspectiva más amplia. ¿Cómo se conecta todo? Desde los microbios más pequeños que enriquecen el suelo, hasta los campos, granjas, pesquerías y toda la cadena de actores diseñada para llevar comida a nuestras mesas. No somos nosotros y la naturaleza. Todos somos parte del mismo sistema. Pero este sistema necesita una transformación con urgencia. Los sistemas alimentarios regenerativos ayudan a los agricultores, pescadores y ganaderos de todo el mundo a restaurar la naturaleza haciendo lo que mejor saben hacer: proporcionar comida a las personas. ¿Cómo es esto posible? En la tierra, usar cultivos de cobertura entre cosechas o plantar cultivos sin labrar la tierra ayuda a restaurar la compleja biología del suelo con el que las granjas deben contar para poder producir alimentos durante muchos años. ¿Sabes qué más hace? Reduce las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y la contaminación del agua. En el mar, la acuicultura, la práctica de cultivar alimentos en el agua, puede ser una verdadera estrategia ganadora cuando se hace bien. Pensemos en las ostras. Ni siquiera hay que alimentarlas. Obtienen sus nutrientes filtrando el agua. Y así, mejoran la calidad de su entorno a medida que se alimentan. ¿Y las algas? Almacenan carbono y ayudan a combatir el cambio climático sin siquiera salir del lecho marino. Y aunque estos términos pueden ser nuevos, los métodos no lo son. Los pueblos indígenas han utilizado muchas de estas prácticas de sustento durante miles de años. Y eso es solo una gota en el océano de posibilidades que los sistemas alimentarios regenerativos pueden ofrecer, a medida que protegen activamente la diversidad, que hace que la comida sea mucho más que solo comer y que el cultivo sea mucho más que solo producir. Ahora, debemos enfrentar una elección, una que va más allá de nuestra cena diaria. ¿Vamos a quedarnos con nuestro menú actual o le ofreceremos a la naturaleza un lugar en la mesa?
Observa lo que importa. La tradición de montar en bicicleta con tus hijos. El partido con tus compañeros de la universidad. La muñeca de trapo que te regalaron a los 2 años. Los cafés con tu mamá y los almuerzos con tus abuelos. También las caminatas en las que reflexionas, ¿y ahora qué? Y la llamada de cumpleaños a un amigo que nunca ves. Tienes un impulso natural a cuidar lo importante porque sí. Nuestra naturaleza es conservar. Nuestra esperanza para la naturaleza es que ese impulso natural por conservar lo que amas en tu vida pueda convertirse en acciones para conservar lo que todos amamos. Y eso que amamos y nos da vida, a veces lo conocemos como páramo, sabana, bosque o fuentes hídricas. Tenemos tanto por conservar que le hablamos a tu naturaleza por conservar. Esperanza para la naturaleza. The Nature Conservancy.
Me gusta el Chaco porque nosotros sentimos como una casa ahora. Y por ese motivo nosotros queremos conservarlos, porque es muy importante.
El Chaco es una de las ecorregiones más importantes del mundo, es uno de los bosques secos más grandes e importantes de Latinoamérica y tiene una biodiversidad increíble y un suelo muy frágil.
El cuidado del bosque es muy importante, es en parte de nuestra cultura también. Anteriormente nuestros abuelos sabían perfectamente cuidar eso.
Sí es posible conservar y producir a la vez, que sea un trabajo conjunto. Por eso creemos muy importante que las ONG nos apoyen en esta visión, una visión que une, no separar el productor del conservador, si el productor es el que conserva.
Se puede producir la misma cantidad, el volumen o inclusive más, intensificando métodos, innovando sin tener que talar más árboles o sin tener que convertir tierras naturales en pasturas.
Tenemos que construir alianzas. Estamos trabajando con el sector productivo, con nuestros colegas en Estados Unidos y en Europa, con el mercado, trabajando con el sector financiero, tanto aquí en Paraguay como en otros países en donde están facilitando este desarrollo en Paraguay.
Estoy muy contento, ¿verdad?, de que la visión cambió, que haya una visión positiva de cómo hacer bien las cosas. O sea, me encanta la idea de esta alianza y sacar lo positivo de lo que uno hace.
El Chaco no tiene receta y tiene todo
Buenos
un
días.
reto de poder vivir en él por
Pero a ver,
con
yo no estoy sola hoy aquí, ¿o sí? Buenos días. Eso sí, me parece muy bien. Espero que hayan desayunado bien, se hayan comido su buen pan de bono, porque pues aquí el pan de bono es único, y estén disfrutando también las delicias de Cali, las personas que no son de esta ciudad. Quiero saludarlos e invitarlos a que por favor las personas que estén en la parte de afuera ingresen, porque casi que en 5 minutos vamos a iniciar, y los que estén aquí adentro, por favor, para que se vayan sentando. Vamos a colocar los celulares en modo silencio o modo avión para que nos pongamos listos y dispuestos para este segundo día del Summit, ¿vale? Las personas que tengan allá afuera, de pronto tengan un amigo conocido, escríbale porfa y dígale que ingrese a el salón principal, que es el de Cultivando Horizontes, que en contados minutos vamos a iniciar nuestro segundo día. ¿Vale? Muchas gracias, ya nos vemos.
Muy importante.
El Chaco es una de las ecorregiones más importantes del mundo, es uno de los bosques secos más grandes e importantes de Latinoamérica y tiene una biodiversidad increíble y un suelo muy frágil.
El cuidado del bosque es muy importante, es en parte de nuestra cultura también. Anteriormente nuestros abuelos sabían perfectamente cuidar eso.
Sí es posible conservar y producir a la vez, que sea un trabajo conjunto. Por eso creemos muy importante que las ONG nos apoyen en esta visión, una visión que une, no separar el productor del conservador, si el productor es el que conserva.
Se puede producir la misma cantidad, el volumen, o inclusive más, intensificando métodos, innovando, sin tener que talar más árboles o sin tener que convertir tierras naturales en pasturas.
Tenemos que construir alianzas. Estamos trabajando con el sector productivo, con nuestros colegas en Estados Unidos y en Europa, con el mercado, trabajando con el sector financiero, tanto aquí en Paraguay como en otros países en donde están facilitando este desarrollo en Paraguay.
Estoy muy contento, ¿verdad?, de que la visión cambió, que haya una visión positiva de cómo hacer bien las cosas. O sea, me encanta la idea de esta alianza y sacar lo positivo de lo que uno hace.
El Chaco no tiene receta y tiene todo un reto de poder vivir en él, por él y con él.
Queremos ayudar a las empresas a lograr sus objetivos, donde el desafío es lograr que trabajemos juntos, nosotros como organización ambientalista, los productores, las empresas y principalmente la gente que vive en el Chaco.
Nos estamos comiendo el futuro. La expansión del modelo convencional de producción de alimentos no solo agota los suelos, amenaza la biodiversidad, contamina el agua, pone en riesgo nuestra salud y debilita el tejido que sostiene la vida, dejando a quienes cultivan nuestra comida cada vez más expuestos a los choques del clima. ¿Podemos alimentar a una población creciente y proteger los ecosistemas que albergan todas las formas de vida a la vez? La tierra y quienes la cuidan nos enseñan que esto no solo es urgente, sino posible. América Latina, la región más biodiversa del planeta y una de las principales despensas de alimentos del mundo, cultiva una respuesta esperanzadora. Aquí creemos en un sistema agroalimentario que regenera el suelo y el bienestar de quienes lo trabajan y dependen de él. Uno que pone el cuidado de la vida en el centro como principio económico, ecológico y social. Pero este cambio no solo ocurre en el campo. También son gobiernos que regeneran desde nuevas políticas públicas. Investigadores que conectan la ciencia con los saberes locales. Emprendedores, empresas e inversionistas que apuestan por la regeneración como la mejor inversión. Y consumidores que conocen el origen de sus alimentos. A todos ellos los convocamos a tejer una red activa que marque el camino. Entendimos que regenerar es restaurar la vida en los espacios donde se ha perdido y generar condiciones para que vuelva a florecer, una y otra vez. Desde el microorganismo en el suelo hasta las semillas más diversas. Desde el árbol nativo hasta los animales que se refugian en sus ramas. Desde las fincas que restauran hasta los territorios que se conectan. Desde los empresarios hasta los consumidores. Ese es un paisaje futuro que cuida la vida de punta a punta, donde la agricultura y la ganadería no son antagonistas de la naturaleza, sino aliadas de su conservación. Somos Paisajes Futuros, una red que impulsa la regeneración agrícola en América Latina, a través de alianzas que restauran la vida, el suelo, la economía y los alimentos. Juntos regeneramos el campo de América Latina. Súmate.
Bienvenidos al Centro de Eventos Valle del Pacífico, el recinto multiformato más importante del suroccidente colombiano. Para nosotros es un placer contar con su presencia. A continuación le brindamos las recomendaciones de seguridad durante su estancia. Nuestro recinto cuenta con área total de 76.000 metros cuadrados, de los cuales 40.940 están construidos. Así que por favor, tenga presente los puntos de encuentro. Punto de encuentro 1. Ronda museográfica. Se encuentra detrás de la plazoleta de comidas. Punto de encuentro 2. Plazoleta Maurice Arbitage. Se encuentra continua a la autopista Cali-Jumbo. Este es nuestro ingreso principal y cuenta con 12 puertas. Nuestro segundo ingreso es Mañanitas, que cuenta con 3 puertas. En nuestro primer piso encontrará 2 salones principales. Salón Meléndez cuenta con 6 salidas de emergencia al pasillo, 4 salidas de emergencia que direccionan al pabellón Manuelita y 4 salidas de emergencia que direccionan hacia el pasillo auxiliar del salón. Salón Rosita Jaluf de Castro cuenta con 4 salidas de emergencia al pasillo, 4 salidas de emergencia que direccionan al pabellón Fenalco y 4 salidas de emergencia que direccionan hacia el pasillo auxiliar del salón. En nuestro segundo piso contamos con 3 salones, comisiones A y B. Ambos salones cuentan con 2 salidas de emergencia hacia hall de comisiones, con una ruta de evacuación hacia las escaleras que dirigen al primer piso. Prensa cuenta con 4 salones, Palmira, Argos, Pisa y Cotel Valle. Cada salón tiene un ingreso y una salida hacia el hall prensa, y este a su vez cuenta con una salida de emergencia hacia el primer piso. Nuestro estacionamiento cuenta con 900 parqueaderos, 500 descubiertos, 400 cubiertos. De presentarse una emergencia, a favor de descender del vehículo y seguir la ruta de evacuación. Si requiere asistencia médica, acérquese al punto de enfermería que está ubicado cerca a la entrada Mañanitas, contiguo al registro principal. En caso de emergencia, mantenga la calma, no corra, no grite y no empuje. Siga las instrucciones de los brigadistas. Ubique y siga las indicaciones de ruta de evacuación presentes en el lugar. Si durante el evento pierde o encuentra algún objeto, por favor acercarse a los colaboradores del Centro de Eventos Valle del Pacífico, que le indicará el procedimiento a seguir. Llene el reporte en nuestro link de la página web. Si tiene alguna inquietud o necesita información, no dude en acercarse al punto de recepción. Muchas gracias por su atención. Esperamos que disfrute del evento. Tu recinto seguro.
Muy buenos días, ¿cómo han estado? Qué bueno saludarlos. Quiero invitar a las personas que están en la parte de atrás para que por favor se hagan aquí hacia más adelante, para que las personas que vayan llegando se puedan ir ubicando en esta parte y también para que nuestros conferencistas y panelistas pues los puedan sentir más cerca, ¿vale? Vamos a hacer eso, vamos a colocar nuestros celulares en modo silencio y vamos a iniciar. Estamos felices y contentos de estar nuevamente aquí en el segundo día del Summit Regeneradores, el encuentro de agricultura y ganadería para un futuro regenerativo y sostenible. Ayer tuvimos este primer día en el que estuvimos hablando de cuál es la estructura, la forma, hacia dónde es el camino, tener unos sistemas más sencillos, hablar de lo económico, porque a nuestros productores y nuestros campesinos pues tenemos que darle una solución hacia la transición y esa solución debe ser hacia cómo lo van a hacer económicamente. Y uno de nuestros speakers hablaba mucho de la esencia. Aquí estamos hablando de regenerar, pero él decía, tenemos que regenerarnos nosotros mismos y eso hizo mucho eco en mí y espero que también en ustedes. Tenemos que regenerarnos por lo que empieza en casa, por lo que comemos, que nos preguntemos de dónde viene eso que desayunamos hoy, que nos preguntemos de dónde viene lo que vamos a almorzar hoy. Lo que vamos a almorzar hoy en el Summit viene de fincas regenerativas, así que estamos haciendo el trabajo. Así que nos sentimos contentos y felices de poder estar en este segundo día donde estamos sembrando ideas, regenerando el presente y construyendo el futuro, pero no solamente haciéndolo desde el discurso, sino también desde la práctica, desde los hechos, con invitados internacionales, expertos locales y nacionales que nos están hablando de todo esto que tiene que ver con la regeneración. Ustedes son lo más importante. Este SOMI ha sido creado y diseñado para ustedes. Ustedes son los organizadores, los líderes del sector civil, público y privado que hacen posible este gran Summit. Así que soy Lady Dinas y nuevamente me siento honrada de acompañarlos en este segundo día del Summit Regeneradores, donde vamos a hablar cómo llevarlo a cabo, cómo poner eso en práctica, que es una de las iniciativas más importantes. También quiero recordarles que en el día de ayer les dieron en la mochila, estaba este cartoncito, ¿verdad? Todos lo tienen. Entonces, las personas que no pudieron hacerlo, nuevamente la invitación es para que en esta parte hay un código QR, lo escaneen y puedan unirse a ese grupo de WhatsApp y allí queremos hacerle una encuesta para saber y medir qué consideran ustedes que hicimos o que estamos haciendo en este Summit. O sea, esto es un diálogo de saberes, un intercambio de saberes. Entonces, es importante que ustedes escaneen este código. A ver, ¿todos los que están aquí ya lo escanearon? Sí, perfecto, me encanta la gente juiciosa. Y ahí hacemos, vamos a enviarles la encuesta y vamos a poder saber qué es lo que ustedes pues han pensado de todos los debates que hemos hecho en este Summit. Así que sin más preámbulos, les doy la bienvenida a este segundo día del Summit Regeneradores, el encuentro de agricultura y ganadería por un futuro más sostenible. Nos encontramos, como les decíamos, en el Salón 2.2, que es el salón plenario, pero que también es cultivando horizontes. Tenemos Salón 2.3, 2.4 y 2.5. En este Summit tenemos una plenaria general y varias conferencias y talleres en los otros salones que ustedes ayer pues vieron cuál fue la dinámica y cómo nos movilizamos hacia ello. Aquí vamos a seguir con nuestras conferencias magistrales y los momentos paralelos, porque este salón se convierte, como les decía, en cultivando horizontes. Aquí estamos poniendo un poco el corazón en la tierra, los pies en la tierra, el sentido de lo que hacemos para poderlo llevar a cabo. Porque es muy hermoso escucharnos y vernos, pero qué bonito saber que eso lo estamos poniendo en práctica en lo más pequeño que hacemos desde casa, ¿verdad? Porque ayer lo decíamos, todo tiene un camino, se hace de manera integral, entonces es en lo que vemos, en lo que hacemos, en el agua, en el clima, y hablar de agricultura regenerativa también es hablar de todo este tema de ecología. Así que sin más preámbulos vamos a empezar con una conferencia potente de uno de nuestros invitados internacionales. Viene desde España, nos va a hacer la conferencia de agrotóxicos, salud humana y regeneración, un tema fundamental. Vamos a escuchar a un referente mundial que nos invita a mirar cómo es esa relación de la agricultura, los agrotóxicos y algo clave, el bienestar humano. Por supuesto, estamos hablando del doctor Nicolás Olea, él es catedrático de la Universidad de Granada, referente mundial en disruptores endocrinos y exposición a agroquímicos. Así que, por favor, recibamos con un fuerte aplauso al doctor Olea.
Buenos días. Dos. Dos.
¿Verdad que el doc viene de España y son dos? Doc, el tiempo es suyo. Muchas gracias.
A ustedes. Buenos días. Un enorme placer estar aquí y encontrarme con amigos de otras visitas a Colombia y sobre todo de poder refrescar los asuntos que veníamos comentando durante estos años pasados y que siguen lo mismo de candentes. Espero que la conferencia les sirva de inspiración.
Conference can inspire you a bit about why we need a change. The name we had for this conference is Agrotoxic Elements, Human Health and Regeneration. And before anything, I'd like to welcome the public and the free and understanding of financing for the results that finance the results that I'm presenting today, mostly from that region of Andalusia. in Spain, which are human biomonitoring, and a park which also help us measure human exposure to these elements. As there are particular concerning issues right now in this topic, and I want to talk about a paper in one of the most important medical journals called The Lancet that reviews 25 million cases of cancer in the United States between 920 and 1990. And what the publication says basically is that from the 50 types of cancer, mostly like breast cancer, are becoming more and more frequent all the time. Now, these are just more types of cancer, but it is presenting itself quicker or earlier in the life cycle of a human being. So considering this new events of cancer as population is growing, and the idea that it's becoming an earlier condition in the patients, this recurrent rate and increasing rate is a big concern. The assumption of the article is that perhaps Generation X and the millennials, and even Z Gen and Alpha Gen that are born in the 21st century are going to have even more cancer than us. And the hypothesis is that something's changing as far as exposure. We've changed either our environment, where human beings are usually engaging in their activities like we never did before. And this will have results in the illness patterns. To summarize, in 1977, when I started my career, breast cancer was a strange illness for older women that had lesions in their breast, basically, that I had never told anybody about. She was during her life not telling anybody about this, and then when she was 70 years old, perhaps, she was diagnosed with cancer. Now it's less than, breast cancer is now a lesion under 1 centimeter of size in the women under 30 years of age is the most typical one. So this pattern is radically changing, and we need to take action to prevent this. And we've deeply changed the physical environment and chemical environment in which our life is taking place. Now, fundamentally, what the chemical world respects is all the petrol derivatives. When we talk about petrol, you think about fuel and diesel, gas, but you don't know the insecticides, fertilizers, fungicides, the plastic for packaging, for construction, for clothes, for pharma, for soaps, for cosmetics, and for all the synthetic products is derivated from petrol. And in our clinical conference, we said that we are immersed and totally smothered in oil, such as in the northern coast of Galicia, in the Iberic Peninsula. This is a petrol ship, that had generated this incident, and all the volunteers trying to deal with this. And this is the most dramatic effect that we see from petrol, but the normal and usual way in which petrol is permeating us is through plastic. And the stearates, or the softeners of plastic, if you will, that makes plastic flexible, are the stearates, and those stearates are in the urine for the European population right now. And this is what has allowed to be seen by the human biomonitoring study. And most of these are toxic and affecting our hormones directly. Talk about organophosphate toxins, such as the bisphenol or fire retardants or polybromides. These compounds can modify our hormones, and we're saying that our hormones are now more than 50, and they're the same ones in women. If it's in a turtle, then in a dog, they're the same. They're chemical and act the same way. They're chemical messengers that we have tried or taken millions of years to define the function, and we're finding ourselves with 245,000 new compounds since the 19th century only until now, and some of them are interfering with our hormones. And when I say interfere, I mean that they can produce very different effects that correspond and account for the most prevalent diseases and illnesses in humanity right now. Typhoid associated illnesses, and for example in Spain, the fifth most common prescription after analgesics is the thyroid hormone, because it's so frequent that a woman after 35 years of age perhaps has her thyroid functions affected. And she has to suffer so much digestively first because she's constipated, and then she went to the OBGYN because she has amenorrhea, or she's going to the psychiatrist because she could be depressed. And until someone finally detects and says that her thyroid has come to a stop and is not working properly. This is the way our organism is being affected, and it's very high probability that some of the anti-thyroidian products or components in the products that we're exposed to every day that's generating this, and there is no other mysterious situation that is generating this. And this is the prevalence that we're seeing in Spanish that is very similar to diabetes, and there's a national plan to prevent this, because if we don't do something by 2030, 50% of infants will be overweight in Spain, and let's not even talk about secondary effects and lack of adequate evolution in a child that's growing. So alterated hormones is one of the main representative elements that we can track to understand this. And in the south of Spain, there's more infertility clinics than pharmacies. They're in every corner, whether it's because of endometriosis or bad quality, polycysts present in places that can affect fertility. And this is mostly happening in women. We thought that we are all the same, and we're not. Thinking of the hormonal world, women are terribly sensitive, and especially 21st century women. And actually, this conference that is now called Agrochemicals, when I'm more blunt, I could call it Daughters of Petrol, because this is what I'm going to present to you today. And one of the main causes of why we've forgotten women is because centuries ago we considered that the best representative of humanity were males. And we would have liked that someone said the best representative of humanity are females, perhaps, and we would have paid more attention, perhaps is what I'm saying, to what's happening to women, because it's mostly the female sex that is the one breastfeeding and gestating and giving birth before breastfeeding. And I want to talk about effects since the placenta and when breastfeeding, each one very different and presenting great effects. And before I came to Cali, I said I would talk about a transference, and I'm going to concept of transference, and I'm going to talk about Tomoko and her mother Ryoko. You're not going to find the picture on the internet because of polyterism prevents Tomoko to be naked, but this is a victim of mother transference of mercury in the Bay of Minamata. Because when Japan decided to start with plastic, they contaminated it with mercury when they pulled full steam ahead with their machinery. And what the news that I have about Ryoko, so it's the mother of the daughters, is I think my mother's from cleaning me from the mercury bromide contamination and preserving her siblings. Now this is Natasha and Ludmila, going back to, if you recognize this place, it's Chernobyl in the Ukraine, or the effects from Chernobyl. This is the wife of the fireman that accompanied her husband all the way to his deathbed, being contaminated by radiation from him as well. She tells nobody that she's pregnant. Her husband dies first, and a few months after, Natasha, her daughter, dies in a few days. And the sanitation physicians in charge of the mother say, how lucky you've been. Natasha took all the radiation and she left you clean. I mean, your stillborn baby took all your radiation, is what they were telling her. And the most recent case is Amy and her mother, Marvin, and they sell flowers in France. And she gives birth to a daughter. I was diagnosed at 9 years of age of acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And her mother understands that illness from her daughter could be associated to her role as a florist. And she denounces the public administration because nobody has ever warned her that being a florist, she's highly exposed to residual pesticides all the time. And once again, like the other cases, she says, I've poisoned my daughter, but she took away that toxic burden and saved my life. Talking about the world market of cut flowers, you're one of the greatest exporters, Colombia, along with Ecuador and Tanzania. And in the Netherlands, which are cut flowers, and as per the recent studies from the Netherlands, a basket of flowers can contain 46 pesticides in it. Just one basket of flowers. Nobody controls it, because flowers are not eaten, supposedly, right? This is the 31 pesticides that are reaching Europe. Of these are forbidden pesticides. Everybody's looking at pineapples and at bananas, and the pesticides are coming in through the flowers. So this is the nouns that we're making. This is, well, today we're going to talk about food security. We're not talking about flowers. So about food security, it's not the security for sociologists that say food security is that everybody can have food on their plates. It's about the security that clinicians can give us so that food isn't toxic. And the food that we're eating is healthy, because if we compare in 2019, before COVID, how food looked today, this was the European market before the great epidemic. And this is the European market after COVID. 6, tomatoes, dried tomatoes in a polyethylene bag, polypropylene bag that you're taking in a polycarbon bag. I mean, the one selling petrol is having an all-time, surplus. You never thought that they would do so well, but before COVID in 2019, when everything was possible and Europe had the big European challenge of becoming a green Europe, the Lancet also published that a transformation was necessary, telling us clinicians a key element that we didn't have before. Healthy and sustainable go hand in hand. It's not just about healthy diets. They need to be sustainable as well. And they talk about food transformation as the first element to optimize human health. And this transformation is talking about the deviation that exists globally in diet. If we're consuming 300% more that is necessary in animal protein, and this compared to fruits, fish, vegetable, and greens, there is enormous deviation where you eat veal but not beef. This is the new production system for pork. And I will tell you, Spain has become the first pork producer in Europe. We're beating Germany and Denmark with 31 million swine. And nobody has seen them. You would imagine 31 million swine, you'd go outside between Madrid to Barcelona and you would find pigsties all along the roads. And that's not the case. This is the way of generating meat intensively in farms that look like this, that are hugely contaminating and that leave a great footprint of unsustainability on the earth, so that the big consumer of this, the Chinese, I don't know if pigsty is a word they use commonly to describe something that's dirty and hideous. So the pigsty of China is generating this so that the Chinese can have cheap meat. And there's a huge impact in health-wise behind, because this made also pork the number one protein being consumed in Spain as well. And even the Pedrosiano chickpeas are also coming from other places, not from Pedrosiano. So all these legumes in Spain are disappearing. It's just 1 meter in the supermarket that you'll see. And then all the other 30 meters in the supermarket and the displays are ham and special ham and a different type of ham. And we know the contamination also of large fish that live a long time in the ocean on account of mercury, and in mothers making the best decisions when buying fish for her children. But we're talking about pesticides. I like this slide because it's 20 years old, and it says 60% of what Europeans are consuming does not have residue of pesticides, but 40% does then. And basically, we've flipped that 1920 it was insecticides, herbicides, and fungicides. Today it's herbicides, fungicides, and insecticides in that order that are affecting us mostly. And you can see how the drop in pesticides is dropping in Europe, but this is the different way to analyze it. When you make it in its linear analysis, there's no change at all. So you can present graphs the way you want with a great champion with 76,000 million kilograms of pesticides, which is Spain, followed by France. And if I want to see how Colombia is doing, they tell me that the reports on internet at least tell me that Colombia is going up in pesticide consumption continuously, and by 2026, or next year, you will be reaching 64,500 metric tons. And you will be on the list behind Spain. This is the international pesticide consumption chart. First Brazil, then the US and Indonesia, Argentina, China, Russia, Canada, and then you have the first country in Europe, which is Spain, with 76 million kilos, and France with 69, following close by. Pesticides in Latin America, looking at some bibliography, it's growing fundamentally in what corresponds to the herbicides we know where we're talking about. Specifically, it's glyphosate or DDT, and associates, this is glyphosate, mostly now 50%, growing from 34% in 2019, followed by other fungicides such as the chlorpyrifia, and most of these forbidden in Europe, imidacloprid and lambda cyhalothrin, but produced in Europe, like some NGOs are making us aware. For those, so the double standard in morality in Europe of producing the pesticides that are forbidden to be used in Europe, but where you have a sure buyer outside of EU border, less than a crime. And yet Europe very elegantly, passes a law that forbids the utilization of a new or old pesticide. This one was forbidden in 2019, Chlorpyrifos in 2020, Mancozeb in 2021, with 760 active ingredients. If you start forbidding these one by one, it's going to be 300 years while we get all of them prohibited. Now, the consequences of this use are not small at all, and it's not just the superficial water that is being affected, and besides the contamination to the food, of course. And the latest EPSA, European Authority for Food Security Authority for Spain, is indicating what we already knew 20 years ago, that 37% of the food contains some residue of a pesticide. And on 24 occasions, or 24% samples were contaminated by 2 or more pesticides. And another day I was reviewing, and I said I'm going to go internet to see what the register of pesticides is. And in Colombia, I find that there is a great plan to reduce the use of pesticides, and it has 200 pages, very detailed, very nice plan, but I don't find the results in anywhere on the internet. So I imagine you're just on the brinks of publishing those, but this is what's happening with plans such as this, and the ministry is telling us about the pulp of processed fruit pulps, and how much pesticide they had. From 25 samples of strawberries, 23 have pesticides. And this is the list of most common pesticides. Carbamazepine, imipropyl, many known names there. But all of this in agreement with international law and as per recommendations of the World Food Organization and other agencies, except these. Can I change this? It's not changing the slide. All right. This is it, except here where you can see in the strawberry samples, 59 apples are not in conformity with EU laws. In other words, it depends on your measuring scale to say that things are perfectly well or horribly bad. Because someone, a very proactive individual, invented somewhere in the 1960s in Rome that this threshold was quite reliable. These limits work quite well and fundamentally protect the population from the residues of pesticides. That LMR, that threshold that we're all considering, does not account for combined effect. It doesn't include that your plate in the morning when your food or your lunch has 126 residues. And they measure it individually for every compound, but it doesn't tell you what is the cocktail and the result of all this combination that you're putting into your organism. They don't consider the hormonal effects. That's for the next century, apparently. They only consider it carcinogenic, immunogenic, or neurotoxic effect. But that it's affecting hormones? What are you talking about? And LMRs don't consider this. They are made for whomever is paying the bill. Rich men, I'm going to say white, Western, rich men, and they don't realize that there's more women than men, there's more poor people than rich people that have all colors of skin, and that this is happening in any place in the world. If you were to establish this criteria for a kid, they're not possible to establish. As a matter of fact, this criteria and thresholds don't exist because children should not be exposed to these at all. And I'm reaching the final portion of my presentation. What does the Mayo monitoring tell us? That for 6 regions in Spain, the levels of pesticides in children between 10 and 14 years of age is not associated to residues, because 83% in Valencia are every day having chlorpyrifos. That should have never happened. And how do we compare this to the rest of children in Europe? And we're also happy because the level of chlorpyrifos was within the law. We were able to control it. And when we look at the comparison of Spain against the rest of Europe, well, there's no problem either. This is if it's father, mother, son, or daughter, there's in all these samples, 20,088 samples, and this group of individuals, 64% have more than one pesticide or 2 pesticides. And then we have these nice colored charts. And while the metering in urine in Spanish people have an average of 7 and 13 residues in urine, father and mother are also having the same results. Of course, with 79 kilograms pesticides, what do you expect? What's going to happen with your conventional agriculture if you're importing all these products? And then PatMed, the database in Colombia for pesticides, we find the famous chlorpyrifos that is quantifiable in 28% of the urine samples. This is results from 2025, so 239 kids in 7 years of age or under, and it's present in that percentage in their urine. Colleagues, I don't know where some of us is. Or urban, I can't read these names, but understand that your children every day are eating chlorpyrifos. And this should not have happened, first of all. And if I'm telling you this today, especially if they're 7 years old and they're not working on a field in agriculture. And in the end, in this type of work, the conclusion is always the same. The greatest place of exposure is your house. What does that mean? Well, they measure in different places. In the case of Spain, it's Murcia, our agricultural region, measuring the residue of pesticides in the fruits and in the greens, but the residue of pesticides in the water and then in the air. But the dirtiest thing is the house of the agriculture, thinking of pesticides when I mean dirty and infested with pesticides. Did you think that if you're working with this cocktail of pesticides, nothing's going to happen in your own home and in your food table? Same thing goes for Colombia. Statistically, the highest place for contamination is also through the mother. And this is what is happening to our women. And to talk about effects of exposure in children, of course, these levels of exposure are going to be generating some sort of side effect and result. And so 606 girls between 7 and 11 years of age have the presence of this cocktail, not just one pesticides, but usually metering through their urine, we find that this is causing early puberty. Aren't you seeing this? That 8 years old, this girl's going with her moms to the gynecologist saying, "Doctor, this is too soon, right? Pubic hair in my daughter. This happened to me when I was 11 or 12." And what the doctor will tell them is, "I think could be chicken, estrogens in the chicken." It's urban legends. The 1980s is still in the physician's mind, and they're telling the ladies, if they told them, perhaps your daughter is peeing a cocktail of pesticides, would be more accurate. And we investigated the same in young boys. And on the contrary, this is 14 and 17-year-old kids that are underdeveloped in their testicles. And where are we going with this then? Don't we see where we are taking our population to? So the effect of infantile exposure to pesticides in Colombia, this is a sample from 2024, 143 kids 10 years of age with genetic damage in the northern area of Colombia, or this area in Colombia, telling us that have neuroconductor damage. So we're sick of going to teachers and professors talking about ADHD and children not paying attention and then can't stay still. Children that when they're out of classroom are always... It's always been this way, but we're diagnosing better, that's all. Perhaps this is not the case. If we associate this to epidemiological studies and pesticide content in their bodies, we can talk about this and explain this better. And the administration, the regulators in Brussels, are not considering clinical observations because it's not experimental. It doesn't adjust to their good laboratory practices that they have always been using, and they're missing the most important conclusions. Now, there is information available, and it's as simple as this. Jose Luis Domingo, 74 years of age, still lecturing some places, living in Tarragona, and he calls 23 friends and he tells them, "Dear colleagues, we want to look at the 104 residues of quantifiable pesticides, and please help me with this." He invites them to consume only ecological products, and the level of pesticides went to undetectable. What did you think? That you actually had to migrate to living in the bush or in the wild forest or to the Amazon jungle? Simply if you decide changing the products that you're buying, don't have pesticides, the effects on levels in your body will quickly change. And the general recommendations from nutritionists are produce fresh products, whatever it's in season, buy bulk, not just super few amounts that are ultra packaged. Try to consume close by, reject ultra processed from ecological production, and above all, pay a fair price. In Spain, what people spend for the food basket is 13% of the family budget, and it used to be 60% in 1960s or 1950. So we're paying almost nothing for food, and we're arguing about a liter of milk that costs 50 cents. Oh my God, 50 cents, somebody must be ripped off here, either me or the farmer or the cow. Someone's being ripped off in this story, right? And the rest, of course, goes to pay the mortgage of your larger house, to Vizcaya Bank, or to have mobile phones for everybody and pay Movistar company. So we need to think about money allocation. Conclusions. I think I have 48 seconds left. So exposure of the general population to pesticides is frequent in this conventional production model. Very frequent. Actually, 100% of our children have these pesticides. Consequences of exposure are visible in the child population, evident long-term damages, dysfunctions, cancer, and so on. Statistics are telling us kids will have more cancer. It's clearly a gender issue that has been inadequately studied. And finally, it's necessary to have a new production model that is not based on the abuse of agrotoxins. Any change is welcome, but remember, if it's healthy and sustainable, need to go hand in hand. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for reminding us that we need to eat more seasonal fruits and vegetables, no ultra-processed foods, and to be more aware of what we eat. Thank you very much. As he was mentioning, well, he was talking about those effects that agrotoxins have in human health and how we have to avoid them, and the fact that there has to be a food transformation in terms of mercury, pesticides, and everything that we find on what we put on our table. I would also like to greet those who are joining us virtually. We have around 220 people connected throughout the world from Mexico, Ecuador, Argentina, some parts of Europe. So thank you as well for being here with us on the second day of our summit. Now we have a panel that in some way is a connecting bridge between what Dr. Olea was saying, a panel between the connections of health, food, and territory. Dr. Olea's presentation and this panel is a bridge that interconnects all these topics that we're discussing: agroecology, agrotoxins, agriculture, and the food that we put on our table. To talk about food systems of territories that are alive. And today we will be listening to these experiences coming from different explain. I will now invite the moderator of this panel with 4 guests, Tatiana Rodriguez. She is a researcher in agroforestry and transformation of agri-food systems. Tatiana, you have 4 guests for your panel, so the time is all yours to introduce them and for you to tell us about this panel that connects to the previous presentation. Good morning, everyone. The panel that we will have today is called Connections Between Health, Food, and Territory. We have been talking about how the crisis faced by the agri-food systems is also a systemic polycrisis. And as Dr. Elia mentioned, health is not limited to the absence of illness, but it is also conceived as a comprehensive status of physical, emotional, social, and ecological well-being. And in this sense, food is key. And it is that connecting principle between these areas that have to do with the food that we consume, process, distribute, which are the reflection of the livelihood systems that we either maintain or deteriorate. So food is basically the most important and deep contact that we have with life and earth. That is why I take advantage of this opportunity to ask you to please raise your hands, those who know for sure where the food that you had for breakfast came from. Does anybody know for sure? Well, there's 1 person, 2 people. Now, please raise your hand if anyone knows the origin of at least one of the products that you ate this morning. At least one. Maybe the cheese. Okay. So, with this in mind, I would like to invite you, just like we did yesterday, to close your eyes and imagine for a minute, for a few seconds, what stories, what territories, what relationships are contained in what you ate this morning. Think about it. Perhaps time is not enough because there are several things that we must keep in mind and many relationships that lie in what we had on our plates this morning. So I now invite you to start this panel to celebrate and honor that food that comes from the earth and everyone that has made it possible for it to come to our tables. To connect to the previous presentation, which was very enticing, and that makes us rethink our relationship to food, I now welcome my panelists for today. What we truly want is to invite people who are working in different parts of the agri-food systems, whether in production, transformation, and even consumption. What we want with this panel is to explore those connections that are sometimes invisible. Sometimes we do not see that what we eat has an impact on the earth and people. So, through a dialogue that we will be constructing today, we can identify those connections that perhaps that allow us to have a more informed way of making decisions. First, we have Priscilla. She is the only woman on our panel. She is an agronomist and works on agroecology at WWF Peru. And from the Peruvian Amazon, she has been leading projects of regenerative livestock together with families that are dedicated to this, with a territorial, practical, and transformative focus. Thank you very much, Priscilla, for being here. We also have Fabian Diaz, who is a physician, the master's in public health, and for more than 50 years he has developed policies, programs, strategies, and projects in health, including food security, as well as territorial planning in health with emphasis in transsectorial work. Currently, he works at the EAN as Health Program Director. Thank you for being here. We also have Andy Jarvis, who has worked for more than 20 years in research for development, supporting food security and environmental sustainability in food systems. He recently joined Bezos Earth Fund as the Director of the Future of Food after many years of working in the Biodiversity SEAT Alliance. Finally, we have Carlos Barragan, who has studies in public policies and has a lot of experience in international diplomacy in the public and private sectors. And currently, since 2023, is the VP of Corporate Affairs for Latin America at Nestle. Thank you very much for being here with us. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us today, for opening yourselves up to this space. To begin our dialogue, going back to what we were discussing before and what we heard from our previous speaker, I wanted to ask very quickly, what reflections come to mind from what he told us, especially regarding the actions that you have been promoting in terms of regeneration at your different entities? Priscilla, maybe we can start with you. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Good morning, everyone. After listening to his presentation, I think about how the impact of agrotoxins are not just reflected on people's health, but also in the health of the territory. We have degraded soil, contaminated waters, and from our work out in the field, we know that human health, is really tied to the health of the landscape and the territory. At Madre de Dios, we work with producer families that have inherited models, conventional models, that deforest, that are highly dependent of chemical inputs, that have pasture monocrops. And one of the main challenges that we have is basically the change of mentality. Regenerating is not just about applying new techniques, but it's about removing those thoughts that are enrooted in which we think, for example, that the more grass, the more production, or that natural is not regenerative. When agricultural and livestock sector families see an increase in productivity or improvements in diets, improvements in animal well-being, that is where we start the regeneration and transformation process and looking at the territory differently. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much, Tatiana. And on behalf of the university, I would like to thank you for this wonderful event, TNC for the invitation, and I would like to greet you on behalf of our director and our vice director and our dean, Jose Alba, who have been on top of this event from the start. At the university, I believe that there's a change in the education that we do with health professionals and health managers. We always think about health as something independent that doesn't exist or it is remote or only happens when I get sick. And when we think about transsectorial work, we have to go out of the box, go out of the university and the hospital to be able to work in a transsectorial manner with everyone and be able to do what Dr. Nicholas Olia is doing, which is saying, stop. Where are we coming together? Where are we getting sick? Where can we have large population impacts and what is the cost of that? Because there is a cost tied to that. Cancer and malnutrition have very high costs. Food insecurity has a very high cost. And I think that that is part of the transformations that we promote from the university with education thought of as administration and management for sustainability. Thank you very much, Fabian. You remind me of the fact that an objective of the dialogue is also for it to be intersectorial, and that is why all of you are here. So, Andy, that same question for you. Well, welcome everyone. Good morning. And the first thing is that after seeing this data, I called my house and my home and said, remove strawberries from my kids' breakfast. But the biggest lesson, and hopefully we'll be able to go more into this during the day, is that all these agrotoxins and pesticides, herbicides that are being used on crops, well, these are producers that are using this not because they are in love with these products or they just want to add more pesticides, but it's because there are challenges. There are many challenges out in the territories, and producers to be able to maintain production, that is what they know how to do. That is what the system promotes. But that's also what works for them and the context that we currently have. So we have to think and we have to go much deeper and look at the alternatives. What are the practices that are alternatives? Many require a lot of knowledge. Many, it might even be riskier. So we have to go deeper into these alternatives, and hopefully we'll be able to see how this works. Thank you very much. Carlos, please. Good morning, everyone. Special greetings to our organizers, for our colleagues, for our friends. Those of you who are here for the first time, go and dance salsa, and those that have already been here, go and eat chontaduro, empanada. This place is a wonderful place, not just to talk about regenerative agriculture, but to be able to visit this wonderful region. This also reminds me of COP16. Those who are here know that this was the place where we held COP16, so it is a very pertinent venue for everything that we have been discussing during these couple of days. The first thing that I must say is that the health of the planet is intrinsically tied to food security, therefore to human health. I have some numbers that you most likely know, but that are worth highlighting for these equation and for this explosive cocktail in the times that we are experiencing. Nowadays, we have 800 million people who live in hunger, so almost 9% of the population in the world. 33% of the surface is degraded. So for 2050, if we continue with these practices, more than 90% will be degraded. On top of this, we have the age of the producers in the world. It goes from 50 to 65 years of age, in some countries, 56. For 2020, we would need to produce 70% more food. And now the soil gives 85% of the food that we consume. And if on top of this we have an additional factor in a country like Colombia, where 80% of the territory of our earth belongs to 1% of the population. So imagine what we are creating, not just in regenerative agriculture, but to be able to offer food for Colombia and the world. At Nestle, we have started talking about regenerative agriculture since 2011. But talking about regenerative agriculture also has to be something attractive for those that practice this form of agriculture, for producers. When we have faced challenges with the producers, we see that changing these practices for those ancestral practices has been complex. So for us to be able to continue discussing this, we have divided the strategy with our partners in 3 fundamental pillars. The first is education, teaching what is regenerative agriculture and ecological agriculture, and start applying these measures in producers. Second, incentives. For those of you who do not know, milk in Colombia, the price is fixed by the Ministry of Culture. And in Nestle, we pay 2 additional premiums due to having sustainable livestock practices. And third, we have what has to do with strategic alliances. Thank you very much, Carlos. And this helps us see what Dr. Nicholas was mentioning and to add different elements in the context of our countries. And also to move forward in the following questions that I would like to go over with each one of you, depending of each one of your areas. And I would like to start with Priscilla, who works directly out in the territories in the Amazon. And we know that in the Amazon there's also high levels of food insecurity and nutritional insecurity, and also great exposure to agrochemicals and agrotoxins. And I would like to ask, from your experience, how are these projects and strategies contributing to improving the health and food of Amazon communities? And if you could maybe give us a special emphasis on women and children, that as we heard from Dr. Nicholas, these are the most affected populations. Thank you, Tatiana. Well, as you mentioned, the Peruvian Amazon region, and specifically Madre de Dios, lies under a context of food insecurity, loss of biodiversity, and constant presence of toxic materials from the producers. So we work under the methodology of field skills, which is that we strengthen capacities and we promote the creation of biomaterials through the principles of agroecology, starting with efficient microorganisms, to be able to reduce chemical inputs and be able to produce food that is healthier and that has a higher biological value. We also incorporate systems that introduce fruit trees, and we manage the farm in a comprehensive manner. But it is also important to involve or recognize the ancestral knowledge of people and rural populations for the production of natural medicine, such as the alternative use of the vermectin, which is one of the products that is used the most in the Amazon. And this way, we're able to contribute for them to create their own medication using all the resources that are available at the farm. And it's not less important to highlight that in all this process, we have involved both young people and women, promoting the generational handover and the performance of women in their role of creating these inputs, the decision about the family diets that are made within this company and these families. So, regenerative livestock does not just improve the farm, but it also restores health and it generates agro-food independence, and the most important thing is that it connects families with their territories and their knowledge. Thank you. Thank you, Priscilla. And I think that connecting with what you're saying of the agro-silvopastoral systems that also combine other elements, I would like to go into Andy's experience, and I would like to tell you that in our other room, Seeds for Change, we also have a presentation and an exhibition of seeds. Do we still have it or not yet? Oh no. Well, we had it yesterday. And our colleagues from the Technological University in Pereira came and showed us all this diversity that we have in Colombia. And well, you've worked on conservation of agrobiodiversity, and we have also seen how these health issues that we face also have to do with our diet. And you've also worked on this in the dietary changes and the behavior of the consumer. So I wanted to ask you, in your experience, what conditions do you see as necessary for this agrobiodiversity that you have worked on and defended can be truly expressed in food systems and at different scales, also the local one? Well, the English person in the panel is always the one that is less likely to speak more than necessary, but that is what I will do. So we go back to a long story. If we look at the last 70 years and what has happened in our system, and we say, okay, there's a study, and now we see how diet and production and consumption has changed throughout decades. And that is what we call a globalized diet. We've come to a globalized diet. And in 1950, what was eaten in Colombia was completely different than what was eaten and consumed in Vietnam. Crops were completely different, and the preparation was completely different. Consumption at home was completely different, and nowadays it's much more homogeneous. So we call it the globalized diet, and that has happened because of many reasons. So the world has opened up, and people travel, people are exposed through TV and social media. They see how other people eat, so there's a lot more understanding at a cultural level. But there's also companies such as Nestle, and there's multinationals that have gone in more and more into all the countries of the world. So products, you can now buy exactly the same product in Vietnam as in Colombia, except that it looks a bit different, but most likely it's exactly the same. So that has been the trend. And what this has led to, or what has led to this is not multinationals, but the consumers. And if you go and survey any country and you ask what defines what you buy, when you're buying a product, what do you see or what do you look at? And regardless of the country, you can just choose any country in the world. Always, number one is cost. If it's expensive, I won't buy it. So cost is number one. Second, following this, something that is also almost equally important, the taste. So taste and cost are the most important things. Then far from that comes, in third place, nutrition, health. So is it good for me or is it bad for me? And even further away, we have sustainability, if it's good for the environment or not. And that is the food economy is based on what consumers dictate on the demand side. And that search guided by cost to lower costs have made us look for the most efficient crops where we can produce at a larger scale, where we can move from one continent to the other, so that what is consumed in any country is just a small percentage that is actually produced in the country. The rest is globalized commodities. So this is the trend that we have had in the last 70 years. What I do where we're talking more and more about health and nutrition. Before we talked about nutrition as a problem in terms of malnutrition and famine that affected some, a minority in most countries, but it was a matter of malnutrition or lack of nutrition. Now there's much more awareness of the fact that it's not a lack of nutrition, but an incorrect nutrition. You're not eating those things that are good for you. And the middle class, which is the majority of the population in most countries, are now doing this. So it is rising. And what we see is that the environment, well, it's coming in fourth and it's still low. People do not make decisions of what to buy at the supermarket based on the environment. But what I see is an inflection point. Governments are more and more concerned about the cost of health, and science and evidence demonstrates that what we eat affects many more things related to health than what we can imagine. So that is a trend that I believe is very important right now and that we really have to work on. And we always look at it connected to the environment, but in reality, in most cases, what is good for you as a person is also good for the planet. If something is produced in a healthy manner, if it's a product that is natural, it is good for the planet. So that is where we are. The only thing, and this is something that I always say to everyone as a group in regenerative agriculture, is what we do have to keep in mind is that it's very easy to go towards we have to produce in an organic manner, we have to produce in a way that is much healthier. But if there's a hectare, a producer has a hectare, and you switch that hectare into a system, whatever it's called, but without that many chemical products and pesticides, in many cases productivity goes down.
So instead of producing 1 ton, perhaps you will be producing 0.8 tons. And in another place in the world, you need to produce those 0.2 tons that were missing. And this is the effect that we can be generating deforestation in the Amazon. And so if we have this agro system so much affecting what happens in other places, depending on what we are doing here, thanks to efficiency and thanks to the increase in productivity in some types of crops, we have not chopped down the whole forest. So it's about balance. It's not one thing or the other. We need to understand it's a complicated system, and pretty much everything we do will have an effect. So it's something that I think is always pressing in the regeneration topic. So if it's more expensive to produce and you're going to produce a less amount, it's a bad business. It's a very difficult model for the economy where people are so concerned about the cost of food. Well, thank you very much, sir. It makes us think about what I wanted to mention in the introduction, and I forgot talking about this interdependence between humans, animals, and the ecosystems that you just mentioned. I think it's precisely that interconnectedness that some international orgs have started to observe and talk about. For example, the One Health approach, the WHO, and you're talking about how to mobilize these changes from the side of consumption. And for that, I would ask Fabian, that works on public health, to continue with this topic. As we can understand that from consumption we can change many things, but now people have access to quality food products, and that regretfully very few of us can't buy something in the supermarket that is labeled organic or regenerative. So from your approach on public health, I would like you to assist us in how to understand this issue of access in the case of Colombia, for example, and what implications it bears in thinking of more healthy food systems, but also that are more fair. Well, thank you. I think that you just elaborated very well on this topic. Food and health are the last concerns when someone's buying food. The first concern is cost. And then we have to talk about the four dimensions that we deal in public health when we talk about food insecurity. There's four dimensions. We say the food needs to be available first, it needs to be accessible second, it needs to be usable third, and it's stable, or you can continuously obtain it, right? And complementing what Dr. Olea was saying, it's not just people being able to have access to the food, but that food is innocuous, you know. And we talk about this topic and we talk about food availability, and we talked about what's happening in Colombia. We will hit a hard cement wall looking at the cancer figures and obesity or overweight figures. Why I'm saying this is because this is a consequence of how we're feeding. And necessarily, when you say less than 1% of the population in Colombia, less than 5 years of age, has acute malnutrition, we say, well, we're not doing so bad. Less than 1% is 0.06%, whatever. But when you go to certain specific departments, you find that it's over 30%, 30. So you see there's an inequality here, and some departments or states are being more affected than others. But let's talk about obesity now. 64% of Colombian adults are overweight or have obesity. I think I'll count myself among those. So how we are feeding and what factors affect curing or obtaining our food and access, and how we can acquire these food products, we can say that 1 out of 3 cancers are preventable, thinking of the way we consume food and just having healthier habits this way. And when we bring this to the dimensions, and you see departments way up north like Guajira state and the North Atlantic coast of Colombia have a serious issue with food security, so they will spend more days without having access to food. To food, you say we have an issue with distribution, we have an issue with the way we're reaching specific regions. And I think that's the most important focus or element that we need to zoom in on in this framework. I think that's the same thing the doctor just mentioned. And we need to, make some people uncomfortable, but we need to talk about how some territories are self-sustainable and self-regenerative, so you don't fall sick or fall ill in the long term. And the public health approach is for this territory to be sustainable in the long term. We need people, and people that don't get sick all the time, and we need to have other things around them. Their environment around them is sustainable. That there's this functioning society with an economy. So there's the environmental, the social. But the way we're consuming food in certain places of our country make populations sicker in the long term, then there's no way for these regions to be sustainable. And we saw this in the pandemic, where certain territories were totally isolated, and it was not just about COVID. Main issue was food. How do I eat? How can I have access to food? And you saw that people pulling out these red flags, walking on the street saying, I need someone to help me. I don't have food. I need someone to help me feed myself. But the issue is on how we're distributing this food. How are we keeping them innocuous or know that they're harmless food products for people? I think there's an important discussion there. I mentioned the state of the most northern state of La Guajira, but then also in Sucre and Cesar, mostly in this Atlantic coast of Colombia, but in the Pacific coast as well, in Choco. And in specific municipalities, we find that in Colombia there's 3 or 4 regions that are prioritized on a worldwide level because of people starving and access to food. Okay? And I had the good fortune, I say, being able to work in one of these regions during my mandatory service as a physician, and people survive with less than 1,000 pesos per day. This is like 25 US dollars, 25 cents, 25 cents of $1 per day. And then to understand that and see how we can deal with each other, how can we talk and deal with the person that is producing, with the people that are transporting those goods, the people that are working on innocuous and safe conditions to preserve that food, but especially in the long term, people not falling sick. Otherwise, there's not going to be a territory that is sustainable. And thank you so much, Fabian, for that. And I think we've made this scenario complicated enough, or at least understanding the challenges and complexity it has, but maybe an outview from a different angle. Ricardo, if you can tell us about the private angle and the difficulties that you find in your company to promote this regeneration approach, that you also consider human health at the center. Well, thank you. The Andy Industrialist Guild refers to one of the greatest challenges that a company can have and do things right, and that is committed with targets in regenerative agriculture. It's part of its value chain, and that challenge is how the final consumer, when he's in front of the supermarket exhibit, is going to pick that product that has no child labor associated to that has regenerative practices, takes care of the environment, how the consumer is going to value that product, and how people in a region are picking up products when they're in front of those exhibits in any supermarket surface. And we see the leaders of sustainability in their position versus the business leaders versus the financial people. How do we talk about a competitive advantage that we can understand? And in the statistics, companies and organizations need to have, whenever that, when they ask them, are you willing to pay more for that product? The answer is all no. But at least it's in their mindset that it's important. So as a company, to obtain a competitive advantage, we need to analyze this. And for the Colombian geography and to understand our regions or territories, with a Nestle company, work with a food bank, doing some food bank activities. We went to that region of North Colombia. For those of you that don't know, the most northernmost state is desert area, and the problem is not having food. You can get the food there. You can have the money in your pocket, but you won't have the access to the food. It's hard to find food available and variety. And when you see how these regions, because of their connectivity or lack of, don't have the possibility to access procuring or obtaining that food, it's even a challenge for the companies to reach that population. And let's call it remote locations in Colombia. Now, another challenge is the waste of food products. That usually in Colombia, it's an average of 10 million tons of food that is thrown away in Colombia per year, and 16% of that in the kitchen, meaning that a lot of, a high percentage is lost in the kitchen itself. So I think for companies like Nestle, it's important to also have a series of standards so that they're binding elements, and today sustainable and also not sustainable financially, but being able to reach all consumers. Presents us with a big challenge in Colombia and Latin America, and that's making field and the agro sector more appealing to youth. I think this is something that we're really focusing on. We see how in some places in Latam there is no population to go and harvest the coffee, or the people picking up coffee are becoming older. Young generations don't want to stay in agro or in the fields, and we need to make the farming more appealing. And thinking of income generation and living conditions that can be more appealing. So I don't want to go spend too much time explaining this, but that takeaway from companies is understanding how, and then understanding if it's a competitive advantage for when a consumer is in front of an exhibit in a supermarket, what product he will pick. And I invite some companies, because so many small companies come to me and say, how do I become sustainable? I'm not sustainable. And we always recommend is to have clear percentages and targets for them to gradually increase and reach their future goal. But in general, this is the biggest challenge that we're facing today as a company. ESG is a competitive advantage, and being able to make this visible, and what we can do from the farm to fork. How can we have sustainability from end to end, farm to fork? Well, thank you so much. I think we still have 10 minutes, or do we? How much time do we have? Because in those 10 minutes, I did want to take some questions from the audience, but I haven't finished yet, so I would ask that let's do at least one question. We need a mic, please. Well, my question's for you, so thank you for bringing the mic for me. But my question is, what is the role that you think your company plays in educating consumers? Well, a hard question for that. My company has its philanthropy component. We're totally separated from Amazon or other things in our ecosystem. It's just a very small philanthropical effort that's separate. I say small, the amount of people that we have, but with a $10 billion commitment to help nature. So what I can say to answer your is that it's never worked very well, and it's been hard to change people's behavior. And I know that there are many things that are bad for me and for my health if I eat. There are other people that your body is a temple, and you only eat good things and put only good things in it. But I eat a lot of bad things as well, and I try to do good for myself. But what I think is about life itself, and it's very important, is about changing the system that we're working. So what we try to focus on is not just about forcing changes in behavior, but changing the system so we can change the regulations, we can change the government programs, we can affect them. In multinationals like Nestle, when they're in open competition, it's very hard to achieve because they just need the cheapest product compared to their competitor. And that is continuously forcing us in the wrong direction. Now, what many companies even are saying now is that if the government has levels out the playing field where we can increase requirements in traceability, for example, but for everybody, and all the companies would do so and answer the consumer that you said is answering that they want that. So it's very hard for one company to pull forward on its own doing this because there's so many environmental and then human health aspects that if they do them, they're not going to be competitive. So we need to have a higher overall playing field that's the same for everybody, and the whole sector can move in this direction. it's going to be more positive for all. And I hope, I mean, I'm, I'm scared I didn't answer your afraid I didn't answer your question, but I don't work with Amazon directly. Now, we launched a Nestle for Healthier Children campaign trying to foster these healthier habits in children. We did it with several universities alongside us, promoting balanced food, drinking more water, doing exercise, and your food always have, raw vegetables. And what we found out is that what even children are telling their parents and how to do a bit more exercise, how to have a more balanced meal, I think is important. And by impacting the schools, I've been 10 years in Nestle. I can say I was just thinking in affordability as a consumer myself. And I think educating consumers is part of what companies today need to include more. And giving consumers what they want as well. I mean, I'm one of those individuals that does bicycling and I'm a high performance athlete, but I know that I need to consume higher amount of sugars when I'm riding my bike. So, so for me as a consumer, and then as a parent, it's about balancing our lifestyles, having that moment for exercise and healthier feeding, but also indulging yourself. Some people say, I want to have a piece of chocolate from this exhibit because I want chocolate. I feel like chocolate right now. I want to have an ice cream. And that's fine, but also have the water, have the fruits, and you can't neglect those either. So that's part of the challenge on how to educate the consumer since a very early age so that we can have a more balanced living. Well, thank you so much. And I think there's time for one more question. Let's just make it a short one, please. I see a hand in the back, on the right there. Well, I just speak a little Spanish. I'm going to do my question in English, and I hope someone can translate for me. Bueno, el año pasado a Nestlé lo acusaron, de hecho, de vender, este es el talco para bebés en algunos países del, digamos, del sur mundial, con un porcentaje de azúcar más alto que muchos de los países en la Unión Europea, porque en la Unión Europea los gobiernos requieren menos contenido de azúcar, perdón, en la fórmula para bebés, en la leche en polvo. So I'm doing the same question about Nestle. So my question is, how can you talk about this sugar content in the baby formulas and powdered milk, uh, specifically about Nestle, where you're not doing this when the law doesn't require you to? Well, I have to say that Nestle is a company that admits, and like any company, I think, that has challenges and has situations and can take corrective measures throughout its history, even if it can hurt the company. Whenever our company sees there's a gap, sees there's an opportunity, it'll always head in that direction of closing that. I think it's part of the DNA of this company. We haven't had only this case, we've had many other issues at a global level. The company has always faced the consumer, has always wanted to develop and provide the consumer what the consumer is demanding. So I think that's one of the situations that the company has always come forward and committed, even after that situation, to improve in as far as universal standards for products such as that. So I would also say that as Nestle, in every market, some of these affiliates work almost like a local company. Yes, they have the same banner internationally, but at a local level, it's associated to the local brands. Sometimes people think that Nestle is from Colombia, or that Klim is from Colombia. Even Milo, people think, or Milo, people think is from Colombia, because they're very entrenched in the society and into consumer habits. But in most countries, people buy 70 of 80% of the raw materials in their own country. Whereas in others, that's not the case. So we need to, when we have these shared spaces and we want to close these gaps and we want to have venues such as this to agree on certain things, the company, I think, has 150 years and knows that to continue with our history, 150 years more, it needs to adapt to these situations and changes that today we're facing in terms of nutrition, health, and well-being to present consumers with what they're requiring today. So now we're no longer a food and beverage company to a nutrition, health, and well-being company. And I think that's always the direction we're following now. So thank you so much for that question. And thank you for your question. We know also that this space could generate some questions, that might generate some conflict or trying to understand situations. But I would just close by saying, or by asking you to give us one phrase that you can give to us when we talk about regeneration and the systemic polycrisis that we've described. And when we're also saying we need to consider so many connections right now and different stakeholders that we need to engage with. And the idea is that this dialogue would let us develop and make that connection between two ideas that I didn't see before. So if I can get one short phrase from you about what new connection are you making talking about food, territory, and health. We can start with Priscilla. Yeah, very quickly, I just want to say that this space has allowed and gives clarity that health starts in our regions and territories, and the way that we produce our food will affect directly the ecosystem and the health of people and in the communities. As far as connections, this has been a learning space for me, a lot of exchange taking place. And I'm leaving with this phrase that regenerating is not just healing bonds, but also reconnecting with people, with the ground, and with the communities. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Well, I think that there would be so many connections that I'm thinking about that are being made, but from the university, I should talk about the university, and of course, is a very nice lesson learned that Dr. Nicolas Olea has given us from EAN University. That's a new connect for me, the academia, specific territories that we can contribute with data for decision making. Thank you so much, Fabian. Well, I really enjoy how the regeneration in human health and health of the planet topic is becoming more and more stronger. And now planetary health we need to focus a lot more on, but it's becoming more common lingo in our discussions. Thank you. I would say that there's only one planet. We have one government, one institutionality, one organization cannot face this at a whole global level. So we need collaborative spaces. We need to talk about co-creation, human joint effort to face the challenges that the planet is presenting us with, but thinking of the planet we want to leave for next generation. So I celebrate occasions like this where there's questions, there's co-creation that can come out of this, and we're all carrying the same flag of returning the planet and thinking of returning to the planet, everything that it's given us so that future generations can enjoy the same. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos, and thank everybody for being here, and you, Priscilla. Now, I think we can close our panel for now, and we can continue with the next session. With that strong applause, we thank Tatiana and our panel members for assisting us in this discussion that during the rest of the day we will continue, as it's such an important topic in regeneration. So thank you very much. You can step down this way. Oh, just a quick picture first, so we can remember this moment. This is Priscilla Pasco Gonzalez from Agro Peru, Gerardo Diaz, Carlos Barragan, and our Jarvis, director from Agroalimentación. And we're talking about the impact of food in our health from the universities and academia ports, and trying to talk about the territories and generate necessary incentives and strategic alliances. And something key that Priscilla mentioned is how do we use that integral management of ancestral knowledge from the Amazon basin communities, but combining that and using it to talk about regeneration. It's about connecting family with the territories, where we insist that the work we do internally and that bond between the land and the territories and the ancestral knowledge is important. I would just give you a couple of recommendations before we go to the coffee break. First is that people that enlisted to have a field trip tomorrow, after we're done here, or you should go to the registration desk, is what I should say, to verify the 3 possible destinations, which one you are enlisted in, and you'll be informed about everything taking place tomorrow. This is for the people that acquired and then paid for this field visits tomorrow. Secondly, you know we have a parallel agenda in room 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, and this one, which is our main room, 2.2, but that will now become the Cultivating Horizons room. We are all invited to lunch today, by the way, so just after the stairs on the 2nd floor, we will greet you. You can have your lunch upstairs, or you can have it downstairs in the patio cafe. So it's going to be at noon. I'm just... we're going to the coffee break. I'm just talking about lunch, so you know you're all covered for lunch today, whether upstairs or on the same level. Also, let me remind you that Paisajes Futuros initiative from the Nature Conservancy is sponsoring this event with UFC and Nestle. We want to thank the Mayor's Office of Cali, Environmental Management Office for hosting us as well. Apidu Marquez, the Coalition for Use of the Land Organization, the FAO, and the Fede Palma, Ecoplaneta, SBX, Colombia, SBX Mexico, the EAN University, WF. So we are on our coffee break right now. It's 15 or 20 minutes, and then we will break up into the rooms that you want to. Remember, this is also one of the smaller rooms that we'll continue in. This now becomes the Cultivating Horizons room. And those of you that have field trips tomorrow, please go to the registration desk when you can, so you can get the best information and confirm that you are on the list. Thank you.
Nos estamos comiendo el futuro. La expansión del modelo convencional de producción de alimentos no solo agota los suelos, amenaza la biodiversidad, contamina el agua, pone en riesgo nuestra salud y debilita el tejido que sostiene la vida, dejando a quienes cultivan nuestra comida cada vez más expuestos a los choques del clima. ¿Podemos alimentar a una población creciente y proteger los ecosistemas que albergan todas las formas de vida a la vez? La tierra y quienes la cuidan nos enseñan que esto no solo es urgente, sino posible. América Latina, la región más biodiversa del planeta y una de las principales despensas de alimentos del mundo, cultiva una respuesta esperanzadora. Aquí creemos en un sistema agroalimentario que regenera el suelo y el bienestar de quienes lo trabajan y dependen de él. Uno que pone el cuidado de la vida en el centro como principio económico, ecológico y social. Pero este cambio no solo ocurre en el campo. También son gobiernos que regeneran desde nuevas políticas públicas, investigadores que conectan la ciencia con los saberes locales, emprendedores, empresas e inversionistas que apuestan por la regeneración como la mejor inversión, y consumidores que conocen el origen de sus alimentos. A todos ellos los convocamos a tejer una red activa que marque el camino. Entendimos que regenerar es restaurar la vida en los espacios donde se ha perdido y generar condiciones para que vuelva a florecer, una y otra vez, desde el microorganismo en el suelo hasta las semillas más diversas, desde el árbol nativo hasta los animales que se refugian en sus ramas, desde las fincas que restauran hasta los territorios que se conectan, desde los empresarios hasta los consumidores. Ese es un paisaje futuro que cuida la vida de punta a punta, donde la agricultura y la ganadería no son antagonistas de la naturaleza, sino aliadas de su conservación. Somos Paisajes Futuros, una red que impulsa la regeneración agrícola en América Latina, a través de alianzas que restauran la vida, el suelo, la economía y los alimentos. Juntos regeneramos el campo de América Latina. Súmate.
Regeneración en Acción es una plataforma que une personas y organizaciones interesadas en la regeneración con el objetivo de escalar y fortalecer su impacto. ¿Qué es la regeneración? Se trata de crear las condiciones para que la vida vuelva a los lugares de los que se fue y restaurar la capacidad de prosperar de manera continua. En la plataforma tendrás cursos en línea, cápsulas de conocimiento, ejemplos inspiradores de cómo vincularte y la posibilidad de conectarte con más personas y organizaciones. No olvides que es completamente gratuita, abierta, en español y lo mejor, siempre estará a un clic de distancia. Regeneración en Acción es el espacio para compartir conocimientos y prácticas que incentiven e inspiren la conciencia regenerativa del planeta. Únete y haz parte en regeneracionenacción.org.
A lo largo del tiempo, los seres humanos se han enfrentado a muchas cuestiones importantes, pero hay una que ha estado con nosotros desde el principio. ¿Qué hay de cenar? La respuesta va más allá de nuestros platos. La comida moldea nuestras culturas, nuestras economías, incluso a nuestro planeta, pero no siempre de forma positiva. Muchos de nuestros métodos actuales de producción, en realidad, están dañando la naturaleza, lo que a su vez perjudica nuestra capacidad para seguir cultivando alimentos en el futuro. Pero no tiene por qué ser así. Podemos producir alimentos de maneras sustentables para el planeta. Ese es el punto detrás de los sistemas alimentarios regenerativos. Producir alimentos de manera que no solo eviten daños, sino que restauren activamente la naturaleza y reviertan parte de nuestro daño al planeta. Ampliemos la lente y miremos las cosas desde una perspectiva más amplia. ¿Cómo se conecta todo? Desde los microbios más pequeños que enriquecen el suelo, hasta los campos, granjas, pesquerías y toda la cadena de actores diseñada para llevar comida a nuestras mesas. No somos nosotros y la naturaleza. Todos somos parte del mismo sistema. Pero este sistema necesita una transformación con urgencia. Los sistemas alimentarios regenerativos ayudan a los agricultores, pescadores y ganaderos de todo el mundo a restaurar la naturaleza haciendo lo que mejor saben hacer: proporcionar comida a las personas. ¿Cómo es esto posible? En la Tierra, Usar cultivos de cobertura entre cosechas o plantar cultivos sin labrar la tierra ayuda a restaurar la compleja biología del suelo con el que las granjas deben contar para poder producir alimentos durante muchos años. ¿Sabes qué más hace? Reduce las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y la contaminación del agua. En el mar, la acuicultura, la práctica de cultivar alimentos en el agua, puede ser una verdadera estrategia ganadora cuando se hace bien. Pensemos en las ostras. Ni siquiera hay que alimentarlas. Obtienen sus nutrientes filtrando el agua. Y así, mejoran la calidad de su entorno a medida que se alimentan. ¿Y las algas? Almacenan carbono y ayudan a combatir el cambio climático sin siquiera salir del lecho marino. Y aunque estos términos pueden ser nuevos, los métodos no lo son. Los pueblos indígenas han utilizado muchas de estas prácticas de sustento durante miles de años. Y eso es solo una gota en el océano de posibilidades que los sistemas alimentarios regenerativos pueden ofrecer, a medida que protegen activamente la diversidad, que hace que la comida sea mucho más que solo comer y que el cultivo sea mucho más que solo producir. Ahora, debemos enfrentar una elección, una que va más allá de nuestra cena diaria. ¿Vamos a quedarnos con nuestro menú actual o le ofreceremos a la naturaleza un lugar en la mesa?
Observa lo que importa. La tradición de montar en bicicleta con tus hijos. El partido con tus compañeros de la universidad. La muñeca de trapo que te regalaron a los 2 años. Los cafés con tu mamá y los almuerzos con tus abuelos. También las caminatas en las que reflexionas, ¿y ahora qué? Y la llamada de cumpleaños a un amigo que nunca ves. Tienes un impulso natural a cuidar lo importante porque sí. Nuestra naturaleza es conservar. Nuestra esperanza para la naturaleza es que ese impulso natural por conservar lo que amas en tu vida pueda convertirse en acciones para conservar lo que todos amamos. Y eso que amamos y nos da vida, a veces lo conocemos como páramo, sabana, bosque o fuentes hídricas. Tenemos tanto por conservar que le hablamos a tu naturaleza por conservar. Esperanza para la naturaleza. The Nature Conservancy.
Me gusta el Chaco porque nosotros sentimos como una casa ahora. Y es por ese motivo nosotros queremos conservarlo, porque es muy importante.
El Chaco es una de las ecorregiones más importantes del mundo, es uno de los bosques secos más grandes e importantes de Latinoamérica y tiene una biodiversidad increíble y un suelo muy frágil.
El cuidado del bosque es muy importante, es en parte de nuestra cultura también. Anteriormente nuestros abuelos sabían perfectamente cuidar eso.
Sí es posible conservar y producir a la vez, que sea un trabajo conjunto. Por eso creemos muy importante que las ONG nos apoyen en esta visión, una visión que une, no separar el productor del conservador, si el productor es el que conserva.
Se puede producir la misma cantidad, el volumen o inclusive más, intensificando métodos, innovando sin tener que talar más árboles o sin tener que convertir tierras naturales en pasturas.
Tenemos que construir alianzas. Estamos trabajando con el sector productivo, con nuestros colegas en Estados Unidos y en Europa, con el mercado, trabajando con el sector financiero, tanto aquí en Paraguay como en otros países en donde están facilitando este desarrollo en Paraguay.
Estoy muy contento, ¿verdad?, de que la visión cambió, que haya una visión positiva de cómo hacer bien las cosas. O sea, me encanta la idea de esta alianza y sacar lo positivo de lo que uno hace.
El Chaco no tiene receta y tiene todo un reto de poder vivir en él, por él y con él.
Queremos ayudar a las empresas a lograr sus objetivos, donde el desafío es lograr que trabajemos juntos, nosotros como organización ambientalista, los productores, las empresas y principalmente la gente que vive en el Chaco.
Bueno, en este momento me encuentro con Martina Klum y quiero empezar preguntándote cuáles son esas alianzas de cooperación que tiene Alemania en este momento con Colombia en pro de la regeneración.
Muchas gracias. Atinada pregunta. Estoy contenta de estar aquí junto con mi consejera de cooperación. Hemos inaugurado el evento del día de hoy. Soy la embajadora de Alemania. Pues Alemania tiene un muy amplio portafolio con Colombia en temas de cambio climático y reconversión energética justa. Y en ese contexto también la biodiversidad entra. Estuvimos aquí en Cali la última vez en un muy gran despliegue con más de 60 personas en la COP16 y pues son muchísimos los proyectos que existen. Hoy nos reúne aquí una cumbre, un encuentro que organizó The Nature Conservancy, que es una organización con base en ese proyecto en diferentes países de América, entre ellos Colombia. Y tratamos el tema de cómo pueden coexistir de manera amigable y mutuamente provechosa la ganadería y la protección del ambiente, la reforestación, la recuperación de suelos, y es un tema que aquí en el Valle del Cauca es muy pertinente.
Y quiero que me cuentes entonces justamente por qué es importante que se den estas alianzas entre los diferentes países.
Porque cada país tiene sus especificidades. Colombia es un país mega diverso, biodiverso, y hay posibilidades de aprendimiento mutuo, de investigación mutua, de aplicar experiencias comúnmente trabajadas, logradas. Aquí tuve la oportunidad de visitar cerca de aquí, del centro de convenciones en otoño, una maravillosa finca donde han empezado a recuperar terreno y cazar la ganadería y la agricultura de una forma muy mutuamente amigable. Y pues esos son ejemplos que también nos aportan a nosotros y aquí aportan para ser pues desplegados en otros países de América, de misma u otra zona climática. Entonces es un ganar-ganar.
Muchas gracias, Martina.
Sí, de nada.
En este momento me encuentro con Paula Caballero, directora ejecutiva regional para América Latina de Nature Conservancy. Quiero preguntarte, ¿qué es lo que te inspira del movimiento regenerativo de América Latina?
Muchas gracias. América Latina es de importancia planetaria. Lo que ocurra o no ocurra, o la manera como ocurre en América Latina, tiene un significado para el planeta, porque nosotros albergamos la mayor biodiversidad. 2 de 3 cada gotas de agua en el mundo provienen de América Latina y somos una gran despensa mundial. Y lo que me inspira y lo que me emociona es que la agricultura y la ganadería regenerativas ofrecen un gana-gana, que podemos proteger, crecer ese capital natural tan increíble que tiene la región para lograr una mayor productividad, una mayor seguridad alimentaria, que es bueno para nuestra economía y bueno para la sociedad. O sea que la agricultura regenerativa nos genera el triple gana de beneficios ambientales, sociales y económicos. Es una apuesta a futuro.
Bueno, y en ese mismo orden de ideas, ¿por qué es importante que América Latina lidere la regeneración?
América Latina actualmente representa más o menos el 25% de las exportaciones globales de productos agropecuarios y de pesca. Y esa participación en los mercados globales va a crecer y va a seguir creciendo, es una demanda exponencial. Entonces es fundamental que América Latina pueda hacer una transición a un sector agropecuario muchísimo más sostenible, de manera tal que podamos responder a esa creciente demanda, que son oportunidades para nuestros productores, para la economía, pero que lo hagamos de una manera que podamos proteger y crecer el capital natural. Entonces, lo que digo, lo que ocurre en América Latina es importante para el planeta y si lo hacemos bien, estamos garantizando una resiliencia, una mejor capacidad económica y por lo tanto una mayor resiliencia social para las economías y para nuestros pueblos a lo largo de toda esta maravillosa región.
Muchas gracias, Paola.
Gracias.
Bueno, en este momento me encuentro con Mauricio Castro, director de Agricultura y Ganadería Regenerativa de Nexture Conservancy. Quiero preguntarte, ¿cuál es esa idea clave que quieres que las personas quienes te escuchen aquí en el Summit se lleven?
Gracias. Yo creo que la idea clave que queremos compartir aquí es de las 3 ideas que expuse esta mañana. Vamos a recoger una es el tema de colaboración. Esta transición de la agricultura convencional a la agricultura regenerativa nos necesita a todos, desde los que consumimos, a los que trabajamos en el campo, los que manejamos empresas, los que creamos políticas, los que tenemos mercados, todos que estamos en esta cadena de producción alimenticia. Es importante que trabajemos mancomunadamente en esa transición. Entonces esa idea la quiero dejar muy clara, es un proceso que toma tiempo, son procesos de transición, pero que después van a dar beneficios ambientales y sociales y económicos muy importantes en el camino.
¿Y por qué es urgente hablar de regeneración en estos momentos?
Es un tema urgente ahora, pero siempre ha sido importante. Para que entendamos el tema, la agricultura necesita de recursos, agua, un suelo sano, ¿no? Un suelo fértil, diferentes elementos. El 80% del agua potable que tenemos en el planeta se dedica a la agricultura, 70-80%. Entonces, la regeneración es importante. Esos elementos, esos recursos tienen que ser regenerados. De los que depende la agricultura y la ganadería, son ciclos. Entonces, es el tema de regeneración, de que vuelvan a estar disponibles, que sean cuidados, que estén allí, y eso tiene que ver con todo. La biodiversidad también que está en esos paisajes tiene que ser protegida, hay que restaurar terrenos que han sido perdidos, que son importantes para la conservación. Entonces, el tema de regeneración es exactamente eso. Los recursos que necesitamos para la producción, para nuestras actividades, tienen que volverse a poner en un estado tal que puedan seguir con vida, ¿no? Como dije al final aquí, que es la esencia, digamos, de la regeneración.
Listo, Mauricio, muchísimas gracias. Bueno, en este momento me encuentro con Pablo Titonel, investigador del CONICET. Quiero empezar a preguntarte cuáles son esos paradigmas que tenemos que transformar en pro de la regeneración.
Pues es una pregunta bastante oportuna porque en realidad hay muchos paradigmas que de alguna forma proponen un desafío a la expansión de la agricultura regenerativa. En la agricultura regenerativa tenemos muchos pioneros, muchos ejemplos interesantes. Vamos a internet y encontramos un montón de ejemplos muy inspiradores, pero es muy difícil pasar de ese ejemplo puntual a algo que sea, digamos, más divulgado y más amplio, ¿verdad? Entonces, el primer paradigma es tratar de vencer esta idea del no se puede, ¿sí? El primer paradigma es este impedimento que tenemos, que a veces es psicológico y que a veces es social y que a veces no es simplemente espontáneo, sino que está construido sobre el hecho de que no se puede, de que no es viable, ¿verdad? Fíjate que, por ejemplo, cuando hablamos de agricultura regenerativa, de agroecología, enseguida nos preguntan si es rentable o no es rentable. Sin embargo, cuando uno habla de otras tecnologías, OGM, por ejemplo, nadie le pregunta a quien las presenta si son rentables o no. Entonces siempre tenemos este estigma sobre las alternativas que se presentan como algo que no es viable y en realidad sí son viables, se puede. Ese es el primer paradigma que hay que vencer. El otro paradigma es la forma en que nos alimentamos, ¿sí? El paradigma que está dictado por el sistema alimentario global. Si nosotros queremos seguir consumiendo alimentos que representen cada vez una menor parte de nuestros ingresos, es decir, que no vemos a la alimentación como una inversión en nuestra salud, sino que la vemos como un gasto, bueno, ahí tenemos un problema, porque entonces 20 centavos más en el precio de un producto regenerativo nos parece muy caro comparado con un producto no regenerativo. Entonces ahí también hay algo que hay que cambiarlo, hay que cambiar nuestros hábitos, ¿no? Hay que pensar un poquito en la dieta, hay que pensar en cómo nutrirnos mejor y para eso tenemos la oferta que nos produce la agricultura regenerativa. Ahora, si vamos a alimentarnos de comida procesada de un supermercado, bueno, ahí va a ser muy difícil que el regenerativo avance. Y por último tenemos las políticas públicas, ¿no? Vemos que las políticas de fomento, a veces bien intencionadas, de fomento agrícola, terminan promoviendo tecnologías que no son las adecuadas, aunque lo hagan con muy buenas intenciones, ¿sí? Entonces también generar esos diálogos con el sector político para que nos acompañen en esa expansión de la agricultura regenerativa es muy, muy importante como paradigma a vencer.
Bueno, retomando tu última intervención, quiero hablar pues sobre las políticas públicas. ¿Cuáles son esas
Buenos
políticas que
días,
son
invitamos
necesarias,
a todos de nuevo a ingresar al salón
o
plenaria.
crearlas
Vamos a
para
continuar
impulsar
con las
esta
conferencias. Muchas gracias.
Pues mira, son muchas, ¿sí? Algunas tienen que, y depende del contexto, depende del país, algunas tienen que ver con el acceso a la tierra y a los recursos. Por ejemplo, hoy por hoy es muy difícil para los jóvenes acceder a la tierra, a pesar de que puedan tener ideas muy, muy interesantes a desarrollar, no tienen los medios, no tienen los recursos y no hay políticas que les permitan ingresar o que les faciliten ese ingreso. En otros casos, en otras partes del mundo, por ejemplo, en mi país, en Argentina, hay un problema con el arrendamiento de las tierras, grandes compañías que arriendan las tierras de los productores y producen en ellas unos años y luego ya las dejan cuando ya no son productivas. Bueno, eso es algo que también las políticas públicas tienen que regular, ¿sí? Entonces, creo que ahí, según el contexto, según el país, hay muchas políticas que son necesarias, tanto para...
Seguimos en nuestro segundo día del Summit Regeneradores, el encuentro de agricultura y ganadería por un futuro regenerativo. Invito a las personas que están en la puerta para que puedan seguir, los que estamos aquí para que ya si tienen el celular, ponerlo por favor en modo silencio o modo avión, porque vamos a empezar con nuestro panel con el que vamos a finalizar esta mañana. Ustedes saben que seguimos en la tarde, todo el día estaremos en ponencias, conferencias paralelas y discusiones. Y estamos haciendo esta siembra de ideas, regenerando este presente y construyendo para que este futuro pues nos dé el fruto que deseamos. Vamos con un panel muy importante en este salón que es Cultivando Horizontes y tiene que ver, ustedes saben que siempre estamos haciendo como una ruta, ¿no? Entonces primero estuvimos con el doctor Olea, después este panel en esta discusión de lo que pasa en los territorios, de lo que pasa en la universidad, de la agricultura, la agroecología, la relación con los agroquímicos y cómo disminuir esto. Y ahora vamos a hacer como cuáles son esa escala de estrategias regenerativas para las iniciativas de paisaje. Escalando estrategias regenerativas a través de las iniciativas de paisaje para poder regenerar. En este espacio vamos a mirar esa estrategia desde lo territorial, desde distintos lugares del mundo, nos van a compartir iniciativas de paisaje y cómo esto se...
An impact and regeneration starts occurring in different levels. We now have a panel with our moderator, and we'll continue discussing all these important topics at our summit. Today, we have our guests from TNC, Vivian Ochoa Cardona. Big round of applause. Katie Webster and Vivian Ochoa. Also, the gentleman who will be joining us, Orlando Forestieri, from the Chamber of Commerce of Casanare. Walter Mioni from Argentina, TNC Argentina. Walter, welcome. We also have Silvana Sampaso from Argentina, Foundation Gran Chaco, and Silvina Sampastu. And joining Orlando, Walter, and Silvina, we have Pilar Lozano Rivera from TNC Latin America. Big round of applause for her as well. Pilar, the floor is all yours to show us how these regenerative strategies are scaled up through the initiatives. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. First, I will ask you to please come a bit closer so that we can feel more like in a family, those who are sitting in the back, who are standing in the back, and we can be a little bit more together in this very large space. Thank you. The purpose of this panel is to share experiences and learnings about a specific strategy that we're promoting in TNC and the Nature Conservancy, and it's based on a landscape vision. It is a global initiative that today we have 2 cases in Latin America, one in Argentina in Gran Chaco, and another in Colombia, in the Orinoquia. So we would like to share with you challenges in the implementation of this strategy and which are those proposals that we have to scale up these initiatives of regenerative agriculture, but with a point of view of the landscape. So we call it foodscape. So you'll see throughout the presentation, you'll be hearing this word, foodscape, and for us the translation is paisajes bioalimentarios. But that's really what it is. how we see this proposal of scale up through this point of view. So I'll briefly introduce our panelists. Katie Webster. She is our lead of impact implementation in TNC. Katie supports the Safe Foodcapes portfolio in Colombia, Argentina, India, and the US for the design and scale up and the transformation of these agri-food systems. And she lives in Mexico City. We also have Vivian Ochoa, who is a specialist in conservation of productive landscapes of TNC Colombia. Vivian is a marine biologist. She has a master's in the use of biodiversity resources, and currently she is the manager of the Foodscape Orinoquia strategy. She's worked in different regions of Colombia, Costa Rica, Panama, and Ecuador. We also have Orlando Forestieri Perez. Orlando is the cluster manager of sustainable livestock. He is a consultant for the development of supply chains. He is the implementator of cluster initiatives, and he is also partner of the Foodscape Orinoquia program. We also have Silvina Sampastu. She is the executive director of the Gran Chaco Foundation, and she has 19 years of experience in processes of local development. She has dedicated to strengthening processes of comprehensive development of indigenous peoples and peasants in the Gran Chaco region, starting from the evaluation of territories and biodiversity. The Gran Chaco Foundation is a key partner in the implementation of Foodscape in Gran Chaco. And Walter Mioni is also joining us, and he is the consultant of public affairs and policies of TNC Argentina. He is a lawyer. He is in the thesis of the master's, and he also has studies in environmental law. He has worked with NGOs and international cooperation agencies. And Walter has broad experience in international projects funded by cooperation with the European Union in Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay. And he is the leader of public policy for the implementation of Foodscape in El Chaco. I'll tell you a bit of what this dynamic will be and how we will be holding this panel, which will be a little bit different than other panels that we have seen, that we saw yesterday and today. And first of all, we will look at a short presentation so that we can all understand the context of this proposal. Katie, Liam, and Walter will be briefly explaining what is the strategy and which are the mechanisms and the proposals for change that we have in each one of these areas. And then we will have a Q&A session for each of the panelists. We hope that at the end we'll be able to have the chance to hear questions from our audience. So I invite Katie to start off the presentation, and then we will continue with the rest. Hello, good morning, everyone. I will share a bit of context about our global strategy of regenerative foodscapes. In Spanish, it would be Paisajes Agroalimentarios Regenerativos, but that's a very long sentence, so I'll just call it foodscapes. And I hope that you can forgive my Spanglish. I will also talk a bit about the relationship with our strategies of the teams in Orinoquia and Chaco that we have here represented, and also how we think about the scale-up methodology. Very well, I'll start with the vision of an agri-food system that we are trying to obtain. I think that all of us here think that we can transform the way in which we produce food to benefit both people as well as nature. And what do we mean by this? We want to improve the way that terrestrial and water ecosystems are managed. We also want to restore the habitat and the species that depend of those ecosystems. We want to mitigate emissions of greenhouse effect gases and also improve the adaptation of people and productive systems that have already been impacted due to climate change. And also thinking about people, we want to improve the economic and social opportunities of the producers, perhaps through better income or through better participation in decision making. But this system has to work for people, communities, and nature. I got too far ahead. There we go. So how will we be able to get to that vision? Regenerative practices are a fundamental part, clearly, but that is not the end of the story. We have to think about the context where we are, considering all the markets in terms of culture, financial mechanisms that exist, policies, and that is where Foodscape comes in. Foodscape creates a bridge between the farms and the larger food systems. And the idea is that Foodscape, as a landscape initiative, can bring together all the stakeholders in a common vision and also looks for solutions that create a linked environment through the development of capacities, through policies, through financial mechanisms, etc., to be able to take us to the system that we wish. And we also see these foodscapes as live laboratories to test and scale up new models. And as we learn and share, we can reach a more regenerative global system. So where do we have our foodscapes currently? The foodscape strategy in TNC began in 2021, and now we have 6, 2 in Latin America, in Colombia, Orinoquia, and Argentina, and Gran Chaco. We also have 2 in North America, in the Midwest, Upper Mississippi River Basin, and also in Chesapeake Bay, and the Atlantic coast. And we have one in India and in Kenya, Central Highland, at the center of the country. We have 3 pillars of the global strategy. First, we have the portfolio that I just mentioned, which includes the 5 foodscapes where the idea is to generate adherence, both in agronomy practices as well as in the incentive models that can promote the change in behavior when adopting these practices. And the idea is to start generating these foundations in these places. Then we have 2 strategies for scaling up. The first is the facility, which is a new initiative that we are launching now. And the idea is to take what we're learning and the portfolio in these live laboratories into landscape initiatives beyond the 6 that we have in the portfolio. The idea is to find solutions that can be actionable, so to try to catalyze capital in other geographies. And at the end, we have the influence strategy, and this is about going a bit further than what we're doing in local contexts and work to be able to do the mainstreaming of everything that we're learning. To incorporate our learnings in global norms and institutions, for example, working with multinational corporations to be able to find commitments of sourcing that is regenerative, and to work on the standards. And also to try to find tools of pilot finance that work with NDCs in terms of policies. So all this has a bit of a broader vision, but it still has its base in this work that we do, which is very place-based in our portfolio. Now, I will go to Vivian so that she can talk to us a bit more about what has been done in Argentina. Thank you very much, Katie. You have already explained the larger context of this initiative or this strategy, and I will tell you a bit of what we have in Colombia, which is the Orinoquia Foodscape. To start off, well, this is a very brief presentation where I would like to tell you why we're working in the Orinoquia and why our foodscape is located here. And as you can see, the Orinoquia is very important because of different reasons. One of them, and one of those things that TNC is very committed to, is the conservation of this landscape. Orinoquia is located, as you can see on the map, it has a strategic location, and it's that connection point between the Colombian Andes and the Amazon. There is a lot of important water resources, important even for food biosystems. It has 48% of the wetlands of the country, and I have other important numbers. It is also a very diverse region. There is mega diversity here. An example of this is all the endemic species that we have that are just located here. They're not present anywhere else in the world. And you probably know that Colombia is the first place in terms of bird biodiversity. And in Orinoquia, we have half of these birds. And how to forget the cultural importance? Yesterday, you were present at the panel of the cluster, so the relationship between livestock and the culture in this area. These riders who always have a relationship with the field and their cattle, that's very important, as well as multiculturality of indigenous people that is present is also incredible. And we also wanted to show the three main drivers or threats that are also part of the biofood systems, which is rice. 53% of national rice is produced in the Orinoquia, 28% in livestock, and 48% bread. These are the main focus points that we will be working on. So how will we work on this? This panel will talk about scalability, what things we can do to make them much larger in the future. So for scientific evidence. So as Katie says, we are a science-based organization. So we take this scientific information plus ancestral knowledge that is part of all this to be able to know the benefits and the impacts, both economic, social, environmental, of the practices that are regenerative. We also work on promoting and incentivizing different regenerative models that can also help in that movement towards regeneration of those chains that I was mentioning. Another point is capacity strengthening. We have different profiles, different focuses, different approaches, and each one has different needs, considering the different links, production, trade. So we need from the governments, local governments also, we need for them to know how we can do this transition and what is the best way to do this. Another very important point that we have detected is to promote or design financial tools and environmental economic incentives that can help all these chains, producers in different parts of the chain, to be able to move on towards these regenerative practices. The multi-stakeholder alliances, as I was saying, for those who were present at the cluster panel yesterday, we talked about how it is important to work in the territories with the people there, how to come together to be able to achieve the scalability of all these chains that are present. And finally, and not least important, we have the effect on public policy tools. We want to have some sort of advocacy effect and be able to help in sectorial planning. As you know, for example, rice and palm are sectors that have been growing, and we would like to help them and say, look, these areas are very important for conservation. These areas we want to preserve just like they are. And these strategies have the intention of helping us preserve this landscape, continue using biodiversity in a sustainable or regenerative manner, and maintain these systems. And how have we moved forward? What have we done? It might sound as very theoretical, but in practice, what are we doing? Once again, we have the clusters that I mentioned, so we start working with the three aspects: livestock, palm, and rice, and tourism, that are all associated to these foodscapes. We're working with companies that are transitioning towards regenerative practices, but not one-to-one. We see that one of the best ways is through productivity networks of large companies, and how through one important point we're able to get to many more producers. Also, we have the design, promotion, and implementation of economic incentives and financial tools where we can have payment for environmental services, all these issues that are currently trending and that we want to have some sort of effect on, to be able to promote it and work on it. And finally, we have capacity strengthening that I already mentioned, which has to be differentiated through the different sectors or the different stakeholders, and through different strategies that I will be discussing later on. Thank you very much. I apologize for my voice. These temperature changes have affected me a bit.
Thank you for inviting me. And just like anybody here, believe I'm representing a much larger team behind me that's working on the ground. And I just have to synthesize the processes and contributions that are valuable, but also very complex. And I'm going to try and use the Q&A section for any clarity you might require. As this is a global strategy being implemented in several locations, so many of the aspects you can describe can be repeated in other places. In the case of the Great Chaco region, we have this iconic location in Argentina. I call the iconic site of the Chaco in Argentina, because the larger, or Great Chaco is the largest dry forest in the world. And in Argentina, it's only about 30 million hectares within that country and inhabited by 6 million people. Men, women, and original communities. There's 22 original peoples with their own language, with their own culture, and governance systems. And what has taken place since the beginning of the century is a situation that I would just summarize in one word, and that's complexity. It's a social, environmental, high complexity leading to high conflict situations from the models that are disputing or fighting between themselves as models to dominate in this region. Landscape, of course, is part of the result of these conflicts that we need to deal with and understand for each territory. And I say it's a complex situation because the Great Chaco that Argentina shares with Bolivia, Paraguay, and Brazil as its neighbors has been subject to a series of agrarian frontier advancing and advancing and pushing forward that has led to the loss of enormous extensions of forest and the loss of so many habitats for biodiversity as a consequence. This is a scenario that the TNC team had to face and understand, and thankfully this was one of the places chosen. I say this is virtuous random allocation of places led us to this great place. It's been over 25 years work so that you can follow up on the evolution, but I would highlight Silvina and her organization, and on her behalf, many others that are our strategic partners in these territories. Alliance without which this would be impossible to solve some of the complexity. Now I tried to include in my presentation an archetype system to present things, and for questions, Q&A, I would leave some of the examples that we can show as representative of each policy model that we can follow. So we were saying that in the Chaco region we have enormous variety of environmental issues. Talking about producing technologies, there's water, scarcity, thermal effects that make it very vulnerable to the climate change, and we know that the loss of the forest cover led to a great degree of degradation. There's also social vulnerability indexes that are super high. And on the other hand, this brings with it the challenge with access to new technologies and information and understanding how to study productivity. It's so variable, the yield that you can obtain here. And social political effects are also present. High conflict between the predominant economic models that are trying to predominate in the region, and low political representation combined with this state state absence in this area. And when there is state actions, there lack coordination with to have long-lasting effect. And we were saying TNC, being a science-based organization, has chosen as its approach putting together a group of researchers that builds an archetype methodology associated to the use of land in tropical forests that they could bring from many other places on Earth, and we've prioritized 7 of those archetypes, and for the moment we're using 4 of these approaches, 3 of them having to do with cattle farming and 1 with extensive agriculture. Now, in El Chaco, you cannot think of El Chaco region without the ancestral cattle raising. It's part of the culture here. It's also accountable for a great portion of its problems. So we will deal with cattle farming issues all the way from to capitalized farmers and verification of the feedlots and other models to verify cattle growth and evolution. And the other type of cattle farming, which are implementing animal management under forest coverage. So those 3 cattle farming models are coexisting in El Chaco, and one strategy to scale this up is to be a part of the productive chain that is a virtuous circle and includes cattle farming, considering in the one that's in the forest cattle raising. We developed a model called the regenerative calf, and this is a model for the breeding that we can have with medium and larger producers so that the marketing is left in that part of the chain directly. We have interesting success cases that are working with companies that are already interested in supplying themselves from this business model that's being tested. And finally, we have the last archetype, which is industrialized agriculture. That was the main driver for deforestation in El Chaco. It's a very challenging archetype as there is the space to introduce some regenerative management, but that is slim. But in however much or however little we can introduce this, there are other complementing strategies with the financial incentives and working with public banking and the private banking as well, and the financial organizations that can assist us. And we have models under discussion with all of them for the transition. For the transition using public policies that I will include in the examples we provide. Besides that, I would talk about the alliances, and I'm going to call it the partner model that we can use to establish dialogues and build bridges with pretty much any stakeholder in this territory in a very short time. A very active team and effective in this engagement with the stakeholders, which I think are the best expectations that we have are thanks to this. And this slide I wanted to show in the political discussion, and so I'll just show them right now, because this is the main political and regulatory tool that we have in Argentina, which is the native forest tool. That establishes payment for environmental services, considering all the forest areas divided in three: high value, medium value, and low value forest areas in Argentina. High value ones had up to 11 million hectares, and you cannot carry out any type of productive activity there. The ones in yellow, which are medium value, and it's about 32 million hectares there. And there's where our strongest focus in on cattle farming and being able to combine this with the cattle raising with the forest. So there's no deforestation. And then the green areas that allow for agriculture and greater projects where we can change the use of land over time, and that we see these areas can allow for this. And this next slide is a platform called VISEC, and VISEC or VISEC, and all those logos you see there of different companies are the conglomerate that has been, engaged with by TNC. We thank the three of you. I think we have a great context for us to start thinking about a strategy for foodscape in Argentina and Colombia. Now I want to open up for Q&A. I will skip one question on account of time, and I want to start with Katie and this question. Katie, if you may, I think you've shown us in your presentation what is the proposal for those engine catalyzers for foodscape at an industrial level. How do you see that in the short and long term? Well, the first thing when we think about success in the medium term, for example, is to have evidence behind this. We're thinking so much about how to generate the best evidence, not just in the ecological dimension, but then considering the economic and productive and social dimensions as well. All of them need to be accounted for so that in a new model that will provide incentives for it to be effective and have effective adoption, we want to make very tangible these benefits and play around with new models that can portray these in the best way. And I think in the midterm, we're working on new tools to assist in these foodscapes, which are the regional foodscapes, and then landscape initiatives, like one called Ag Evidence. It's like a platform that lets you, for a specific contest, be able to visualize these practices and what are the benefits behind it, if there are any that can be shown. So productivity and the use of water and other factors can be shown and understand which one is the most impacting one. Hence, this type of tool is what we want to develop even further. And then thinking of other models that want to have incentives and want to show these incentives, there's been interesting examples around the world. One in the upper Mississippi area in the US, they're thinking about building a new insurance product for today, the oats, because it's a diversified product with many potential impacts, but the barrier is always the risk associated to it. Then in Kenya, we've got a credit mechanism that has let us see how to bind the credit score for a product with the adoption of regenerative climate smart practices. So we expect to have some steady cases that we can show off to be able to take them to different geographies. And the facility I mentioned is going to be a key initiative to be able to take these learnings to other locations. And in the long term, the way we define success, well, I would say it's about changing our business as usual and valuing nature and giving greater worth to the ecosystemic and interactions and associate a social value to the so the promoters or the stewards of our lands and water resources are compensated for all the work they do taking care of it. Thank you so much, Katie. I think a proposal from this global foodscape is quite interesting. It's about testing solutions, and those solutions, be able to escalate them through a facility like the one you mentioned. And with that comment, Orlando and Silvina, I would like to ask you, thinking of this role of the partners that are closest on the ground and closer to the communities becomes critical in this transition towards regenerative systems. So I would ask the both of you if you can tell us about the role you're carrying out in the territories when implementing a strategy like this. And what are the main challenges, or just give us one of the main challenges, the key one that you are facing. And if you would prioritize one action, what would that be? Well, thank you so much, Pilar and TNC for the invite. Because Fundación Gran Chaco is the one implementing the Paisajes Futuros, or Future Landscapes initiative in Argentina. As Gran Chaco org, we've been over 20 years implementing initiatives that increase the income of producers or farmers, giving value to traditional activities, but also preserving our native forest. So there's where we have the announcement between TNC and Future Landscapes to generate knowledge that makes our Chaco productive models more sustainable and with a regenerative approach. For that, we're implementing 9 demonstrative sites based on 4 productive chains, which are the most representative ones, which are handcrafts, bee raising, cattle raising, and with these pilot projects, with the technical assistance, we're going to generate data, but this data is all the time generating by the producers and farmers, so that we can have information and a model that lets us escalate in the sustainable way, but so that we can think about more regenerative practices in the Gran Chaco region or Greater Chaco region. Thank you very much. Orlando, same question for you. And good morning. In our case, in Casanare region in Colombia, we've been working for some years with many actors in the beef sector and that give us sustainable practices in the market. We started our path towards regenerative and our role in Foodscape is about articulating those capacities that we have to have models that are inclusive and be able to connect with the market. I think all these proposals that for them to work, we need to connect them with a market that is much more informed and that can pull in the future, so that when we're not there in the future and when we're not always going to be around, we can promote that these services can be continued with in this way with regenerative market systems. And about challenges, there's so many, but one would be to connect those ancestral knowledge and understandings to modernity, so there's and for them to be adapted in that territory, in that region, that there is training that is also specific to what's happening in the region, and that we have access to proper financing that can understand the time frames, understand that there's long-term approach necessary here. And I think you haven't articulated very well some of the actions between consumer and what we're doing in these models, and we're always trying to improve this. And public policy must provide regulations and guidance that is more aggressive, more decided, so that we can have clear tools to, as a country or as a smaller community, be able to change the existing paradigm. In that regard, I think there's challenges that are not impossible to overcome about collective construction and every actor understanding where they want to arrive in the future and then be able to connect with the other stakeholders. And about actions, there's also so many, but I would say continuing with the demonstrative models, these pilots or examples to be able to affiliate those that are not included in one of the current models, so they can verify themselves, they can have hands-on demonstrative experience and continue with the financing models that are a bit more innovative and that they can consider the risk, that it's a shared risk. Let's not leave the producer with this huge debt and running with all the risk, but if we can guide them, if we can understand how to be, or make them understand how to be profitable, considering the weight of and the amount of debt they're having, and how to have a positive outcome, and then understand the development options, and as a cluster, if we can connect with differentiated markets and create communication and dissemination strategies to be certified and have traceability and be able to portray this, and if we can really communicate this communication with traceability, it would be great. So the vision from the territory on the ground, and what lets us adjust a strategy that someone thought of from the landscape approach, I would really highlight what Fundación Gran Chaco is doing with the communities and its implementation of the demonstrative sites that are super necessary for knowledge creation and dissemination, and appears to be that first step to generate that wave or snowball effect to scale up, and other producers can visualize and understand that it's possible for them as well, like you said. And Orlando, you mentioned the market, and connecting with the market is an issue, and to include it in the strategy that has been identified as one of the catalyzers to portray, first of all, if a producer is doing things right, how can we make this visible throughout the chain? Now I'm going to move to Vivian, precisely because Orlando was telling us about the capacity strengthening, and the business model. So if you can tell us, Vivian, about the the proposal that considers both the business combined with the skills, business side combined with the skills, and how this works in Orinoquia. Well, in my presentation, I was showing a strategy that includes several fronts. I think we need to think outside the box a bit more. I think many projects were thinking only about the producer and having that one-to-one with a farmer or producer. But like Pilar mentioned, and I think the dream of all of us is to soar a bit higher and think beyond this. We want to go a next mile, and we have several fronts trying to involve different actors. For example, we have a diploma course that is mostly for cattle farming, and we're including rice as well. So there's SENA, the National Technical Training Services there. There's investors. There's company leaders there. So these are long-term studies where we can go deeper in a couple of topics that are more adequate for you. And Orlando also mentioned the demonstrative plots through where this mechanism, you can have some plots that can teach the other neighboring ones or the other producers that are in the same area to understand how to transit this path. And we're also working nowadays, and our team has been very judicious in going to the different town halls and the mayor's offices, asking the mayors of each city, especially in the Casanare region, to understand what they need. What support can we provide as TNC or with AgroSavia in order to work with their own planning and extension programs. And the challenges we're having, sometimes maintaining interest all the time, sometimes this long-term approach, like with the diploma courses, there can be some interest at a given point and we lose, and there's interest and there's no follow-through. But of course we want to work with all the actors that are interested in doing the right thing and to arrive that moment of critical mass, if we've called it in other moments, is exactly doing that, bringing other actors that can provide different things that we cannot. Okay, thank you for that answer. And I want Walter to tell us something and have time to tell us about these public financing mechanisms that you mentioned to promote transition in the Argentinian larger Chaco area. Well, I pointed out two slides, one that talked about the forest law that is a political and legal powerful tool in Argentina, not being exempt of criticism and possibility for improvement ever, but comparing it regionally, I think we really value it because we see in other places there nothing of the sort as regulation, and it gives us a nice opportunity. And it's got two positive aspects. One is land ordinance and how to plan for a specific territory or region from the environmental standpoint specifically, and then in other places, because the law restricts you to advance and you should not disturb the forest, then the state foresees payment for environmental services, and that's the other option. So whenever we talk about financing that has always been at lower levels that one expected, still it's an opportunity, and if we can somehow potentiate a bit more with coordinated efforts with our partners and with the governments that we've already had small agreements with, and then try to build on those, we can have a chance to design new incentives and mechanisms that are more effective. One could be the one with the VISEC platform that I mentioned, which is the observatory or the visual element to understand everything happening in the Gran Chaco larger area, and to understand the traceability of these products. Whatever product in the region that's coming out of the field that are free from any negative aspects that, for example, the EU is requesting. So this is what's coming up next, I think. This was just the first step. And commercial restrictions or hurdles that you need to follow to be able to market your product effectively. But then it's about reconfiguring the territory and then extend it in other geographies and replicate it, and having these clean and transparent follow-up mechanisms and traceability elements that I think is what's coming for these next opportunities. And to close this topic, I would say the policy presents us with totally unexpected results, and both examples for us was unexpected. I mean, the forest law was not a state initiative; it was from the civil organizations and civil society, by the environmentalist groups and individual social collectives. I mean, that pushed forward until it was approved, and then when we talked about genetically modified soy, it opened up the territory for new crops, and with commercial restrictions that we have continuously, this is a nice opportunity to open up to different things. Well, thank you very much. And I would ask Katie now a quick question. And I know there's not much time, but could you tell us about a success case in the scale-up of foodscape initiatives? Sure. And let's see how fast I can explain this. As a great example is in India, and the foodscape we've got there in the Punjab region, where the largest issue is over-extraction of underground water and the emissions. Those are the two great things taking place because of unsustainable practices in the rice crop production. As a matter of fact, it's estimated that underground water will run out by 2040. So it's a very pressing matter. Now, we are attacking this with a strategy with several components. And Silvina mentioned that we started with the demonstrative farms to generate the evidence of regenerative, effective practices that can be implemented for rice in particular. Secondly, we're working to change incentives through a pilot project with solar power. And the reason for this is because the incentives are a bit perverse, as the government is subsidizing electricity for the pumps mostly, and I mean the water pumps, so that it's basically free to extract any amount of water that a producer requires or wants, even if it's more than what they need. Hence, the idea with this pilot project with $3 million from the Punjabi government, I mean the state of Punjab in northern India, so that we can implement solar panels for these pumps to generate the necessary power for the pumps, and the surplus power that is generated, well, the producer can sell it to the national power grid. So the incentives are changing, not to use as much all the water that you don't need, but instead you want to only extract the water you need and save the excess power because you can sell that. So that's a much better incentive. And the purpose of this program is to measure for the first time that amount of water being utilized. So we build awareness for the first time and educate and about these regenerative practices that can start reducing the amount of water used and increase yield at the same time. So the heritage is there to continue. The incentives are there. So I'm going to talk about two other components if I have time, but you let me know.
Thank you very much for that brief explanation about this case. We're out of time, but I would like to thank you all for having shared your experiences, for having previously prepared those questions. I think that it is a great opportunity that we have to consolidate a strategy through the landscape point of view. And I think that we have a lot of elements to be able to say that it is possible and viable. And, well, we don't have time for questions, but I invite you to come up to our panelists if you want to maybe go deeper into any of these topics. Please, a big round of applause for them. We would like to thank Pilar and our panelists for having shared this topic with us, which we close off this morning session of our second day, where you were able to share that relationship with the field of multiculturality, coordination, governance, and of course, because of time, we're doing very well with time, with our agenda. As our moderator said, during the break, you might come up to our panelists to exchange ideas, because that is the objective of the summit, to be able to exchange, discuss, and even if we think differently, we can reach one route, which is talking about regeneration, which is the essence of what brings us here today. And that is what our panelists are doing from each one of their areas, sharing the experiences, both national and international. We now have lunch. We're all invited. So the stairs next to the registration area, you can take up those stairs, you can go up those stairs, or you can have lunch in the middle plaza. So at 1:30 we will be starting. It's now 12 o'clock sharp, and we can have enough time for lunch and to get to know each other a bit better. And at 1:30 sharp, we will be starting at 1:20. We will be calling you all so that we can start on time. Thank you very much for being here with us. And tomorrow we have our field visits. Next to registration, we have our colleagues who will be sharing information, and also the WhatsApp group. And don't forget to follow us with the QR code that you got yesterday. Go into that WhatsApp group, and we will also be holding a survey to know how we're doing. So let's go have lunch, and at 1:30 we will be starting once again. Big round of applause for our guests again, please.
Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. ¿Mejora ahí el sonido, Juan? 1, 2, 3. Ok, listo, ahí queda. Vamos al almuerzo.
nosotros y la naturaleza. Todos somos parte del mismo sistema. Pero este sistema necesita una transformación con urgencia. Los sistemas alimentarios regenerativos ayudan a los agricultores, pescadores y ganaderos de todo el mundo a restaurar la naturaleza haciendo lo que mejor saben hacer, proporcionar comida a las personas. ¿Cómo es esto posible? En la tierra, usar cultivos de cobertura entre cosechas o plantar cultivos sin labrar la tierra ayuda a restaurar la compleja biología del suelo con el que las granjas deben contar para poder producir alimentos durante muchos
feeding or the places, the feeding grounds for the cattle first, where we can generate animal welfare in these grazelands. And and one of the bovine species that we have, we're trying to work with in vitro regeneration to favor them, and we're also doing some tourism, trying to go beyond the students' practice, and we want to have ecological tourism that's friendly with the environment, so that we can achieve combining all these efforts as sustainability and combining production with preservation as we always have. That's what I'm trying to do. I would just close off by saying, and this really caught my attention when I thought about doing a presentation for you, because it's been conservation, the activity that has given me that impulse in critical moments to reach the moment I'm in right now. Even if I'm a cattle farmer, it's been conservation what has given me that stimulus and that, joyful push to move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Marta. An awesome presentation. And I think it's an inspiring experience as a pioneer in regeneration in this geography. And Aymara, I don't know if you're connected. Yes, I am. Okay, so you can go ahead, Aymara. Thank you, and good afternoon, all of you. Good night for us here. So we have dedicated ourselves to work on the regeneration component as part of our research project on sustainable chemistry, trying to build a bridge between all of these regeneration experiences, but through the kitchen, and how cooking and ancestral is becoming an answer and generating resistance to the monoculture that has been expanding in the Amazon basin region. So as inhabitant of the Amazon, raised in the Amazon, this is discourse about feeding yourself versus development has affected us culturally very deeply, and makes that this monoculture is not just a way of production, but also a way of feeding yourself better. What is better food? How do you feed yourself better? And this reference is interesting from literature, but it's supported by experimentation and field data, where through cooking we've tried to integrate this discussion to understand what's happening in the typical Amazonian dish when you serve it. How are people feeding in the Amazon basin, and how much is using regenerative agriculture? The speaker that just presented was talking about integral approaches, so thinking about the value chain, but beyond the value chain, and thinking about a territory that can build its own opportunities for the continuity of life. So I wanted to say what our vision is that has been described by Valerie Sari. She's a Colombian nutritionist, and it's called Wizire. Wizire in the Amazon language, or it's a common word in the Amazon, that would roughly mean the loss of your spirit. So it's like a loss of harmony with yourself. And if Wizire, when we talk about feeding yourself, would be like anemia. We want to find an knowledge. Going between Puerto Maldonado. Such a shame that these fires last. Cruel fires, some countries think that very bad country can affect traditional agriculture. despite of the pressure for the changing the use of land from forest and changing those forests for pasture lands. I'm thinking of the multiple ways to enhance these different possibilities, such as acai or the Amazonian nuts, and for regional markets and commodities markets. This is facing a big problem when we think about these crops, and I wrote down 5 bullets, 5 points that I think are important to talk about here. What happens with the feeding capacity of the people in the Amazon? Because all of this biodiversity is always talking about the way in which people can feed themselves in a region. So if there's extractive industries and drug trafficking and the monocrop, that's changing the way that people eat in the Amazon as well. A scenario where traditional ingredients are replaced by food that come from importation or large agro businesses bring us ultra-processed products that are especially offered very cheap and that come associated to other recipes or other diets for people in whether in urban or rural areas, trying to generate separation from our historical background and the fauna around us. The local good quality food products are quite expensive, especially for the urban settlers that are coming to the Amazon as the main group that will come to the Amazon, or visitors. Now, if you remember the times of the rubber period and the rubber wars with the Suez immigrants, for example, we can see an example of many indigenous women living in faraway places, doing the domestic chores and feeding everybody from their, bosses before they fed their own children. So these cruelty practices is replicated by the Brazil nut, which is a product that in North America, and Europe, and Asia is a superfood. So the idea is that this type of castaña do Pará has enough selenium to protect yourself. Even as a public policy, kids are obtaining the selenium in many countries as part of the school diet using this type of nut. And then if you're working with rice and chicken and noodles, and if that's what most people are getting, exported or imported products that they're feeding on, contrasting with this product and how dominant the first list of products is becoming. If we can work on this with sustainable systems like with community tourism or several organizations trying to have integral management of sustainable development in the region, can bring it back this type of originary products. For example, drying plantains or yucca, when drying the yucca during the rainy season, you grow it and then it's used during the dry season. That's a territorial ancestral way of storing surpluses to last them throughout the year and be able to have food security. Another interesting example is of a dish called stuffed plantain that has also Brazilian nuts or the Amazonian castaña in cheese. So when you slow cook this by the firewood, it's a delicious mixture that has antioxidants, grease, fatty acids, carbohydrates that combine, and protein that combine for a very nice diet. And here copoaçu, if you see the skin of that copoaçu as a part of the product that's very rich in arbutin, and in communities usually when they open their copoaçu and they put clothes inside to dye those clothes, and it's sometimes it's used to clean your face, but it's very common in this practice here in the talking about the loss of your spirit, or anemia, or becoming weak because of big diet. Now, the chicatana ant is combined with a product in the previous slide because this is rich in protein and lipids, which is a way to revitalize the anemic person to recover their connection with the territory and be whole again. Just like chicha, or mandioca or cassava fermented mass or starch favors the microbiome of the different organisms in this community practice that is a sacred practice and full loaded with cultural heritage also can make us think of a regeneration initiative. Also, Nisha, where young people to generate something that they can share between all of the families. And I'm almost finishing. This is one of the favorite foods here to my left is the puriti tree or the aguaje. So making chicha, which is a fermented alcoholic product, that one is in beta carotene or vitamin C or rich in fatty acids. They call it the Amazonian milk, equivalent in proteins and fiber to mother's milk. When it's a little fermented, also works as a bactericide and to clean your digestive system when it's fermenting. And I would like to show you this great packaging way using the plantain trees and other trees. It's very in Peru and other countries. So it's important to have a look through the territory to understand feeding habits, because ancestral cooking continues representing so many cultural practices that have endured, and its historical recipes or traditions with the utensils and the way of preparing them. And this is all coming in conflict with a conventional feeding model that alters the ways of preparing these products and then putting food into. What are the power relationships there? What are the connections between that we're eating and the way in which we're allowing ourselves to live in our territory? Because it can be different ways. And finally, to think about a sustainable chemistry, not as a process of converting a waste product that you want to reutilize it, and then it's going to add more chemicals, perhaps, but thinking in how to complement what you already have in your territory, how you combine the political and the cultural and the economic aspect with the chemistry. So I just wanted to close with that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aymara, for your presentation. And we do have a couple of minutes for questions. Thank you for keeping time. And now to comment on these experiences, you'll be able to go a little deeper in understanding what you just presented to us. And during lunch, we were also talking about the positive and genuine experiences that are contagious as well and inspire others to do something similar. And in the previous panel, they mentioned how to replicate regenerating. Question for you, Albert, would be, what did you learn, or what learning would you share and you think is useful for others that want to start developing this type of project that's with small producers, with an indigenous community? What lessons learned after all these years with a joint work with others would you highlight or share with them? I think the recommendation we could make to any organization or that's coming together and want to tread this path is to allow access. This exercise is about being able to have access to a nutritional and clean food. But there's so many things behind that to be able to understand this logic to arrive at that final purpose through regenerative systems that not only provide health, but will contribute to the ecosystem. in whatever territory. I think that's the message. It's not an easy message to convey, but I think if we achieve this, if local um, agro-food systems can understand the integration that is necessary and required to have this type of production and different mm, pieces of the puzzle, I think this agro-ecological concept can be explained better. That's what the environmental organizations need to identify their markets as well. And what I mean by this, if we're in the Vichada or eastern flatlands of Colombia, what we see is um, reality of industrialization with very large extensions of this land that will surely generate foods in important volumes, I'm certain. But what we're not seeing behind that is a smaller economy, the more local economy, that is the one that lets people have a proximity market. And for us, the definition of a proximity market is you basically shop in your own farm. If you have an orchard, if you have some land, you have the possibility of saving some money because you're basically shopping from your land. And you're going to have the possibility of feeding yourself. Then you can barter with your neighbors. If you want to barter something that is worth in money, the same as some other product, you can do it like that, you know. But people can also have food. Go to the local farmers market. Come to, and that's what's happening. Instead of thinking how we could produce this ourselves in our own land. Reflection that I would inspire. Well, thanks for that answer. Right now, build on what's local, strengthen the local market, strengthen capacities in the community. They are already undergoing, and thank you for that answer. And along the same line of replicating and trying to, make this a contagious, positive thing, I'd like to ask you, Maria, about your experience in the preservation area. If, switch other producers to do this, or what did you have? With other stakeholders, you talked about many students visiting your farm and learning there. So how is this construction process with others working, thinking of what they can see in the first example that you could bring to your region for everybody to see? I would say that even if you don't set yourself out to do this, you will make a difference in your territory once you achieve an example like this. I remember the recommendations. They told me you should impact your region somehow positively, since the director of my high school or other people said this. And this is something that starts building on itself gradually until you realize it's finally ready. And when in 2018 we had all these monocrop, surrounding us, and we said they're going to change everything for us in our customs and our physical space, but not just for us as humans, but also the fauna and the flora being affected, of course, and how other landowners and farm owners like myself meeting, and we created the Puma Triangle, which is an initiative that goes from the local to the what you talked about yesterday, saying that NGOs sometimes come with external solutions and try to lay down and adapt to the local, and whenever they went away, the project was left in the air. And then what we're trying to do is, and this is how we began, we're trying to be a group that is of resistance to change in a certain way, to build awareness. And I would highlight that it's through this initiative that we obtained support from so many organizations such as TNC, WWF, and the Humboldt Institute that came close to us because of this. The most important thing being is result was to record the fauna. There were no inventories in the Humboldt Institute of our fauna, and we evidenced that we had a unique fauna that we needed to maintain. And today we have that verification and a clear inventory thanks to the Humboldt people. So this has led us to different experiences. So that's been awesome.
That's very interesting. It's great to be able to share all this. I believe that the experience of the Triángulo del Puma talks a lot about how we build it with others, and when we're more people, we can bigger and better results. Thank you. Hi, Mara. I also have a question. I think that at the end of your presentation, you spoke a little bit about the pressure of the global market in terms of the culinary practices that are carried out by the Amazon communities. And in that sense, what I wanted to ask is what other strategies, or which strategy do you think can be developed to support these communities so that they can continue maintaining the practices, the cultures, and all the local knowledge? Yes, I believe that going back to that discourse and the discussion about what the territory is, because a food territory is a territory that is alive and that enables you to continue with the different ways of doing and being that have been established starting from the historical processes. I always joke about this. As daughter of the Amazon, I say that we are grandchildren of fried chicken, and that's not a joke. Our populations are affected by the excessive processed food. It's very common to find in these communities canned sardines, and it's a very complicated context. And in that complex context, the solutions that come from the territories will continue being present. I think that that will not stop. They will continue to be affected by what's happening. And they have a comprehensive value that is disconnected to life. When we talked about that dish of plantain with the Amazon almond and cheese, it's a dish that speaks about pleasure, enjoyment, and a connection to the territory. Now, that discussion about what I like and what is my practice, and is very much tied to the way in which organizations are held together, how they're built, and how a collective power is built to be able to demand land and territory for communities and indigenous people. And in that also build the principles and values, the ancestral or rural territories. So I think that there is a big responsibility in terms of public policies. For example, localizing, organizing the at school markets, and offer possibilities for companies product transformation processes to be able to have prices that are interesting for consumers. The great experiences that have existed of youth who have done things organizations have also put this at the core of the discussion. It's not enough just to talk about production if we don't talk about how we feed ourselves. Story is also a matter of perspective and how we understand these live territories. And this is my conclusion. I think it's a conversation that we have to hold as people who live in cities, because the majority of the population that is eating in monotony in these Amazon populations live in big cities, and they're profoundly connected to territories because the field and the cities are integrated. So it's an opportunity to rethink why we are eating what we're eating and who are we contributing to with this. Thank you very much for your answer. I think that this food and where it comes from, we discussed it in the first panel, so it's great that you bring this up. And the strategies that have to do with the bottom up has to do with the synergy between both things. So thank you. I think we have a few minutes left. If anybody in the audience would like to ask a question for any of our panelists. No? Okay. So I think that we are out of time. So if anyone has any questions or if you want to come up to them to continue going deeper into these experiences, we invite you to do so. And thank you everyone for participating, and a big round of applause for everyone for having been here. Thank you very much, Agustina, for moderating this panel, Albert and Aymar for having joined us virtually. And Maria Marta, thank you for sharing your experiences and what you're doing and how this is intertwined with what we are discussing in this summit. As they were saying, there is an identity in regenerative tourism. What is regenerated is not just the soil, but we also have all these processes, as Marta was saying, in her natural reservoir with these 80 hectares. Rehabilitating the soil, conservation, and what's happening with the indigenous reserves, what the Alpina Foundation was saying, and how the Amazon is fed this value chain and this cultural heritage, this culinary heritage of what we eat, this food that is independent and that only happens in this region. Now we will continue with our presentation. We have an international guest, but before we get to that point, we will wait 5 minutes because you know that we have alternate meetings, 203, 204, and 205. So they are ending and we will all be focused here in this main room, in this plenary session, so that we can all hear our international speaker. You already know that those who are going to the visits tomorrow have to come to registration. You have the WhatsApp group and they will tell you where the meeting points will be and all the information that has to be organized today. It's also important to know that we will have this international presentation, then we'll have a couple conclusions, and we'll finalize this summit with a presentation about pedagogy and music. We'll have Patrick Lavelle and the Children of Gaia with the Planetary Crumbs, where they will be sharing music, but also pedagogy and education that we have when we talk about regeneration. So we'll have a 5-minute break just to wait for the other people in the other auditoriums to be able to join us.
presencia de árboles a una ganadería hoy bajo un sistema agroforestal intensivo que llamamos sistemas silvopastoriles intensivos, donde la presencia de los árboles es significativamente grande.
Un espacio para aprender, conectar y transformar desde el territorio.
Good afternoon. This is the afternoon session where the city, the capital of biodiversity, and of course Cali in this sector is the capital of salsa, but we're also the capital of the regenerative future, which has called us here today. These encounter of regeneration for a sustainable future and that pathway that we have to come together. One farm alone cannot do so. One producer cannot do so. One organizer cannot do so. So we have to do it all together to be able to carry it out. So we will now continue with the afternoon session with our international presentation. We have a guest from the US who will be talking to us about the origin we cannot compete. We have to work as a team but not compete. If you will talk and I will talk, we cannot make this work. I hear a lot of voices. I know that you're having interesting conversations, but we'll leave it for later so that we can start. I was saying that we're looking at origin, memory, and history, so this will be an exploration to look at food systems from the bottom up and go back to what we were discussing yesterday, go back to the origin and how these regenerative processes have to be done. And regeneration is not moving backwards, but moving forward. So we have our international speaker now, Lauren Tonker, founder and director of Regeneradores Studio. So let's big welcome her with a big round of applause.
Hola a todos, buenas tardes. Y qué fabuloso que es estar aquí el día de hoy con todos ustedes. Vamos a ver si aparecen mis diapositivas. Ahora sí. Pues muchas gracias por escucharme en inglés, pero ha sido fabuloso estar en Colombia y es mi primera vez en su país. He estado tratando de viajar una semana y aprendiendo muchísimo. Puedo decir que tiene una cultura y un país hermoso y estoy muy agradecida de estar aquí. De mi parte, toda mi carrera he trabajado con sistemas alimentarios y le pregunto a cualquiera, en cualquier parte del mundo, ¿cómo quiere que sea su sistema alimentario? ¿Qué podría ser? ¿Cómo lo ve? Las personas me hablan de sostenibilidad, me hablan de que sea justo, que sean alimentos con alto contenido de nutrientes, que nadie tenga hambre, que cuidemos del ambiente así como nos cuidamos a nosotros. Y me hablan de regeneración. Y tenemos todas estas metas fabulosas, pero mi pregunta es cómo vamos a llegar allá. Y he estado tratando de discernir y descifrar esto durante toda mi carrera. Hoy quiero compartir algunas lecciones aprendidas en este viaje. Bueno, tuve el placer con un grupo de amigos hace muchos años, en el 2012, de fundar una organización llamada Kiss the Ground, o Besa el Suelo. Y lo que pasa es que nos enamoramos de la tierra y estábamos tan abrumados con felicidad a partir de pensar todas las cosas que puede hacer el sol. Puede secuestrar carbono, todo lo que puede hacer la tierra, puede sostener toda la vida dentro de sí, y nos dimos cuenta con Kiss the Ground y con esta iniciativa varios científicos que todos los productores del mundo tenían muchos mensajes que compartir y no se estaba compartiendo. Si nosotros vivíamos en Los Ángeles, podíamos hacerlo o pensamos que podíamos hacerlo, sacamos una película. Bueno, primero pues organizamos una organización sin ánimo de lucro, trabajamos con grandes organizaciones para tener algunos programas educativos y el trabajo que hicimos permitió que esto creciera. No solo a partir de nosotros, sino con personas de todo el mundo diciendo a nosotros nos importa también la agricultura regenerativa. Y estas grandes empresas empezaron a involucrar. Pueden ver ustedes desde el momento cuando empezamos lo que estaba sucediendo en el mundo. Ya varios empezaron a hablar de regeneración. Increíble ver cómo sucedía esto y por varios años me emocionaba mucho esa energía creciente alrededor del tema de regeneración en el mundo. Pero después empecé a preguntar un poco más. Pensar en qué será que tiene que cambiar en nuestros sistemas para llegar a estos objetivos. ¿Cómo vamos a regenerar nuestros sistemas alimentarios de verdad? Y empecé a ver este patrón, ya que siempre presentamos en cómo atacar un problema y resolverlo y hablar de mejoramiento continuo, para saber que son etapas graduales para mejorar un poco y después un poco más. Y esto es hermoso, la innovación es hermosa, pero empecé a darme cuenta que la regeneración de hecho es un proceso que requiere que nosotros regresemos a la fuente también, que entendamos el contexto y demos ese paso atrás primero para poder hacerlo bien. Y este es como un cronograma de lo que hemos estado haciendo en California con el cultivo de almendras, pensando en cuáles son los ecosistemas que en el Valle Central, um, estos ecosistemas donde la nieve se derrite de las eh, partes altas de las montañas y bajan a los humedales, y esos humedales se inundaban. Esa tierra era donde los colonizadores que se asentaban allí en Europa podían sembrar tantas cosas a partir de los nutrientes acumulados allí. Entonces, a partir de esos humedales estacionales, ¿verdad? Es uno de las de los ecosistemas que ha cambiado tantísimo, y digo para negativo, como los hemos secado esto y de repente nuestros pozos eran más y más profundos y ya no teníamos agua. Y entonces empezaron a decir algunas personas, trabajemos en la salud del suelo y en legislación y en regeneración, pero el tema es que no hemos regresado, no hemos dado ese paso atrás para entender cómo era ese paisaje antes, cómo era esa tierra y cómo podemos trabajarle y regresar a lo que es más eficiente. Y tratamos de pensar, ya llevamos 5 años y medio trabajando con White Buffalo Land Trust. Nosotros tenemos una consultora que se llama Renourish Studio y trabajamos con muchos diferentes sistemas para entender con diferentes cultivos cómo regeneramos un negocio pensando en cómo traemos un producto al mercado y cómo esto puede regenerar todos los sistemas a su alrededor. Pensando en un producto. Para mí esto es lo esencial. Para regenerar un sistema yo creo que tenemos que ver detrás cuáles son las metas y cuáles son las creencias que dirigen nuestras decisiones. Estas dos cosas, metas y creencias. Y cuando hablo con productores de todas partes del mundo, dicen, nosotros estamos haciéndolo bien, estamos cumpliendo con las metas del sistema. Pero muchas metas del sistema son productividad y bajo costo. ¿Cómo produzco la mayor cantidad de cultivo con el menor costo? Y eso es lo que le hemos pedido a los campesinos y cultivadores. Pero ¿qué pasa si tú tienes un monocultivo? Y le preguntamos, ¿pero por qué no eres sostenible? Pero hemos estado cumpliendo las metas del sistema. Y el mercado también. Se nos pidió ser eficientes, se nos pidió ser escalables, se nos pidió ser precisos. Se nos pidió que se viera bonito los alimentos que presentamos, que tengan buena calidad. Y también desde el punto de vista de la apariencia física, que la manzana esté perfecta, no esté picada. Hablamos de seguridad alimentaria y tenemos un mercado completamente global en este momento. Y yo no estoy diciendo que estén mal las metas, me parecen hermosas las metas de pensar cómo alimentar a todas las personas en el mundo. Sin embargo, no podemos decir que estamos pasando un sistema realmente regenerativo, un sistema alimentario, si no pensamos algunas de estas metas. ¿Cómo se vería si añadimos biodiversidad? ¿Cómo se vería si añadimos el tema cultural? Y esa unicidad y ese tema de discernir cómo crear un sistema alimentario donde la cultura local se honre, que es única. Y cómo las creencias, nos creemos muchos cuentos. Esto lo he estado mirando un ejemplo recientemente donde tenemos esta historia de que el mundo está llenándose, está sobrepoblado y necesitamos agricultura intensiva. Pero si miramos todas las hambrunas que se han sucedido, no es que las personas estén sin con qué comer por la sobrepoblación, no tienen que comer por temas políticos o por los mercados internacionales y cómo funcionan los factores económicos. De modo que esa narrativa que tenemos, ¿será que no es cierta o ya no es lo que aplica a esta actualidad? También tenemos la narrativa de que los humanos somos malos para el ambiente, lo estamos lastimando, estamos matando al planeta y somos algo separado del resto de la naturaleza. De algún modo tenemos un dominio y control sobre los recursos naturales. Y pienso que es una narrativa para explorar para entender, porque en mi creencia yo ya he empezado a creer mucho más, así como nuestros ancestros, en que yo soy parte de la naturaleza. No hay esa separación entre yo y el mundo vivo. ¿Cómo se vería nuestra agricultura si transformáramos estas metas y estas creencias? Esta diapositiva está un poco cargada, pero pensando en lo que hacemos en Renourish Studio, lo que trata de describir es todas estas personas que nos dicen, yo quiero alimentar. Y si alguien dice, yo quiero alimentar esta idea, quiero alimentarme a mí del mejor modo, y los que hablan de calorías, y alimentarle calorías a las personas, ese es el alimento, hay que contar las calorías, pero hay más allí, hay un potencial de ver un poco más, ¿verdad? Me parece que muchas personas hablan de alimentación nutritiva, para entender si la comida que tengo enfrente a mí es nutritiva y es buena para mí. También vemos personas en otros grupos más aislados diciendo, bueno, aquí me alimento por un lado con esta comida, pero por este otro lado tomo mis vitaminas y minerales. Tal vez lo que estamos buscando son nutrientes, pero tal vez ese no es todo el panorama tampoco. Y hay personas que hablan de mejor alimentación. Quiero que mi comida me alimente, pero también tenga unos atributos positivos. Quiero que se le paguen buenos salarios a los que la cultivan. Que buen enfoque, pero a veces veo que solo se está mirando un aspecto allí. Es decir, este es un alimento convencional, pero está en un empaque que se fomenta el compostaje. Pues muy bien, está muy bien tener mejor alimentación y o alimentos que tengan un poco, algunos atributos adicionales, pero ¿cómo se verían las cosas si estuviéramos viendo la integralidad del todo? ¿Qué pasa si pensamos en que tenemos que estar alimentando comunidades y ecosistemas y las culturas, así como alimentamos nuestro propio cuerpo? Y veo muchos de los movimientos de agricultura regenerativa tratando de alcanzar este concepto de la alimentación de una forma más integral. Porque los alimentos son más de lo que ingerimos. El alimento es cultura, es espíritu, es tradición, ¿verdad? Y es el fundamento de todas las cosas en este planeta. Nos estamos consumiendo, si se quiere, los unos a los otros en la gran red de la vida. Entonces, ¿cómo se vería si tenemos una meta de alimentación multidimensional? Yo sé que suena una palabra muy grande, pero si podemos capturar todas estas relaciones, pensando en que son simbióticas y recíprocas además, ¿cómo se vería? Estamos tratando de explorar para pensar cómo transicionar a un sistema alimentario regenerativo para ser claros de la palabra alimentación y cómo la utilizamos. Y otro aspecto para transformar estos sistemas es destacar la importancia de la honestidad, y no lo decimos como criticismo para todo el excelente y arduo trabajo que está dándose por todo el mundo, sino en el sentido de preguntarnos si los esfuerzos que estamos tomando, todos los increíbles esfuerzos, dinero invertido, tiempo, personas, ¿está funcionando esto? Y entender y tener la posibilidad de decir y la franqueza de decir y el valor de decir que tal vez no está funcionando muy bien, sino que estamos 5 años trabajando en un proyecto, hemos medido, hemos trabajado las certificaciones, hemos trabajado las políticas complementarias en esfuerzos técnicos y no está funcionando. Podemos ser honestos en esas situaciones. Me parece un factor fundamental para que logremos una transición a una que pueda alimentar a toda la vida en esa red multidimensional. En cuanto a la participación, y esta palabra la uso pensando en todos los activistas sin ánimo de lucros, CEOs de multinacionales que se sienten tan apasionados sobre lo que están haciendo y se echan todo el mundo en sus hombros y dicen voy a llegar a la cúspide de esta montaña yo solo y lograr llegar a esa meta. Pero ¿qué pasa si trabajamos diferente? ¿Qué pasa si acercamos la comunidad, tenemos una visión compartida? ¿Qué pasa si pensamos en las capacidades y cómo las definimos para que toda la comunidad pueda participar en mejorar nuestro sistema alimentario? ¿Por qué la separación entre productores y consumidores tan abrupta? Yo los llamo clientes, porque entonces ahí no se siente como un tema unidireccional, ¿no? Que consume solamente. Pero, ¿cómo se vería que el objetivo de un negocio de alimentos sería involucrar a los consumidores y que se desarrolle la tierra y todo el sistema para lograr lo que quieren todos? Y en cuanto a entender, para, con esta palabra me refiero que las grandes multinacionales y gobiernos deben ser responsables de las acciones que no están sirviendo y que están lastimando. Yo sí creo en ese tipo de responsabilidad o de responder por mm, las acciones, pero muy importante que las personas que sienten que están en oposición a nosotros entiendan de dónde venimos. He visto 3 multinacionales muy grandes en Internet y su visión para un sistema global alimentario y se parece mucho al mío y a las visiones que les he escuchado a muchas de las personas con las que he hablado en esta conferencia. De pronto la brecha está más en cómo queramos que nuestro sistema alimentario se vuelva. Tal vez la brecha está en el paradigma, en la forma de llegar allá, o tal vez en qué pasos creemos que son necesarios para llegar allá. Siento que es importante llegar a la mesa a discutir con personas que si se sienten en oposición con nosotros se puedan generar las preguntas y podamos trabajar juntos eventualmente. Me parece que esto puede transformar el sistema alimentario y con perspectiva, con esta palabra la, la utilizo porque muchas veces en mi trabajo me doy cuenta que nos cerramos un poco en cierto momento en nuestro propio trabajo como con un tapaojos aquí alrededor que no nos deja ver sino con visión de túnel y entender que nuestro trabajo está anidado en un sistema que toca muchísimos otros negocios y esfuerzos. Y cómo cuando tocamos un punto somos honestos sobre cómo la acción en la que incurrimos puede afectar a tantas otras personas y empresas. Y podemos diseñar a partir del potencial del sistema, volviendo al ejemplo californiano y cómo se estamos mejorando ese sistema continuamente, cómo podemos regresar a la fuente de lo que es el ecosistema como tal y su potencial. Y cómo nos veríamos como tenderos terrícolas, y no como un concepto hippie, sino teniendo un negocio que es rentable, pero cómo podemos vernos como parte del ecosistema también. De nuevo, como negocio, cómo vemos a todos los actores que nuestro negocio afecta y anidado allí todos los otros sistemas de la hidrología, la geología, la biología. La forma en la que nosotros vivimos es un sistema, la forma en la que vivimos más en centros urbanos que nunca antes en la historia de la humanidad, eso nos afecta a todos, a todos nuestros sistemas alimentarios, anidados en nuestra economía, en nuestra cultura. ¿Cómo podemos explorar todos estos elementos en lugar de solamente unas métricas de sostenibilidad del suelo, el carbono o elementos de compostaje? Y quiero compartir algunos de los proyectos que hemos trabajado para que vean cómo tratamos de incluir todas estas ideas. Y quiero ser claro que ninguno de estos proyectos es perfecto. No son fáciles y están todos en proceso. Y lo importante de pronto es pararnos aquí frente a la audiencia y decir, aquí es donde estamos, sabemos a dónde queremos ir y en este momento estamos trabajando para llegar allá y siendo honestos de lo que no está funcionando, ojalá. Pues este es un proyecto que llevamos trabajando 5 o 6 años casi en el Valle Central de California, donde en cualquier parte del mundo donde estoy yo digo que trabajo en almendras, me dicen, es que las almendras utilizan demasiada agua. Es una historia que todos hemos escuchado y en cierta medida es cierto. Los árboles utilizan agua, pero la industria láctea de California utiliza más agua que las siembras de almendras si utilizamos los animales y calculamos todo lo que ellos consumen y todo lo demás que tenemos. Es diferente donde podemos apagar las fuentes de agua si ya la necesitamos para los animales versus un árbol donde si suspendemos el suministro de agua, pues el árbol moriría. Y muchas personas en este proyecto nos dijeron que no trabajáramos en almendras, no pueden ser un cultivo o un producto regenerativo. Por eso quiero trabajar con ellas, dije yo, vamos a ver cómo lo logramos. Entonces empezamos con un estudio científico de 5 años, porque hay muchos trabajos que se han hecho en sistemas, en cultivos de este tipo de árboles, en este tipo de grandes huertas de árboles, si se quiere, y pensamos en trabajar con un productor de gran escala que están administrando 22.000 acres. Bueno, no sé cómo transformar en hectáreas, pero son 22.000 acres de este monocultivo de almendras en el Valle Central de California, integrados verticalmente con el que las procesa. Para muchísimas fincas las procesa, entonces millones de libras de almendras consumidas en Estados Unidos, así como exportadas alrededor del mundo. Y nos sentamos todos en una mesa con el productor de gran escala, el procesador y 3 compañías. Dijimos, cojámonos de las manos un momento y pensemos en la ciencia. Podríamos integrar animales, en este caso ovinos, podríamos reducir algunos de los insumos, conceptos básicos, ¿cierto? Pero para los productores ellos sintieron que esto iba a ser difícil. Dijimos, ensayémoslo. Y esta coalición y lo hermoso de la ciencia es que toma un tiempo lograr cualquier tipo de resultado y hemos tenido que trabajar varios años en construir las relaciones primero, y creo que esta es la parte fundamental del proyecto, poder traer a las compañías que compren almendras que nunca han visto jamás en su vida un árbol de almendro y traerlos ahí al cultivo. Y hemos ido añadiendo más proyectos, entonces hemos tratado de entender todas las certificaciones en el mercado y cómo se pueden relacionar a los resultados de nuestros huertos, entendiendo si hay diferencias entre las prácticas de salud del suelo, y estamos trabajando en ambas cosas, debería decir, no les dije, en orgánico y también en convencional. Estamos trabajando ambos modelos, preguntándonos si hay diferencias de densidad nutricional, si añadimos ciertas prácticas en un cultivo versus el otro. Y ahora mi parte favorita del proyecto es que ya estamos llegando a la transformación de sistemas como tal, trabajando en cuáles son las barreras para de hecho traer estas almendras al mercado. Y la gran sorpresa es que la finca puede integrar estas prácticas con bastante facilidad. La ciencia nos muestra que las prácticas están ayudando al carbono en el suelo, al nivel de infiltración que puede lograr el agua en la tierra, y es bueno que funcione, pero es muy bueno justificar con la ciencia y ahora discernir o entender quién va a pagar un precio justo. En este momento las dinámicas de mercado en las almendras, en el mercado de las almendras, son tan extrañas y bizarras, digo yo, que hay productores que están vendiendo las almendras a un costo inferior al de producción. Por años ya lleva sucediendo esto. ¿Se imagina ustedes un mercado donde se paga más para producir el producto comparado con el precio de venta del mismo? Y pensamos, ¿quién va a brindar incentivos para almendras regenerativas? Va a ser una marca que entonces ahí sí se puede obtener una prima adicional, un precio adicional. Tenemos algunas marcas tratando de hacer. Serán los bancos que les dan mejores tasas de interés a quienes solicitan crédito porque tenemos todas estas métricas que son favorables para el ambiente. Serán mejores tasas de aseguramiento, serán algún tipo de forma donde podemos compensar por esa forma de definir los precios del mercado de las commodities, porque ese nos sirve para lo que queremos añadir con elementos que cuiden de la tierra y regenerativos. Este es el momento de este proyecto, y la dificultad a la que nos enfrentamos. Yo los invito a todos a tener un proyecto así, donde se sientan en la mesa con personas que por lo general no trabajarían juntos para tratar de encontrar una solución. Este proyecto fue 3 años. Esto es cultivo de algodón con lo que nosotros llamamos en una forma beneficialmente al clima. Entonces, aquí la idea era, con todas estas compañías que pudimos traerlas a la mesa de nuevo y les dijimos, vamos a visitar las fincas, vamos a trabajar mancomunadamente para traer este producto al mercado. Hicimos algo inusual al decir que no solo queremos cultivar el algodón de una forma con prácticas saludables para la tierra que sean amigables al clima, que era el eslogan, sino en Estados Unidos tenemos muy pocos industria manufacturera. Teníamos una solo en Estados Unidos que podía hilar el algodón para nosotros. ¿Qué hicieron ellos durante el COVID? Pues triplicaron el precio, porque son un monopolio. Pero todavía trabajamos juntos y les dijimos, estamos dedicados, tenemos que traer estos productos de una finca que podemos tocar, que hemos ido a ella, y llevarlo al mercado, al cliente final. Y fue hermoso en el sentido de poder generar los productos, pero no fue la misma voluntad que yo experimenté en el producto de las almendras. La compañía dijo, ay, qué bonito, generamos un producto como bueno, estuvo ahí una temporada, pero no nos interesa ya cambiar nuestro modelo de negocios, no nos interesa pues hacer este esfuerzo a largo plazo, no nos interesa hacer el trabajo arduo y necesario para que este algodón llegue al mercado a un precio justo. Algunos otros inconvenientes que tuvimos llegaron al mismo tiempo, donde estaba saliendo el mercado al mercado. Un certificado de algodón certificado regenerativo llegando desde Perú, el cual era imposible para nosotros competir en precio con ellos, y la compañía que llegara con esa, entre comillas, certificación de algodón regenerativo hacía imposible que las empresas de California que estén interesados en esto, pues no van a hacer su sourcing desde California, ¿sí?, de su patio trasero, sino desde acá de otro país más lejano. Entonces había muchas empresas emocionadas con lo que estábamos haciendo, pero empezaron a sembrar, a adoptar prácticas seguras con el suelo, a hacer más y más y más, pero se dieron cuenta que las prácticas saludables le estaban costando más y que el mercado no estaba listo. Entonces fue un proyecto durísimo. Todavía está rodando el proyecto, pero a un menor ritmo. Y ahí aprendimos mucho sobre cómo podemos trabajar de verdad en la visión primero, antes de y asegurarnos que estemos sentados con organizaciones en la mesa que están dispuestos a hacer cosas que son difíciles. Este es otro nuevo proyecto en California, trayendo una planta nativa al mercado. Entonces, esta planta en inglés se llama elderberry. Es que está creciendo en muchos lugares, pero especialmente en Estados Unidos hay importación pero hay personas y comunidades nativas que han querido que estos son saucos para trabajar en el bosque con las plantas que son nativas. Hay algunas iniciativas, pudimos tener una subvención, de hecho el gobierno nos dio esa subvención para procesar y traer el producto al mercado. Apenas está comenzando. Los retos que vemos con este proyecto de sauce es que no sabemos cómo esta planta nativa va a comportarse en un sistema productivo. La genética es variable aquí. No es una semilla que es consistente, que se ha utilizado por cientos de años. Nosotros no tenemos ningún estándar para catalogarla en el mercado tampoco. No sabemos ni cómo determinar un precio justo en realidad. Son algunas de las preguntas que estamos haciéndonos para pensar en plantas nuevas, pero plantas locales, plantas nativas además. Y he conocido muchas personas aquí en Colombia que están haciendo cosas similares con sus plantas nativas de la cuenca amazónica principalmente. Me parece un trabajo hermoso y que tengamos esta oportunidad de construir un mercado de una forma no extractivista desde el principio y hacerlo diferente, pues es fabuloso. Por eso este proyecto nos emociona mucho. Y finalizo compartiendo algo del trabajo que estoy haciendo ahora mediante el Renourish Studio. Hace 4 años empezamos con una cohorte de 33 líderes de negocios, inversionistas, compañías de alimentos, productores, certificadores de alrededor de los Estados Unidos que estaban dispuestos a trabajarle a este paradigma y hablé mucho de comportamiento y mentalidades y para mí este es el trabajo más esperanzador que he tenido la oportunidad de realizar, ya que tenemos negocios que llegan a sentarse con nosotros y a decir, yo estoy dispuesto a mirarme en el espejo primero y tratar de entender cómo mi paradigma ha sido muy extractivista y estoy dispuesto a mirar cómo puedo posiblemente ver mi negocio de un punto de vista bajo el lente regenerativo, aplicando la idea de regeneración no solo a la tierra, no solo al ecosistema, sino al negocio, tanto al desarrollo interno del negocio, pues la forma en la que trabajamos con nuestros equipos de trabajo, pero también pensando en la forma en la que el sistema puede transformar nuestro negocio a nuestro alrededor. Estamos trabajando con las reuniones que hemos podido tener allí y termino mostrándole las metas y las creencias que me causan curiosidad y que aspiro y espero que podamos establecer para nuestro sistema alimentario hacia el futuro. ¿Cómo se vería esto si nuestro sistema alimentario está fundado sobre el principio de que somos uno con la naturaleza, de que somos inseparables? ¿Qué cambiaría? ¿Cómo se vería si visualizamos la regeneración no como una lista de principios, viñetas allí y las prácticas para aplicarle a mi finca, aunque creo que esas son muy útiles, pero cómo se vería y si podemos explorar la regeneración como un proceso más bien? ¿Cómo se verían las cosas si entendemos la regeneración como tener que regresar a esa fuente y tratar de regresar a esa unicidad de los lugares, de las culturas que los rodean y entender el potencial a partir de estas? ¿Y qué pasaría si en vez de eficiencia y escalabilidad y bajo costo tuviéramos un sistema alimentario con nuevas metas sobre reciprocidad y sobre ser generosos los unos con los otros primero, pensar en nuestra humanidad y el respeto mutuo para con los demás, y no solo con los demás, sino con el ecosistema, con las comunidades que están ahí? ¿Cómo se vería nuestro sistema alimentario si teníamos esa meta sagrada, esa meta de la conexión sagrada? ¿Qué pasa si entrelazábamos nuestra espiritualidad como los ancestros en una forma para entender cómo sembramos y cultivamos y cosechamos y llevamos una comida al mercado? Y hay proyectos que están explorando esto y me emociona muchísimo el futuro, con más y más personas que ensayen esto y lo traten de su propia forma, trayendo su propia creatividad para aplicar estas ideas y estas metas. Porque pienso cómo se vería el mercado global si no solamente estuviera lastimando el mercado local. ¿Cómo se vería si el mercado local le pudiera enseñar al mercado global algunas cosas? Que tuviéramos una relación diferente entre las plantas únicas que solamente crecen en ciertos lugares especiales y nuestros sistemas globales. ¿Cómo se vería esto? Yo no lo sé. No lo sé y es también dar un paso al vacío o a lo desconocido con algo de valentía. Yo he escuchado agricultura regenerativa por mucho tiempo ya y yo veo que ese es el siguiente paso necesario. Es la forma en la que hacemos estas preguntas, cómo damos ese paso hacia lo desconocido y cómo avanzamos con esa valentía hacia el futuro y hacia las posibilidades infinitas que podemos tener para nuestro sistema alimentario. Es lo más interesante y cierro diciendo que ha sido una semana fabulosa para mí en Colombia y me indica que ustedes tienen algo que no se ha perdido. Viviendo bajo una relación recíproca con la madre, entrelazada con la forma de Jesús. A todas las esquinas de aquí de su país, como en Estados Unidos, las mismas que en Europa, pero tal vez no tanto. Entonces, Latinoamérica, ¿será que se puede regenerar de una forma que le pueda enseñar al resto del mundo occidental, que le pueda enseñar a Estados Unidos y a Europa lo que se ha perdido en esas culturas? porque yo creo que ustedes tienen una semilla de algo muy especial aquí, que en lugar de solamente seguir las tendencias que estamos escuchando, lo que está llegando de Estados Unidos en agricultura regenerativa y tratando de hacerlo como lo hacemos los estadounidenses, ¿qué pasa si lo hacen como los colombianos, si lo hacen de una forma única y nos enseñan cuáles son las potencialidades que se pueden obtener? Me encantaría tener esta conversación con ustedes y de nuevo, mil gracias por tenerme aquí el día de hoy. Ha sido un placer. Muchas gracias.
It's great that Lauren's experience in our country and in Latin America has been wonderful. It's great that she was able to tell us about the journey and the work that she has done with regeneration and how life has held up and how to understand regeneration as a full context so that it can be efficient and regenerative. We have come to a very important point in our day. This is the second day of the summit in this encounter for a regenerative future, but we've come to that moment in which we will be presenting the main conclusions or learnings and the different reflections that we've had, and we're going to do it in each according to each room. We had 2.2, which is building horizons, 2.3, 2.4, and 2.5. In 2.3 it was about planting the future, 2.4 seeds for change, and 2.5 green impulse. So we will now invite these people, the rapporteurs that were in each one of the rooms, who were taking note and paying attention to what was shared by each one of you. And now that we're at this moment, all of us together, it is now time to put it on the table and for us to really know what is the impact that this summit is having. So I will now invite you, this room 2.2, which is Building Horizons. We had Diana Chica responsible for by TNC, so let's give her a round of applause. She was our rapporteur. Diana, welcome, and thank you for sharing this with us. Please take a seat. Now in room 2.3, Planting the Future, we have Jose Marulanda, also from TNC. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. In room 2.4, which is Seeds for Change, we have Tatiana Rodriguez from UFC Germany. Tatiana was also with us this morning, moderating this panel, so we also invite her. She'll be the rapporteur of room 2.4. And we have the last room, which is 2.5, which is Green Impulse. So we invite Catalina Góngora from TNC. Big round of applause for Catalina. She will be a rapporteur from room 2.5. Here we have our 4 rapporteurs, and we will start with Diana Chica of this main room that also became Building Horizons. Diana, go ahead. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the mission of presenting the rapporteur report of room 2.2. I was thinking carefully of what to share with you when I made the decision of renaming our room, thinking about the fact that we talk a lot about hope, about how is it possible to move through these processes towards regeneration, and how there are many people who are doing so. They're small islands. That's how one of the panelists called it. Small coherence islands that have the capacity to take other islands with them. So some of the key ideas that arise from this room begin, as we've mentioned a lot, during these few days is regeneration is medicine that goes far beyond the environmental aspect. It's a medicine that internally restores us because we need to be restored to be able to then restore our territories. It restores communities and societies. And for this, it is important to have languages that bring us together and not that divide us. And we think that talking about regeneration is talking about life. We have to talk about life, and this will be the language that will bring us together to be able to save what we still have left in this territory, because we also discussed the fact that regeneration is not an option, but regeneration is the option that we have. And it is a bridge. It is a bridge that brings us together from the bottom to the top, because it's not possible to have regenerative processes if we don't start at the communities. And I believe that that is something that we have to really bring to inside ourselves. We have to come close to the communities with a lot of respect and two key questions. What is hurting you? And what do you dream? And I believe that that is the real way in which we can build regeneration, because there is no regeneration without considering the social aspects. We have to talk based on love, and regeneration invites us to speak and talk from love and not have to wait to act from pain. Because if we don't act today, it's possible that what leads us to act in the path of regeneration is pain. And a very key idea that I take with me is that some of the economic bases, or many of the current economic bases, need to change. Not everything has to be measured by just a GDP. It has to also make sense in terms of systemic health. Amongst the outstanding experiences, I would like to mention that there have to be processes that increase self-esteem for our roots comprehensive plans for regeneration that are necessary. And we need to demonstrate that theory to co-create with communities. And something very important amongst the highlighted experiences, the follow-up of the indicators. To be able to give information to companies, the finance sector, the public sector. And this will allow us to move forward towards regeneration. And networks really help us to recuperate this system. And Pablo was telling us about anti-fragility. So challenges, I think they're well known by everyone. Funding, the complexity of ecosystems, and the complexity of all the actors that we have to relate with. We don't understand the territories, and we need to start restoring and regenerating, but without planning. That is what has led us to do things wrong in some senses, and we need to understand. We need to plan where and why we do things. An important challenge is that, unfortunately, crises are what are leading us to regenerate, and we have to change this. We have to act before crisis leads us to making those changes. And once again, the need of ecosystem approaches. We need to think about economic, ecological, social, and biological, and we need to unify and plan. We need to keep in mind all the communities and the territories, and we need to start restoring right now, because sustainability reduces year-to-year zero. So regenerating is good for us, and regenerating regenerates landscapes and people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our report is about Room 2.3, where we talked about planting the future. Our topic was related to regenerative economy, changes of paradigm, transform of farms and landscapes, production and economy. And we apologize. We had a last session, and then we had to go into the rapporteur report, so some things might be left out of the slide, but I'll try to include everything that we were able to discuss in the room that I feel was very much related to the economy, but I feel that it was very full of entrepreneurs and leaders and companies and organizations that relate their life purpose and their life project with what they do to be able to live and maintain their being. And I think that that is something that I really highlight, something that I take from that room is the life purposes and how they're related to what we do as human beings for an economy that has this last name that is regenerative, which is something new. So I feel that the panel was initially carried out by talking about the fact that regenerative economy is built in a network. It's necessary to have multi-stakeholder platforms and to generate those interconnections both between producers and companies, and you cannot do this alone. A network that is strengthened with private initiatives that connect its life purpose with regeneration. And I highlight the life purpose because I'll tell you a bit more about those experiences. Transformation of farms and landscapes begins with a transition. And sometimes you might be overwhelmed thinking about reaching regenerative agriculture or livestock breeding, and I think that that anxiety starts to be mitigated by thinking about beginning with the transition, and we need to build trust, and it's highlighted because I think that trust happens at all the different links, also with the producer and each one of the stakeholders that have that final consumer. And this morning, Professor Oledo was telling us, and he was inviting us to look at that trust that we have to have as consumers. And regeneration is not just something that happens in livestock farming. Something that was also shared with Laura Inés was the organization as well. We have to think about regeneration in these organizations, and we have to think about the being and spirituality. In highlighted experiences, we have the shareholder experiences, but also private initiatives that I was mentioning, which, for example, the El Atico Natural Reservation, what Arroz Blanquita is doing, the Cacay, Amazon Fruits, organizations, and I think that the associations play an important role as an alternative for a scale model. Many times we know that agriculture happens in small producers, and that to think about getting to markets or to a larger scale, association is an option to achieve this, and biodynamic association shared what they're doing. Maybe I'm forgetting some. Identify challenges. I think that there is something that is complex but relevant to bring it up, which is how to decommoditize regenerative economy and economically value ecosystemic elements. We talked about biodiversification, and I think that's an important challenge because now our project works with productive chains. These are commodities, and how we bring the decommoditization to regenerative economy, and it's a challenge. And a question that is generated is, are regenerative products a niche market, or can they be of access for everyone? On one side, the fact that these products have to be of access to everyone, and on the other hand, they have to be a niche product and they have to have an added value and an overcost. And do we have to recognize this added cost to the producer? Maybe the producer won't get any extra money, but their benefit lies in the cost reduction. So I think that is a challenge that still has to be resolved. How to generate awareness and the demand of those consumers, and how to generate offer for regenerative economy. We still have to talk about how that market is developed, and it needs consumer awareness, but also awareness from the industry and the producers. And an important term is also coherence. Coherence in regeneration has a spiritual component in its essence and in the essence of the being. So how, as consumers, but as business people as well, or any role that we play in the value chain, coherence is, well, humans are incoherent by nature, but it plays an important role. And calls to action, we talked about experimentation. Since it is a roundtable filled with entrepreneurs, we always had experimentation, validating prototypes, and scaling up what was working. Regenerative economy is something that is rising, and it needs experiments, sharing amongst this network. And there isn't only one answer, there is no recipe. Part of that is that conceptual framework of business models that was presented, which is a guide, but it's not a recipe. We're still building. And at the end of the panel, we also talked about how we're creating many models and methods for measurement, conceptual frameworks, and we're at the point of experiencing and creating. And there's no regeneration if there's no social justice. Regenerative economy doesn't look just for the financial return. That's also part of the call to action as a challenge. How do we think not just about the financial return, but also those other returns at an environmental or social levels that can be generated?
And how to measure the impact afterwards. It's necessary to measure such impact, but not in such a way that it becomes so complicated so that we are measuring impact on a particular plot, but trying to simplify that instead, so that we can talk about the impact on the economy and the impact of what we're doing. I hope I picked up on everything that was commented on that room, and thank you. Well, in the case of our room, you can't read the title there. It's 2.3, which is co-creation of knowledge, ways of thinking, and ways of doing things. What we did was support ourselves from the different sessions, and I would share what resonated and most people that attended. So I'm just going to read like quotes that we adjusted in this little chart here. Make the competition or kill off the competition to reach collaboration. Second, regenerative has different forms depending on the context. Let's not standardize the whole country. In science and technology that is more humble, it generates bonds between the individual, community, and their surrounding. Second one on that part, it's not the seed just for the sake of the seed, but ecosystemic relations that make possible its existence, and we're not outside of this context. We need to regenerate our social tissue. That's the calling. Then internal evaluation instead of external assessment, and some ideas to measure ourselves internally, thinking of vitality, integrity, health, and beauty. Also, making knowledge a common asset. Sentir pensar in Spanish, which is like feeling, thinking at this in one word. And regenerate is not a concept that we need to agree on entirely. That prevents us from advancing. Regenerating is more similar to feeling, something that we feel that we're doing what's right once we experience it. That's what I would comment from our room, and the way we summarize it. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to present important points from the Impulso Verde room, or Green Thrust room. We started on the reflecting on the change of paradigm, trying to think of financial mechanisms and how to affect public policy, and then how this reflection led us to narratives that are behind these financial elements and political situations that we need to think in this process of change and of the past needs that are generating an impact today and that we need to reconstruct. Hence, we had a very inspiring lecture telling us these financial mechanisms started by using individualistic models of competition, and they should transit towards a more collaborative approach in which they can answer to financial structures that enable this transition. After we thought about what are the enabling conditions that let us have scalability. This is why the room was called Green Thrust. How can we thrust forward all these initiatives? And we talked about two levers that we can pull on to catalyze this radical change. One is financial mechanisms, where the pondering is about innovation not only as part of instruments and mobilizing new resources, but also in transforming or redirecting those existing mechanisms toward more those that are more positive in their relationship with nature, but also in the scaffolding itself that allow for this mechanism. It's not just about innovation, it's about how to define, and we called it scaffolding of the mechanism that allows for more egalitarian, more accessible, and mechanisms that depend more on the context. And the other lever or enabling condition is traceability. And I think several experiences shared traceability in cattle farming mostly, but this could be in other supply chains. But it's about how this traceability lets you articulate the sanitation components and control of deforestation component and even become an opportunity for new markets. And if all these actors are integrated and all the actions that they will contribute, we can describe some enabling conditions. And I'm sorry I forgot to provide examples for the cases of financial mechanisms. On the previous point, where we saw private sector initiatives, but also from the public side. And in traceability, we had experiences of the Mexican case and Brazil and Colombian examples. And finally, we reflected on how to, or what actions are already showing evidence towards that transit to regenerative models and how these can be accelerated, I mean, those actions. And we had we were thinking of challenges such as that intersectorial approach and how to build it. That development of policies that have always been focusing on sanitation and only on certain specific characteristics, and how we think about the concentration of land that has been associated to extractivistic industries as well, that are important to regenerate, alongside the financial mechanisms and their connection to the markets and the central action of governance to be able to articulate and or relate ourselves with all other stakeholders using these instruments so that we can have scalability in the long term. Thank you. Thank you so much to our four rapporteurs. I think this is an important exercise and a big responsibility you had to try and convey a summary of your room. Thank you for that and all the possibilities that we've just been presented with in this summary, saying that regeneration is, saying that it is only built through a network, that we need to regenerate social tissue, and that change requires new financial structures. Because everything that was just mentioned, I think, is a very good rapporteurship of what was put on the table in these 2 days of our event. Following, we invite Manuela Gomez. She's the leader of Regenerative Youth Group that will show us a decalogue of guiding principles. How nice it is to know that our youth is also a part of this transformation, of this change, that they are also present when we speak of transition, because young people at home are also having an effect in what they eat and what they are buying in the market, and everything becomes a value chain behind this. So nice to see that they are also pushing for these guiding principles. So let's receive Manuela, that's going to introduce her group and their guiding principles. Strong applause for Manuela. You're very welcome. She's the leader that's been pushing this project forward. Good morning, everybody. We are so excited to be here with you with the possibility of presenting a result of a constructive collective process that did not start overnight with young people with me today here at the summit, but it started many years before with a personal story behind each one of these young individuals that were chosen by the collective itself that we've been putting together to try and broaden our voice and have an impact in Latin America and the whole world. So it is a true pleasure for me to introduce the 5 young members that will be representing all the voices that we've been combining. Sebastián Flores from the Regeneration Youth Group from Frontino in Antioquia. Yadir Alex Alban Española, young entrepreneur from La Elvira township just outside Cali, working with the initiative the San Antonio Forest. Sofia Leiva Duran, a case of generational relief, generational change for El Silencio Natural Reserve, located in San Francisco, Cundinamarca. Yesterday we had her mom, now we have then Angie Paola Rengifo Benavides from La Reina Victoria Beekeepers from the Bajo Cauca region, also in Antioquia. And with this project, they're recovering land degraded by mining activity. And Mauricio Lara from the Maestros del Agua, or Masters of Water Collective from La Leonera district in Cali, focusing on organic agriculture and regenerative processes. Thank you so much. We want to hear your voice, boys and girls. Thank you so much. I think that under collective construction, we've been able to create guiding principles by young regenerators. First of all, associativeness and collaboration that is entrenched. We want to use this word to talk about our roots, because we say it's not something that's being forced upon us. It's something that comes out of your soul. We want to be young regenerators. Secondly, diversity in conservation. Thirdly is taking care of the territory, then transmission and exchange of knowledge, and then governance. The other principles, besides the ones on the left, are food sovereignty, then integration of actors or stakeholders. 8th is regenerative conscience and ethical principles. 9th is regeneration and care of the soil. And finally, biomimesis for developing creative ideas or solutions. Also along the same lines, in a collective construct, we were able to put together a decalogue, or a list of 10 actions that as young regenerators commits ourselves and what we're going to engage in as particular actions in our territory. First action is generating knowledge-based networks to share and replicate any good practice and taking place in our territory. Second, promoting education and circular economy for regeneration. Third would be promoting intergenerational exchange. And the fourth, my colleague can talk about that. The fourth one is impulsing regenerative schools of thinking and material with environmental and agricultural focus. We have transformative mechanisms for incentivizing regenerative practices. And 8th is self-knowledge of knowledge flavors and paints. And I'm not talking about flavors in your taste buds, but flavors that you have in the experience that you build in your territory to generate an action or to motivate a regeneration action. In the seventh place, we have inspiring and leading connections and outlooks between territories to generate valuable experiences in communities. On the other hand, including regenerative culture in spaces where citizens can participate. As we know, there is no just one voice and one vote in this type of citizenship group participations when talking about regeneration, much less an amount or an incentive associated to this. So reproducing this in the community will be very important. On the other hand, we want to favor the thought mingas or thought coming togethers, if you will, and the process of this coming together or minga is a positive process for the territory that allows creating a network, a community, and a trust between all of us that will let us have better development and evolution in our territory. And finally, promoting trust and empathy between youth groups from different territories to strengthen the regeneration processes. As you can see, this last one is focusing on kind of verifying what we're living as young regenerators in this space. There's people from this state of Valle del Cauca, but also from Antioquia and Cundinamarca departments that are getting to know each other as well. We realize that others have similar regeneration processes and very nice projects that we can work on together. So with this Decalogue, the main purpose is to let regeneration not just be a trend or something that we want for the future, but it starts becoming an action that is already part of a general culture of our current humanity. And we want to certify that we are the ones that have the leadership role in our hands and need to assume this regeneration roles that you started so many years ago and with which we're going to continue as young population. Thank you. Thank you to all the young people in Manuela that's leading and grouping this youth that's coming together to contribute. Because it's just with one farm we can't regenerate. Well, human beings on our own can't do all the work either. We need to work as a team. And you'll tell me I'm repeating this too much in these 2 days, but it's just the way to do it. Right now we're going to continue with something that's just as important, and that's speaking of those agreements, those commitments when we speak about regeneration of this state or department of Valle del Cauca where we're in, and country level commitments. We're thinking of a regional agenda first, so we're going to receive our next guests, Elisa Arango first. She grows cocoa in Valparaíso, Antioquia. Awesome to see young people representing. Thank you, Isa, from Valparaíso in Antioquia. And also Saida Abdallah. She's founder of J-Shop Colombia and US. Saida, we welcome you. I also invite Jose Luis Chicoma. He's Senior Advisor for Global Food Systems and Production Ministry of Peru. Ex-Minister of Production for Peru. So he knows what he's talking about. We invite Antonio Jose Piñeros. He's Chairman of the Colombian Association for Regenerative Cattle. Let's receive Antonio. And moderating this panel. One of the panel is a dialogue about these commitments, and for that purpose we have Claudia Martinez. Let's welcome Claudia, Director of E3 Ecology, Economy, and Director of the Colombian Forum. Thank you very much, Claudia, for being here. Claudia, you can guide us with time available so that at least aside the Jose Luis and Antonio, we can talk about the commitments towards a regional regeneration agenda. Thank you. Well, it's a true joy to be in the closing of these 2 days that I think fill all our hearts, our spirit, our soul, but mostly our regeneration awareness. I think it's a little bit clear for all of us what we can do as Latin America and what we have to push forward a regenerative Latin America. We're a wonderful continent. If you realize in this global world that we're living in, we've got the possibility of having a regenerative LATAM. And we want, with organizers and the partners, of course, to thank everybody that's come forward and entrepreneurs, government officials, young regenerators that are diving headfirst in this wave of regeneration. Today we've got an interesting panel, a panel we've selected, trying to have voices from the different scenarios that we've been hearing in this special summit. I'm trying to bring different voices to try and talk about three questions that you're going to see and hear in a bit. We want that the audience can participate from answering these questions as well. So first you can start with Elise Arango. You participated in this Young Regenerators space. Elise has a young cocoa grower that you have a special space with your family called Origen del Encanto, like the origin of enchantment, if we were to translate that. And I think you can breathe proudly because there's many people bringing you towards regeneration. And Antonio Jose Piñeros, chairman of Acoganar, Regenerative Cattle Farming Association, musician on the side as well. We all need to play several roles, right? And you're the cinematic producer, I believe, as well. But you've had your regeneration boots on since you're a young man. And Antonio has been dreaming about this when he went through different farms in Colombia. Now, still treading with his boots, working for regeneration. We've got Jose Luis, that some of you heard him in the lecture in the other panel. You come from public policy. You were a minister yourself. But most incredible thing is that Jose Luis has been thinking about how to transform food systems, being a thinker, and trying to write on this topic. It's a pleasure really to have you here. I believe you were directly from Hamburg to share a little bit with us about what you've been thinking on with the other thinkers. And Saida Abdallah. Saida, I met just a year ago in a wonderful regeneration space as well that we had, thanks to AMX Mexico and other partners in Bogota, about investing in regeneration. But Saida's an entrepreneur besides that. She's a woman vibrating for regeneration, has her own company, and that has come together with us because in this world of regeneration, you meet other regenerators, and you came with this company in the U.S. as well. So we have deluxe regenerators, and we have these topics that we're going to talk about. One is reimagining agriculture, moving from agriculture version 1.0 to regenerative agriculture. Then regenerative economies, because truly regeneration can be achieved in any topic, but if we have a new regenerative agriculture in our planet, this will make us be able to reach wonderful things. And the third thing is collaboration and co-creation and how to share what we've been doing, all of us in this summit. And the fourth thing would be governance. Without those differential element in how to govern this, we're not going to go far. And the fifth element is capital, not just thinking about the financial capital and its limitations, but all the forms of capital that I think can be understood more broadly. So the first thing I would ask, but I think if I sit down, nobody's going to see me because the seat's behind the podium. I'm sorry. But I would do the question from here to ask you, what learning did you have from this summit? What is the one thing you're taking for your company, for your purpose in your own life that you can share with us? And how does this resound or echo with those that want to do similar things in Latin America, just as you have? So, uh, so it's nice for me to be the voice of the youth here, and it's important in spaces such as these. And about your question, I am taking with me something we've been discussing so much in this summit, and it's how regeneration needs to be multidisciplinary. If I'm a young entrepreneur and I come from Valparaiso in Antioquia, a region, since I was very young, I grew around the cocoa plant, but I'm a social communicator by profession. I work with pedagogic processes, and right now I'm joined by a musician that's also got his regenerator boots, as you said. So it's about understanding how those systems and regeneration can feed from and nourish from that diversity. And I would say that multiple disciplines involved in regeneration and knowledge from different fields such as agroecology and regenerative cattle farming, but then also organizational regeneration and having the best indicators. All of these topics that we've discussed today are important in that diversity. And I would say there's no one that's more important than the other, really. And also the challenge that young people have right now to continue motivating ourselves to work for our land and the earth, to continue with, treading with our regenerative boots and using these multiple disciplines. Because I not only need to be the Elisa that, bought into this idea of regeneration and is planting cocoa with and understanding all the process behind, but I can be that Elisa that's participating in other venues such as this one right here. And I think that's the message that young people want to be working, on the fields. But it's not just about being one thing. And I think we not only want to be just one thing, we need to nourish ourselves from other varied things as well. Very nice, Elisa. Very well put. Now we continue with Antonio Jose. Same question for you. Thank you for your generosity, and all of you for your generosity, really, of having the time of sharing with us. The main thing I'm leaving with to reflect on is that I'm not so crazy after all, or that there are more and more crazy people like me over time, and that really motivates me. And the fact that this primordial or basic instinct that led me down this path was correct, and that reason did not impose itself, thankfully, when I thought about all the reasons why not to follow this path. So that for me is the main thing I'm taking. And then after that, perhaps realizing the enormous potential there is around us. Looking at regenerative cattle farming in my case in particular, regeneration is now appearing in the agendas more and more. We can hear about this in media sometimes. Even in government institutionality, we can hear these concepts. Some people see the phrase or the word and they don't understand what to do with it. So a part of our task, and that's the conclusion, it's a great responsibility that we have to try and bring down these concepts and ground them down into something understandable, not just for the public and institutional sector, but so that become an integral part of our culture. as human beings, at the center of all these benefits that we're obtaining from our planet, explain those, understand those, and that the primary producer is not just benefited, but is identified, first of all. And I think that's our task right now, and it's a very important role, and I am very thankful with the opportunity to contribute in this way. Thank you so much. This Super Antonio Jose, thank you. Now, Jose Luis, tell us about this. Well, in this intimate venue and with so many people that I've just met, I want to say the following. I have a dual personality myself, and we talk about, climate change and regeneration and sustainable agriculture, because these personalities, one is positive and one is pessimistic. The pessimistic is often present, regretfully. I read the newspaper with a little advancement in climate change and in regeneration being included in policies, and lack of complying with agreements, and the wars taking place, and how abuse is taking place in using food security as a weapon of war. But this makes me become very pessimistic with the future and regenerative elements. On the other hand, I come here, I see Lauren in the conference that just elapsed, and here to all of you over the day, and I'm so optimistic. And one of the words that makes me so optimistic is regeneration. And all the dimensions that it can have of restoring, reconstituting, renewing, of giving way to new life. But I go back to the pessimistic personality sometimes when I see that the term of regenerative agriculture is quickly being co-opted by huge companies around the world that are using it to do greenwashing, of those monocrop, extractivistic crops with intensive use of agrochemicals, and producing of commodities that are not being used to feed people directly on many occasions, but instead they're for feeding cattle or cars and automobiles in a certain way, and to produce all these elements that are making us sick. Then I see this very honest community and very hopeful community about regenerative agriculture and our future. So my question is, why are not we denouncing more this greenwashing publicly? Why don't we take the flag of regeneration on ourselves in a more holistic and systemic, I don't want to say integral or other words, but take that flag and carry that flag that talks about maintaining biodiversity and systems that combat climate change, but also including nutrition there, in particular for those that need it the most, and social inclusion of small farmers and cattle raisers, so that it's a transformative model in society that realizes the whole potentiality of a beautiful word such as regeneration. And we discussed this with some of the professors and lecturers from the panel, and one of the proposals are, yes, we should have a more concrete guideline of what regeneration means, for sure, reminding ourselves that Latin America should have its own guide through a network composed by many of the people here, I guess, right? And that's a nice segue for the next question. Yeah. I just wanted to say that define what regeneration is really, and then going beyond that basic guideline, these spaces should be used to converse and discuss and debate perhaps about the metrics of how to best measure real effective regeneration. If we don't do this, these terms going to be co-opted and misused, so by others that are going to do exactly the opposite that we want. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So take note, people, because in the end, I want you to tell me 2 or 3 ideas from the audience. So someone start thinking about these ideas and a comment about them. All right. Tell us about your idea. How do you feel as an entrepreneur?
First, I would like to thank you for this opportunity for your invitation. I am super inspired with each one of your conversations and each person that I have the chance of listening to. I'm very inspired by the young people at the end session because many people say that the young people are the future. And it's a bit of a cliche, but that is the reality. To see how they absorbed so much information and they made it so concrete in these difficult concepts. We've had a lot of conversation to reach the conclusions that they easily presented to us. I really love that, so thank you. I think that regeneration begins with each one, and that is what I take with me from the event. It starts in individual awareness. How we get to different places and what energy we show up with. And that is where the process of giving and building begins. Not just in the companies that we work with and with the teams that we work with, but in each one of the communities that are part of our life. I have two questions for regenerative energy that I would like to share. Is what is there for me to learn and what do I have to give? And from that point, start relating to the people that I'm with. Many times we have an approach of what is there for me and how do others see me. But if we're there to learn with an open mind, I think that that is where interesting conversations come up that build. And from abundance. If I have a position, if I know that I have this to give, I have an abundant mentality that I know contributes to others, and we can create together. And how do I take all these learnings to daily action? I believe that that is the question that I take with me. How am I going to integrate what I learned and the things that I do every day in my life, not just in the companies that we're working with? What does this mean? That we're regenerative at heart? Because Latin people are abundant. We are caregivers. We are cultures that nourish and connect with friends. The farms where we go, there is always something that people want to share with us. And that abundance that we have is energy that lies in our heart and that we have to connect with to be able to continue. Round of applause, please. In prayer of time, because we only have 10 minutes, I will bring two questions together. First, we have to think about projecting commitments of all of us. Because regeneration is only possible if we come together. So the question is, tell us quickly, what commitments do you think we can extract from this summit and that we can project for Latin America? And in parallel, what messages can we take from Cali to COP30 towards regeneration? Understanding that we are talking from biodiversity, connection, climate change, territoriality, systems. How we can take these messages and these commitments and how do we project ourselves? Because this summit does not end here. A wonderful thing starts here. And how do we join all this? Just brief. So if anyone can think of an idea, please let us know. So please. So as a commitment, that we acquired here in the territories is becoming a super strong point so that we can understand regeneration. There is something very valuable that is not the seed as a seed, but social fabric that was also mentioned in the rapporteurs, and sharing the experiences that we are experiencing here with others is very valuable. I mean, experiences in terms of businesses and entrepreneurships and relationships that we have built here that is important to visibilize because it also becomes inspiration. I think that I'm the bridge of inspiration. They work with motivation. That is what makes me feel very proud of where I'm coming from and what I have worked on. And I think a third thing is that at an international level, that should be part of the conversation is how we will motivate young people to continue. Some think that young people do not want to be out in the fields. That is not how I think. Because I have already been in these contexts, and I know a lot of young people that, like myself, also dream about a more regenerative future. But I'm aware that those conversations are not conceived as real for everyone, because these are not the only spaces that exist in our country. So I think that it is very important to understand how that motivation is for them. Wonderful. And I would just like to tell you that we are promoting leadership networks in regeneration systems. That is why we started in Valle del Cauca. And the idea is to connect and reconnect. And if anyone here wants to join this so thank you, Elisa and Antonio Jose. I think that the most important thing is that we can take on that commitment of maintaining and bringing the voice of the primary producer onto the stage and to our dialogue. That we're able to make the primary producer that is really experiencing the difficulties of climate, that type of problem can be brought to the table, and that we can always consider the voice of the primary producer when in these stages we intend to have influence in the policies that will be dictating the rules that we're currently producing with. So the commitment of having the primary producer in the front row in the different dialogues. So definitely there is a space, as I mentioned in my first intervention, of construction of networks amongst the very diverse actors that are present in this event. I would add a few others, perhaps some other public officers so that they can hear the producers and communities that are more present, social movements, and can contribute more inputs about how to implement regenerative and transformative resources. That would be a proposal that does not ignore the real problems that exist to have this transformative agriculture. So we have those elephants in the room. So political issues and without these we cannot achieve a regeneration. So a network of regeneration in Latin America. So how do we bring this together? Because we're bringing together politicians, businessmen, regenerators out in the field, communities, the academia. So when we have a regeneration network, how is this led? How we use technology? How we're able to really bring this to our reality? So we have to think of the how for that network, but I think that we can do so, and it can be very powerful. Very, very powerful. So Saida, share your idea with me. I think that the commitment is to start creating our own models, because we always look outside, and the world has a lot of influence in us. The way in which our products are demanded has a lot of influence, and how we configure our chains. But we're not having that active voice that can really say, look, let me see what my communities are like and my culture and my inheritance, my heritage, to be able to start thinking about our own regenerative models. And I think that that is the commitment of our network. Believe in ourselves. We should create what works for us. And we have to start forming our ties, because we've had war wounds. And I'm not just talking about the violence out in the field, but what we see in organizations, how we connect with our colleagues, how we generate sectorial integration, so how do we see if it's regenerative and if it has the way of sharing, welcoming, connecting to nature. So I feel that there is a lot of potential in how we heal these wounds, how we can sit together. That is another commitment. So we have to remember that the producer that is remote in some place of the world is not there because they wanted to, but something happened, and now our work is to reconnect and become friends again, and sit down and say, okay, if I worry about my friend, how do I take opportunities to them? Because I had a different condition, and I can create market opportunities and design products. So what I'm designing, the demand that I will generate, how does it generate a positive impact in the territories where we are? So we have to look at, we need to consider product demands where that demand can really lever something positive that is happening in the region. So how can we take this to the consumer in the US and other territories? And we're generating a regenerative market, a regenerative economy. And I think that we can do this with a brand. And it's great that Latin America can be where we start the agroecological movement. And we can speak Spanish and we can all laugh. And we have many things that connect us to regeneration. So there's somebody who raises their hand immediately. This has to be short. So I would like to congratulate TNC for this space and you all for being here. This message goes for all humanity. We're in the construction of a collective way of thinking, or is it only in Latin America? So how are our consumption habits, our lifestyle? How are we doing for regeneration? We need to get to know each other more and communicate more. It's incredible. Many times we get into airplanes and we don't talk to the person next to you. We need to communicate better. My name is Melquisedec Paneso Bonilla. I am the regional manager of the Society of Cooperation for the International Development, SOCOELI. And it is an organization that was. Please be concrete. We're in 4 regions of the country. So we had somebody else. So something that I have in mind, how are we going to make children be regenerators? I have a grandson and I will talk to him about everything that I have learned here. And we have to think about him if we want this strategy to be long term. Thank you. So just to finalize, so the allies that made this forum possible, it's always important to be able to do so. And of course, all the allies and all of you who were present. So it's not just Latin America, it's the world. And from Latin America for the world, we can do regeneration. Is that okay? So let's say from Colombia for the world, we can create regeneration. Thank you very much to our panelists. So we want to impact Latin America and the rest of the world. I would also like to thank the 2 people that came by, people who gave us their contribution. So we have this QR code, just in case somebody has not come in, so that they can access the WhatsApp group, and then there they'll have a lot of information. They'll be able to access the survey and grant comments and suggestions of what has happened in this summit during these 2 days. So it becomes very pertinent right now. So I will invite you to look at the person sitting next to you. Let's look at the person next to us. Let's look at the person next to us. So you can see that they're different from you, right? So let's look at each other. We're looking at the person that we have next to us. Let's look at the person next to us. So let's look at the person next to us. Now tell me, they're different than you, right? But don't you think that that's the wonder of diversity? So it's a nature that we have not just human, cultural, but it also becomes that pathway towards regeneration. We're wonderful. Imagine 2 ladies here. So we're different. That's wonderful. We think different. We have about the topics, but we are coming to agreement for this route and this pathway. So for a sustainable future that is responsible, because talking about regeneration is talking about life, medicine, and what builds the social network. Talking about others, coming together, being respectful of others, and understanding that regeneration starts with what we have insisted all these days. What you put on the table, what we had for lunch today. So it's good to know, as Dr. Lea said, that we are aware of what we're putting on the table. What are the foods that are seasonal, that we have them easily accessed and that we can avoid. We haven't ended the summit. This is just starting. So for those who are visiting from other parts of the country and the world, the idea is for you to also enjoy that cultural diversity that is present in salsa, that you can taste the delights that we have, such as pan de bono, chontaduro, that you can leave with that consciousness that you also have that consciousness of regeneration, but also a piece of Cali to each region. Now we have a proposal and a combination of art and science and territory that has to do with the land as an origin of nature.
hijos de Gaia. Estamos aquí apoyando a Patrick. Mira, Patrick. Es Patrick. Estamos apoyando a Patrick en su proyecto educativo ambiental. Patrick es el fundador del grupo musical y él es el escritor de la mayoría de las canciones que hoy les vamos a presentar. El grupo está integrado por Víctor, quien es nuestro bajista y es el director musical del grupo, así que un fuerte aplauso a él. Cristian, quien es nuestro guitarrista eléctrico, el rockero. Guido es nuestro guitarrista acústico, suave. Y nuestro baterista Antonio. Y yo soy Ana María, la voz femenina del grupo Los Hijos de Gaia. Como artistas y como seres humanos estamos comprometidos con el bienestar de nuestro planeta. Así que queremos hoy presentarles este hermoso puesta en escena en este lugar tan hermoso. Sabemos que la ciencia es poderosa, pero como solo habla al intelecto, necesitamos expresarlo con el arte para tocar niveles más profundos de nuestro ser, para tocar el corazón. Queremos decirles que es demasiado tarde para ser pesimistas. El tema ambiental es un poco estresante, pero es importante estar felices y pasarla bien. Así que vamos a explicarlo con arte y vamos a dedicar esta presentación especialmente a los niños y a este grupo de jóvenes que han nacido con la tarea de construir un mundo nuevo. Así que, ¿iniciamos, Patrick? Ya vamos.
Esta canción está dedicada a mi
amanecer y compartir lindas sonrisas, locas carcajadas, cariñitos, muchos besitos. Posa. Peces coloridos del mar tropical, camellos del desierto y sus extraños jinetes, frutos del verano, hojas rojas del otoño, lombrices azules, orugas peludas y compartir lindas sonrisas, locas carcajadas, cariñitos, muchos besitos. Suave, que todos nos amemos o nos toleremos, ricos menos egoístas, el pobre más feliz. Respeto a la vida del mar y de la tierra, animales y plantas, que seamos felices en este planeta azul. Lindas sonrisas, licas carcajadas, cariñitos, muchos besitos, lindas sonrisas, locas carcajadas, cariñitos, muchos besitos. Gracias. Hoy yo le digo, Claire, sí, este planeta está muy bonito, pero ¿sabes qué? Tiene algunos problemitas, ¿no? Hoy para hablar de la Tierra, ¿quién mejor que mi invitada de esta noche, ¿no? Buenas tardes, humanos. Soy Gaia, su planeta. Me pidieron que les viniera a decir algunas palabras. Les digo que estoy muy feliz de estar con toda esa gente como ustedes que aparentemente se preocupan de mí. Pues ya era tiempo, ¿no? Pero bueno, les agradezco mucho su esfuerzo. Yo vivo en la galaxia de la Vía Láctea, en un rincón alejado del universo. Hace 3.500 millones de años inventé la vida. Yo me monté un gran taller y en ese taller empecé a producir cualquier cantidad de bichos, de plantas, de bacterias, de virus. Yo me divierto mucho haciendo esto. Y me dicen que hay como 10 millones de mis creaciones ahora. Pues qué bueno, ¿no? Entonces con esto yo armé como un árbol de la vida. ¿Y quién está arriba de este árbol? Pues ustedes los humanos. pero tampoco se crean la última coca en el desierto, como dicen en ese país. Porque a la misma altura que ustedes en el árbol están las moscas. Y yo les cuento que para poner una mosca a volar con solo 2 alas, me costó trabajo. Entre esas creaciones hay unos que han ayudado mucho. Y los quiero hablar de los árboles. ¿Sí? Los árboles son seres muy especiales. Siguiente, por favor. Los árboles son... es que ellos son muy tímidos, ¿no? Siguiente. Miren la timidez del dosel. Es una cosa genial de los árboles que no se tocan el dosel, ¿no? Y a los árboles yo les puse el internet micorrízico, ¿no? Con hilos microscópicos de hongos. Ellos se comunican y se mandan medicamentos, nutrientes, información. Tremendos los arbolitos, ¿no? Los árboles son lentos, sabios y viejos, ya llevan edades cuando llegamos y seguirán aquí cuando nos marchemos. Observan inmóviles y silenciosos, derivas de nubes, vuelos de pájaros, el baile saltado de las mariposas. Cuentan historia de alegres fogatas, amores eternos, crueles batallas, monstruos olvidados de otras épocas. Ellos se respetan, a veces pelean. El espacio azul donde trenzan ramas, transformando la luz en dulce savia. Se hablan, se informan de cualquier peligro. Amargan sus hojas contra el parásito. Crían mariposas lindas, bailarines, insectos vistosos para polinizar. Y los murciélagos que riegan semillas. Los árboles son nuestros hermanos. Los árboles son nuestros hermanos. Nos quieren cuando niños los visitamos, cuelgan en el aire vertiginos columpios, sus troncos y ramas para aventurar. Que nos dejan brazos y piernas rayados, el corazón agitado de contemplar infinitos paisajes que ellos dominan. Adultos nos temen cuando llegamos, miradas crueles, mortales aceros, los asesinamos, los descuartizamos vigas, tablas, muebles, pinchos y fósforos. Los árboles son lentos, pacientes y sabios. Amémosles, aprendamos a compartir su pura visión de un mundo inmóvil. Fuerza sin ambición, generosa y fresca. Los árboles son nuestros hermanos. Los árboles son nuestros hermanos. Gracias. Yo entonces en mi taller he hecho muchos bichitos así. Y a cada uno le hago un regalo muy bonito, que es una vida. Pero una vida en la tierra no es cualquier cosa, ¿no? Tienen todo para estar bien, para divertirse, paisajes y de todo. Pero a cambio de esto, tienen que participar en trabajos comunitarios, ¿no? Y pues, como mingas, ¿no? Mingas, entonces hay como 4 que les quiero mostrar hoy. La primera es limpiar la atmósfera y no hay mejor que los árboles con esto. Desde el Carbonífero, cuando los árboles ofrecieron sus troncos para transformarse en carbón y enterrar muy profundo este carbón que es una basura, ¿no? Basura climática. Y también participan en esto todo el plancton y todo, y cuando mueren se depositan en el fondo del mar y obsequian sus cuerpos para hacer petróleo. El petróleo, otra basura climática, ¿no? También la siguiente es construir el suelo. Y aquí veremos que las lombrices y las raíces son los mayores ingenieros, ¿no? Y hablaremos de la polinización también. Entonces, construir el suelo, almacenar carbono. La siguiente. No hay mejor trabajador que la lombriz. La lombriz, éxito total. Y miren esa como está bella, así que tiene pelitos fosforescentes, ¿no? No me vayan a decir que no les gustan las lombrices, ¿no? Siguiente. Entonces aquí se dice feliz como una lombriz. ¿Para qué está feliz una lombriz? Entonces yo como las estudié 40 años, yo les voy a dar 3 secretos que nadie sabe. Primero, la lombriz tiene 5 pares de corazones. 2, 4, 6, 8 y 10. Entonces yo digo, pues pueden tener 4 infartos y 5 penas de amor. Todavía les quedan corazones para pasarla bien, ¿no? ¿Qué les parece? ¡Qué envidia! La lombriz tiene 2 sexos alternativos. Empiezan su vida como machos y pues cuando han aprendido un poco de la vida, han engordado un poco, se vuelven hembras. Pero yo me divertí. Yo hice un ensayo con la lombriz, yo las puse homosexuales machos obligatorias. ¿Qué? Sí. Así son. Las lombrices son homosexuales machos obligatorias. Bueno. Cuando cruzan una lombriz, ya, pues trátenla con respeto porque realmente es un animal bien especial, ¿no? Entonces me van a decir, no, pero entonces, ¿cómo van a hacer para tener lombricitas si son homosexuales? Y yo les puse una cosa, les puse en la panza una cosita que se llama espermateca. Una espermateca, hagan de cuenta, es como una biblioteca, Pero en lugar de los libros tienes los espermatozoides de todos los novios que tuvo en su vida loca de macho homosexual. Entonces cuando se vuelve hembra, pues fecunda sus huevos. Qué maravilla, ¿no? Pero la lombriz de la canción no está feliz. No está feliz porque primero es de la categoría que se llama endogea. Son las lombrices que comen la tierra. Y para sobrevivir tiene que comerse todos los días 10 veces su peso de tierra. Entonces yo les invito a multiplicar su peso por 10. Y bueno, en mi caso serían 700 kilos. Bueno, serían como 6 carretillas de suelo al desayuno, 25 al almuerzo y pues me quedarían 15 para la cena. No, no. Qué cansancio, ¿no? Pero lo especial de la lombriz es que el popo de la lombriz, que bueno, siempre cuando voy a los colegios digo a los chicos, a ese popo, como no es una mierda, le pusimos un nombre bonito, que se llama un torrículo. Entonces esa lombriz produce toneladas y toneladas de torrículos que van a construir el suelo. La mayor desgracia de esa lombriz es que es partenogenética. Entonces no tiene vida sentimental y se aburre mucho así fecundando sus huevos solita así. Esa canción es una ranchera mexicana, entonces yo les advierto que va a terminar de forma trágica porque pues está debido al género, ¿no? Lombrecita perdida se llama. Quieren gritar con nosotros, pueden, ¿no? Un día en un pastizal del lindo Veracruz nació una lombriz gordita y feliz. Se llamaba Punto. Colex corre todos, un nombre bien feo, ¿no? Era endogea. Lo había leído en un libro. Pobre lombricita. Pobre lombricita. Pobre lombricita. Pobre lombricita. Pobre lombricita. ¿Qué hiciste de tu vida? Creció muy rápido, comiendo el suelo, día y noche cavando, siempre trabajando. No salía de noche, ni al baile ni al cine, ni amores tenía. Siendo partenogenética. Pobre lombricita. Pobre lombricita. Pobre lombricita. Pobre lombricita. Pobre lombricita. ¿Qué hiciste de tu vida? Un día llegaron de la Ciudad de México los temibles lombricidos Isabel y Carlos. Llevaban bandejas, tequila y palas. Mataban mucha lombriz. Ten cuidado con todos para hacer la tesis. Pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, Pobre lombricita, ¡ay! ¿Qué hiciste de tu vida? Pronto se acercó a ver qué pasaba. La vida en ese pastizal era muy aburrida. Encontró el tequila, lo probó, le gustó. Se sube a la botella y llega arriba, empieza a chupar. ¡Uy! ¡Qué cosa tan buena!, ¿no? No, ¿por qué no ponen esto en el suelo? La vida estaría mejor, ¿no? Sigue chupando y por primera vez en su vida se siente feliz, se pone a cantar, soy una lombriz feliz. Y de repente cayó en la botella, cuidado, donde quedó de adorno. Pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita. ¡Ay, ay, ay! ¿Qué hiciste de tu vida? Solo.
¡Ay, ay, ay! Este tequila me va a matar. Y a ese Patrick no se la voy a perdonar.
Pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita, pobre lombricita. ¿Qué hiciste de tu vida? Pobre lombricita, ¿no? Bueno, humanos, les voy a poner un poco de ciencia aquí para que no piensen que vinieron aquí a divertirse. La lombriz construye los suelos. Entonces, la Pontoscolex se comen todas 500 toneladas de tierra por hectárea y por año. Mucho, ¿no? Y los turículos de ellas son los ladrillos del suelo, porque se transforman en agregados muy sólidos que van a hacer que el suelo no se va a erosionar. Pero hay otros bichitos que hacen estructuras más finas, que son los que hacen los huecos en el suelo. Son las hormigas, las termitas, las raíces. Y entonces la combinación de esta cosa compacta con la cosa porosa hace que el agua entra en el suelo y se infiltra, ¿no? Entenderán por qué cuando se mataron las lombrices y todos los bichitos, el suelo se va compactando feo, ¿no? Y también las lombrices hacen ingeniería bioquímica. Ellas seleccionan y activan la comunidad microbiana. ¿Por qué los microbios del suelo? Los microbiólogos nunca se lo van a decir. Están inactivos el 80% del tiempo porque no se pueden mover. Entonces necesitan las lombrices, las raíces para moverlos. Y las lombrices aprovechan para seleccionar y activarlas. También en el turículo, que no es una mierda, hay hormonas de crecimiento para las plantas. Y también hay otros compuestos que pueden modificar la expresión de los genes de las plantas para que se puedan defender de algunas plagas. Bonito, ¿no? Qué invento, ¿no? Entonces, las lombrices y todos los demás habitantes del suelo trabajan todos juntos y forman una máquina muy, muy bonita que empieza con los microorganismos a la escala más pequeña Después los predadores de ellas están aquí en verde, los ingenieros, las lombrices, las termitas, las raíces, sus comunidades, después el ecosistema. Y ustedes han entendido esta semana, escuché hablar mucho del paisaje. Bueno, es que todo el paisaje funciona porque todos esos niveles están funcionando y la biodiversidad que construye esa máquina está íntegra. Entonces lo que pasa es que los ingenieros activan los microorganismos, estos liberan la energía, porque la lombriz no es capaz de digerir nada, ¿no? Ponen las bacterias a digerir en su intestino. Y con la energía van a construir el suelo y también activar toda la dinámica de la materia orgánica, liberando los nutrientes donde y cuando se necesitan. No es como los abonos químicos de ustedes que los riegan por todas partes y solo una pequeña parte llega a la planta. Pues los míos no llegan donde. Y entonces aquí están todos los servicios del suelo, ¿no? Siguiente. Pero el suelo puede estar feliz, pero a veces no. Y esta canción está dedicada a dos amigos que trabajaban en un proyecto amazónico donde evaluábamos la sustentabilidad de fincas. Y ellos tenían la finca más bonita de toda la región, con unos castañados para gigantes, y pues los mataron para cortar los árboles, ¿no? Amazonia, un suelo feliz. Yo era un suelo feliz de la Amazonia, colorado fértil, colmado de vida. Bajo los árboles y sus hojas muertas, bebía la lluvia, las hojas comían. Mi vida como una sinfonía, vibraba feliz la noche y el día. Albergues, ciudades y sus catedrales, milenios de cambios, armonía de edades.
Amazonia,
Cuida tu vida,
Amazonia,
cuida tu suelo,
Amazonia,
cuida tu vida,
Amazonia,
cuida tu suelo. Raíces, hormigas, lombrices, termitas, cavando tejían, también construían. Y las bacterias durmiendo tranquilas, esperaban el beso que las despertarían. Millares de dulces raíces entrelazaban sus redes secretas. Verde mar en el planeta azul, guardaba tesoros, sanador de heridas.
Amazonia,
Cuida tu vida,
Amazonia,
cuida tu suelo,
Amazonia,
cuida tu vida,
Amazonia,
cuida tu suelo. Un día de oro, la tierra tembló, el árbol cayó y se incineró. Troncos calcinados, paisaje de oro, muy desgarrado, triste quedé yo. Me seco, me quemo, me ahogo, me compacto. La fauna ha huido, sus nidos quemados. Las aves muertas, los cien que se han ido. Las bellas durmientes de pronto han envejecido. Amazonia, cuida tu vida,
Amazonia,
cuida tu suelo,
Amazonia,
cuida tu vida,
Amazonia,
cuida tu suelo. Campesinos desplazados, asesinados, vidas destruidas, el clima cambiado. Llegaron hombres de tierras lejanas, sin gracia, feas y muy solitarias. Ellas me compactaron, perdí mi color, Cristina al oriente murieron mis flores. La lluvia no entra, perdí mis fuentes, mis bellas avenidas, torres y galerías. Cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo, cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo. Llegaron los arados de los tractores, me dañaron y me esterilizaron con muchos químicos y pesticidas que vomito al aire y a las aguas. Produzco soya para cerdos en China, aceite de palma para carros extranjeros. Intereso a bancos transnacionales, no le dan miedo mis tristes paisajes. Cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo, cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo, cambio. Refrétenme, alimentenme con hojas y con abonos verdes. Vete tractor con mis ingenieros, recrearé la vida, la magia que hay en ella. Con cacao, maíz, bosque y fruta, sabios campesinos que conocen mi vida. Recrearé la vida y no soplaré más gases tóxicos. Cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo, cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo. Toda la vida como una sinfonía, vibrando alegre la noche y el día. Volveré a tener algunas y túneles, milenios de cambio, armonía de edades. Cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo, cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo. Cuida tu suelo, cuida tu vida, cuida tu suelo. Yo les quiero hablar de una cosa bonita que hago, la lluvia. Es que, bueno, ustedes todos necesitamos agua, ¿no? Pero yo la hago caer de una forma muy bonita, ¿no? Y entonces, también les quería decir que los suelos han sufrido mucho, ¿no? Han sufrido mucho porque, por eso que se llamó la Revolución Verde. Yo no sé por qué le pusieron el nombre verde, porque yo creo que es más la Revolución Amarilla, ¿no? Que pues están muy contentos porque después de 40 años el precio de la comida había bajado a 40% de lo que era antes. Pues produjeron 2 veces más que 40 años antes, pero eso no duró, ese milagro no duró. Y después se despertó como con el hecho de que el 60% de los servicios ecosistémicos, de todo eso que hace que el planeta se mantiene vivo, fueron dañados. Entonces lo que pasó es que la hermosa máquina autoorganizada fue toda destruida, ¿no? Miren en qué estado me la pusieron, ¿no? Ya con los abonos químicos que hacen que los animales del suelo ya no tienen comida, entonces se mueren de hambre. Los pesticidas que matan los que no se han muerto de hambre. Y la labranza que destruye todo, ¿no? Yo cuando, pues un suelo que fue arado, imagínense como una ciudad, así una bella ciudad con sus barrios, el barrio de las termitas, el de las lombrices, ¡pum! Se bombardea eso que quedó nada, pues. Eso es lo que ha pasado. La minga que les quiero presentar es la de los ríos voladores. ¿Ustedes han visto volar un río? Siempre me dicen que no, pero sí, vuelan los ríos. Vuelan con la lluvia, ¿no? Y ese río volador que trae agua hasta todo el centro, el sur de Sudamérica, nace en una ciudad que se llama Belém do Pará. Belém do Pará, que es una ciudad toda rodeada de agua, en la desembocadura de todos los ríos amazónicos, y está construida con torres. Entonces, allá hay una lluvia loca, que sale todos los días a las 3 y empieza a bailar entre las torres. La lluvia de Belém. Ya estamos en Brasil. El sol incandescente abraza la ciudad. Luz blanca, calor sofocante, peatones agotados. Buscan sombra en los mangos, arrastrando los pies. Del horizonte negro avanza una cortina blanca. Mil chorros de agua inundan las calles. La lluvia de Belém es una chica feliz.
Es una chica feliz.
Baila entre las torres. Fresca ella corre. Ella viva y fuerte despierta la ciudad. Coloridos peatones huyen buscando refugio. La lluvia de Belém. Chica feliz,
Es una chica feliz.
baila entre las torres, fresca ella corre. Paraguas doblados, plumbrillas enloquecidas, los autos como peces suben repentinos ríos. Alcantarillas llenas vomitan aguas sucias, chorros contaminados brotan sobre el andén. La lluvia de Belém, es una chica feliz, baila entre las torres, fresca ella corre.
La chica baila entre las torres, es una chica feliz. La chica baila entre las torres, es lluvia de Belén.
La lluvia se fue, el sol volvió al cenit. su implacable ardor pronto seca las huellas de la chica descalza, picada y fresca. La lluvia de Belén,
Lluvia de Belén,
es una chica feliz,
es una chica feliz.
Baila entre las torres,
Entre las torres,
ella corre. La lluvia de Belén,
lluvia de Belén,
es una chica feliz,
es una chica feliz.
Baila entre las torres,
Entre las torres,
fresca ella corre. Cristian. Los ríos voladores entonces nacen en Belén y como el viento es allá, pues el agua se evapora, los vientos la empujan hacia adentro de la Amazonia y cae en forma de lluvia. Aquí están los árboles, los que siempre lo hacen todo, ¿no? Y los árboles van a transpirar 200 litros de agua cada día y devuelven esa agua a la atmósfera haciendo más nubes y el viento los sigue empujando. Los va a empujar hasta la cordillera de los Andes y como no pueden pasar la cordillera, se van hasta los cerrados y la pampa argentina, ¿no? ¿Y saben lo que hacen los productores de soya del cerrado? Se le dio la idea de ir a deforestar la Amazonia para producir más soya. Pero lo que pasa es que haciendo esto, se están cortando la manguera. Y ya se sabe que la lluvia ha disminuido 12% desde que empezó la deforestación y va a empeorar rápido, ¿no? La minga siguiente es la polinización. La polinización, pues el trabajo de las abejitas y de todos los millones de insectos que polinizan. Neonicotinoides.
soy una linda abejita, mis ojos tienen 1000 facetas. Salgo todas las mañanas a colectar polen y néctar. Mi mundo es un arco iris de flores de todos los colores. Bailo para mis compañeras del camino hasta la obra.
Neonicotinoides.
¿Qué?
Neonicotinoides.
¿Cómo?
Neonicotinoides.
¡Socorro!
Nos están matando.
Polinizamos las flores, sin nosotras no habrá semillas. Desaparecerán las plantas, se morirá la tierra. Los insecticidas matan pulgones, orugas, cucarrones, envenenan el polen pelo casi morimos.
Neonicotinoides.
¿Qué?
Neonicotinoides.
¿Cómo?
Neonicotinoides.
¡Socorro!
Nos están matando.
Humanos, dejen de matar. Nuestras vidas merecen respeto. Cambia tu forma de cultivar. Te ayudaremos a controlar. Hormigas mal geniadas andarán de policías. Pájaros y mariposas alegrarán tus mañanas.
Neonicotinoides.
¿Qué?
Neonicotinoides.
¿Cómo?
Neonicotinoides.
¡Socorro!
Nos están matando. Neonicotinoides.
Pierdo la memoria.
Neonicotinoides.
Ya no quiero comer.
Neonicotinoides.
Me mareo.
Neonicotinoides.
Me enfermo.
Neonicotinoides.
Me vuelve loca.
Neonicotinoides.
Prohíbanlo.
Neonicotinoides.
Digamos juntos.
No los compren. No los compren. No los compren. No los compren. Ana María, la abejita. Uy, humanos, estoy enferma. Tengo fiebre. 1 grado más. Ustedes cuando tienen 38.14, ¿cómo se sienten? Mal de verdad. Pero yo no vengo de 37, vengo de 18. Imagínense cómo me siento. Tengo escalofríos, a veces tengo mucho calor en la Siberia y mucho frío en el Alaska. Uy. Tengo infecciones, anemias, llagas. En mi bonito bosque amazónico aparece ese musgo verde feo, ¿no? Y tengo cánceres. Y esas ronchas que tengo en las noches se iluminan. Yo digo, ¿qué me pasa? Me estoy quemando desde adentro. Estaba tan mal que me fue a ver el doctor del universo y él me diagnosticó humanitis aguda. Le dije, no, humanitis, ¿qué es? Me dice, ay, mi hija, ¿a usted que le gusta hacer bichitos en su taller? Anoche le salió un monstruo, ¿sí? Me mandaron a hacer análisis y miren, tenía 8.101.694.920. La infección está grave. No escucho.
Vamos a seguir disfrutando del maestro Patrick
Bueno.
y de los hijos de Gayat, pero vamos por el tema de nuestra agenda a dar el cierre y después con ello finalizamos para que el maestro pueda cerrarnos como vamos a finalizar este gran Summit Regeneradores. Agradecemos a todas las personas que se han quedado hasta este último minuto. Ustedes ya saben que hicimos ese repaso por todo lo que es la regeneración y la transición. Regenerar es vida, regenerar es escuchar. Así que nos sentimos muy agradecidos y ustedes son parte de este primer Summit Regeneradores, el encuentro de agricultura y ganadería por un futuro sostenible. Gracias a los organizadores, a los productores, a los líderes del sector civil, público y privado por haber estado aquí, por hacer parte y por crear estas soluciones para que las hemos debatido, las hemos puesto sobre la mesa y llevamos muchas ideas a nuestro territorio para trabajarlas en conjunto. Recuerden que mañana vamos a hacer las visitas a campo de las personas que se inscribieron y adquirieron su cupo. Recuerden acercarse al lado de registro para que puedan dejar su cédula, para que les puedan hacer el tema de la póliza y podamos mañana disfrutar de todo este tema con tranquilidad. Para finalizar, vamos a dar unas palabras de cierre a cargo de Mauricio Castro. Él es el director de la Estrategia de Agricultura y Ganadería Regenerativa para América Latina en TNC, y de esta manera cerrar oficialmente nuestro Summit Regeneradores. Soy Lady Dinas y me he sentido honrada, orgullosa, privilegiada y he aprendido muchísimo al lado de ustedes. Espero que nos veamos en una próxima oportunidad. Gracias por hacer parte de este Summit Regeneradores, y vamos a recibir a Mauricio y después finalizamos con el maestro Patri y los hijos de Gaia.
Gracias. Bueno, queda en mis manos cerrar formalmente el evento, este Summit, esta cumbre Regeneradores, Regeneradoras. Quiero agradecerle a todas y a todos los que vinieron, ¿no? A las empresas, a las ONGs, a los productores, a los dueños de finca, a los que manejan asociaciones, a los estudiantes, a los jóvenes, a todas las instituciones, todos los que estuvieron aquí. Han sido unos días intensos. Creo que hemos marcado aquí un evento que esperamos, no sabemos si nosotros o que alguien más lo lleve adelante en otra ocasión de nuevo, que podamos conversar de nuevo en un ambiente como el que tuvimos. No voy a estar largo, sé que antes les agradezco que nos hayan acompañado hasta la hora oficial, que eran las 6 de la tarde, que es más o menos ahora, y seguimos con Patrick, pero quería decirles de las 3 ideas, ojalá hayamos logrado esa grande de compromiso, de colaboración, esa que nos quede, ojalá. Yo creo que aquí muchos de los vínculos, enlaces se han formado. Yo mismo he aprendido muchísimo de gente que no conocía, espero que lo mismo haya acontecido allí. Uno viene a estos eventos muchas veces, son eventos grandes, muchas presentaciones, pero yo creo que, espero que hayamos escogido aquellas charlas que realmente les hayan llegado al corazón, aquellas discusiones, aquellos paneles que hayan sido muy útiles. Entonces, espero que hayamos logrado eso. Les voy a pedir retroalimentación, cualquier información, es muy útil para el futuro. Con eso también quiero agradecer mucho a todo el equipo de Nature Conservancy, todos los que están aquí. A nuestros socios de la UFZ, también están todavía por aquí, sí, aquí una, dos. Y a todos los que han estado con nosotros, Polu, que está aquí con nosotros, todos los que nos han acompañado, no los tengo todos ahora en la cabeza, pero todos los que nos han estado acompañando en este evento, se han asociado a este esfuerzo, están todos allí registrados, a todos ellos agradezco, a nuestros socios implementadores, y espero que tengan, a los que van a campo, unos días bastante enriquecedor mañana en diferentes fincas, diferentes textos, que aprendamos mucho ahí, que también demos mucho de nosotros en el. Muchas gracias. No son muchos científicos cantantes que yo conozco a la Academia de Ciencias Francesa, creo que es el primero. Entonces,
allá no me han invitado.
Entonces los dejo con Patrick para que finalizar, pero aquí formalmente damos cierre al evento. Muchas gracias.
Vamos a terminar con una canción en francés, pero van a tener la traducción. Se llama Global Fatalité. Esta.
Global Fatalité!
Les glaciers fondent, les marchés répondent. Travaillez plus et gagnez moins. Plus d'enfants pour la croissance, chômeurs bon marché, transport embouteillé, la mer est polluée. Ce monde sans l'essence, c'est bon pour la croissance. La mer est polluée de plastique étouffé, tortues asphyxiées. Et osera le premier, global fatalité.
Global fatalité.
Avec la nature, fraternité.
Global fatalité.
Et réparer, c'est toute planète usée. Je vole l'argent public, je roule le fisc, je fais du fric. Avec les OGM, le glyphosate, le Monsanto. Sol pollué, climat changé, la mer est démontée. Défoncer la planète, théorie obsolète. Accords et conventions, conférences et forums, programmes internationaux, recherche prostituée, Gaïa est un marché. Et osera le premier, global fatalité.
Global fatalité.
Avec la nature, fraternisée.
Global fatalité.
Et réparer cette planète usée. Christian. Et osera le premier, global fatalité.
Global fatalité.
Avec la nature, fraternisée.
Global fatalité.
Et réparer cette planète usée. Global fatalité. Global fatalité. Global fatalité. Global fatalité. Global fatalité. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Todas las canciones están en YouTube, ¿eh? Si las quieren escuchar.